Chapter 1814. The Shadows of the Past. The Shadows of the Past. Huey's script might have hit the nail on the head. Even if it was just his conjecture, it also happened to be what was happening in the background of the void. The heavenly gods of order and origins had passed away. Their names and existences were slowly becoming thinner as the torrent of time continued to scour and crush them. Their remaining traces were covered by the void and could not see the light again. Just as we had guessed, there were people in the void of order who were looking forward to their return, but it was ultimately just a beautiful thought. From what he knew, those undead, the heavenly gods of origin might have, not to say that they had retreated from the void of order forever, but at the very least, they would not appear again for the next few dozen eras. Oh, except for her. She had returned once in the 60th era, but had completely disappeared after that. At that point, the heavenly gods of origin had completely retired from the void of order, and the indestructible traces they left behind were forever hidden in the void along with them, and those related to them. There were no accidents that were accidentally exposed, and all were buried in the void, waiting for someone to come in the distant future and let them see the light of day again. But basically, only those related to origins would come into contact with them, such as him, well, the most unlucky person in the void. From a certain point of view, his passive skill was to attract things related to the heavenly gods of origin and things related to the void of chaos. When faced with both at the same time, he even wanted to wipe out the void region and pretend that he saw nothing. Oh, that's not right. He could not defeat the chaos concept body that was probably slumbering here. So, well, just treat it as if he farted. Why did he have to run into all kinds of crap? The collapsed underground ruins had obvious signs of man-made destruction as well as scars left behind by natural activities, leaving the unlucky building that was originally used for an unknown purpose in tatters. On the other hand, it was not that dilapidated near the heart of the primeval forest. The further they went to the edge of the forest, the more severe the collapse of the underground ruins became. Along the way, they had already encountered entangled roots blocking their way 5 times and rubble from collapsed walls 10 times. It was not that difficult to deal with them. However, starting from this part of the road, there are many signs of vandalism. We pointed at the collapsed wall in front of them. The mud mixed with the roots had all poured into the tunnel. This was the 3rd time they had seen this kind of deliberate destruction. It looked like it had been directly penetrated by something. Where is it now? Yun Nuashing released her soul and looked around. A moment later, she said, "There's still a short distance to the exit of the tunnel. The structure of the ceiling ahead is already very loose. It's very likely that it will collapse. Let's not make any noise here. Although we're buried here, we won't." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, we kicked away the sand and stones in front of him. The whole ground trembled violently. Then there was a muffled sound in front of him. The trembling of the ground also became more intense in just a few seconds. A multicolored energy was released from Yun Nuashing's body, and in an instant, it spread throughout the entire underground ruins. An invisible force held up the underground ruins that were about to collapse. He let out a long sigh. Don't cause trouble. Although he had quickly suppressed the collapse of the ground, the trembling still did not stop. The already loose structure was triggering a series of collapses. No one knew what kind of heroic scene was happening on the ground. Anyway, the next half of the road was covered in rumbling and trembling. Siyu looked up from time to time. She felt that the rock wall would collapse at any time. There's someone outside. Yun Nuashing's gaze drifted. He looked not far ahead, past the several seals at the entrance of the ruins, and saw the outside. It seems that they were attracted by the trembling. And it's just a kick. Is it necessary? He scratched his head and muttered. Feng rolled his eyes and could not help but laugh. Are they waiting for us at the entrance? No, they did not find this entrance. They are watching from the upper position. They are getting ready to leave. They saw the scene of the collapse and are leaving. Let's hurry up and follow them, Yun Nuoshing said, and walked a few steps faster. The group of people trotted in the tunnel that continued to tremble. Hui was still leading the way. He kicked all the things that blocked the way. If he had not used the origin energy to support this place, it would not have been as simple as a landslide. Half of this primitive forest might have collapsed. Seal. We saw a light coming from the front of the ruins and rushed over first. It was an energy light wall erected in front of them. The whole thing had a grayish-white luster. In the center, there was a purple pattern that looked like an energy rune. There were as many as 7 layers erected in a row. After a long time, it had not been naturally unsealed. Until now, it was still firmly guarding the entrance of the passage. Yun Nuoshing quickly stepped forward and put her hand on the energy light wall. Her face changed slightly. She looked puzzled, but also a little matter-of-fact. The origin energy, although I had expected it when I saw the statue. There is even the origin energy. Is it not just a statue left behind by personal significance? We stepped forward and knocked on the light wall. Whose energy is it? I don't know. So far, I have not encountered anything related to it. It is new. The energy level is not particularly high. It should not be something left behind by the origin god himself. It should be handed over to someone. Could it be an inheritor? Yun Nuoshing heard and squinted. She shook her head and said, I don't know. It was hard to say how many inheritors there were. There were 2 reasons for this. First, the number of inheritors left behind by the heavenly origin god was not very clear. According to Sui Feng and the others, as long as the origin energy was passed down by the heavenly origin god or someone close to the heavenly origin god, they could be considered as an inheritor. The only difference between them was their level of mastery of the origin energy. The second reason was the recognition of the inheritors. Those who were officially declared as inheritors were people of the same level as them or people of a higher level. However, there was another group of people besides the 131 inheritors. As for why they were not sealed together with them, they did not know. There was another group which they had seen before and were above them. It was what Sui Feng and the others called those who were recognized by the gods. It could be said that they were the core of the inheritors. They had seen a few of them, and a few of them had never seen them before. Therefore, after careful division, there were 3 levels. There were definitely more than 131, and there were definitely more than 149. However, everyone's identity was that of an inheritor. Forget it. Let's not care about whether they are inheritors or not. Anyway, they are definitely related to the origin energy. Yun Nuoshing sighed. The colorful colors on her body faded and was replaced by a grayish-white origin energy. When the energy of the same origin touched the barrier, it quickly melted and disintegrated. However, only the grayish-white barrier disappeared. A purple energy rune hung in the air like a spiderweb, firmly blocking the way. This is another type of origin energy. After a brief inspection, Yun Nuoshing's face twitched a few times. The purple energy rune was also cast with origin energy. 2 types of origin energy were used to seal the barrier. The standards of this underground ruin were really high. Therefore, Hui and Siyu watched as Yun Nuoshing turned grayish-white for a while, then purple for a while. He kept going back and forth, as if he was continuously dyeing himself. After repeating this process 7 times, the seal and barrier in front of them were finally broken. The 4 of them walked out of the underground ruin with the help of the outside light. The exit was a vertical shaft that was laid on the ground. That's right, but they walked straight out instead of climbing up. When they stepped out of the shaft, Yun Nuoshing felt that his vision was forcibly distorted. When he first walked out, he was still looking at the orange sky, but when he left the tunnel, his vision was facing the dense forest in front of him. He turned around and looked behind him. The surface of the shaft was densely covered with dead branches and leaves. It was suspended in the air and perfectly blended with the surrounding leaves. Even if the entrance was right under their feet, no one would notice that they were stepping on air. Below them was a huge pit with an unknown height. Outside the tunnel was still a forest area, but it wasn't too far from the edge. To the right, they could see a winding and wide river that was faintly discernible in the dense primitive forest. After crossing the river, they would arrive at a flat area. Yun Nuoshing followed the river and saw a normal-sized city that was slightly further away from the primitive forest. Turning around, Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. The primitive forest behind him was also dense with leaves and branches, and the canopy reached the sky. However, it wasn't the same as when they first saw it. It didn't have the feeling of being away from the world, and it didn't have the feeling that no one had set foot on it. It was just a small forest that could be seen everywhere, and there were traces left by people everywhere. Hui climbed out of the shaft and saw Yun Nuoshing in a daze. He also turned around and looked behind him. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Oh, where did we run to? At least it's not the place that I just saw and thought it was." Yun Nuoshing heaved a sigh of relief again. When we were still underground, the spirit that was sent out was searching in the direction of the primeval forest. When we left the underground ruins, it changed. Teleportation? It should be. But you didn't sense the movement of teleportation, right? Hui nodded. After a while, he waved his hand without hesitation. "Hey, why do you care so much? When dealing with matters related to the origin energy, have you not encountered a few similar situations? Let's not talk about a crappy passage leading me to a strange place. Even if I crawled out of a hole and bumped into the void in the next second, I wouldn't feel anything strange at all, let alone a crappy passage." Feng Qinghuang and Siyu, who had just climbed out of the shaft, were dumbfounded. They quickly approached Yun Nuoshing and grabbed his arm. Feng Qinghuang said nervously, "I won't be thrown into the void in the next second, right?" Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. This girl also knew the power of someone's blessed mouth. Yun Nuo Planet had also found the primitive forest through a comprehensive search of this planet. It was not very far away, only about 4,000 to 5,000 miles away. And from the outside, as expected, he could not see the 2 divine palaces, nor could he find the place where the 2 divine palaces were hidden. He remembered that it should be the center of the primitive forest, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not see it from the outside. Even when his gaze pierced through the ground, he could not see the huge underground ruins. He tried to walk back to the underground ruin through the shaft. He stepped on the ground twice and found that it was solid ground. He swept away the fallen leaves. It was really a flat ground. A minute ago, the entrance of the cave was right under his nose. Now, even the shadow of the door was gone. Hui and the other 2 also tested the ground for a while. He even dug a hole on the ground and came to the conclusion that there was indeed no shaft here. It was just an ordinary ground in the forest. "It's nothing. I'm used to it." Yun Nuoshing's face twitched a few times. Siyu also nodded. "Me too. I'm used to it." Anyway, everyone was basically by his side. It was nothing new for them to be passive and actively encounter the origin. It was just that It was a very new experience every time. And sometimes, even if something happened, they were in a state of confusion because they did not feel anything at all. Even the heavenly gods and the heavenly gods of the origin did not feel anything. It was no wonder that Little Star always talked about the origin and called the heavenly gods of the origin ghosts. It was as if they were haunted. The original layout of this planet was very unique. It could be seen clearly from a bird's eye view. With the primitive forest they were in as the center, the surrounding was densely packed forest. After spreading to a certain extent, it would be replaced by another terrain, such as plains, mountains, hills, and so on. Then, after a certain distance, it would be replaced by another terrain. The edges were basically quite uniform, just like a belt. However, there would be overlapping or different terrains between the two terrains. It was not a small number, but it would not destroy the appearance of the whole pattern. As for the human cities, most of them were located in places with relatively flat terrains. Through the passage ahead, he directly sensed that the people who left were now walking out of the forest and were rushing toward the city ahead. It seemed that they were quite accurate in seeing things just now. Not sure if it was related to where they were looking. Forget it, let's not dwell on it. Catching up with them, Lin Sanjiu came to the nearest city. It looked like a small city of a normal scale. According to the standard of the 8 elemental realms, it was not the standard scale of the celestial realm. It was thousands of miles in length and width, which was what a normal city should look like. The small town was built beside the water. Judging from the density of the buildings, it should be continuously built in the direction away from the forest. The whole thing was not a complete circle. It looked like a water droplet. No, why is it a water droplet again? The creation of the origin just now looked like a water droplet. Does this pattern have some special meaning in this world? Taking a closer look, it was not just the city in front of him. Most of the cities in other places seemed to be similar to a water droplet. Even the doll used as a mascot was holding a grayish-white water droplet in its arms. If this had nothing to do with the statue, he would eat the world raw on the spot. The architectural style was not quite the same as what they saw in the heart of the primeval forest. Most of the buildings were built with a mixture of bricks and wood. The proportion of the buildings was low, and there were more than 2 or 3-story houses. There were not too many mansions that occupied a piece of land, and there were fewer decorative items, patterns, and colors. It seemed that even if this world returned to its normal state, it would still be difficult to change its plain appearance. Even some of the larger houses that were suspected to be used by high-level beings did not have too many exquisite decorations. Apart from the plain, grayish-white was the main color of these buildings. This was definitely related to the statue of origin. Other colors were complemented by the other colors so that they would not be dazzling as far as the eyes could see. Aside from the grayish-white color, there was also purple. This was also related to the energy of origin. However, the colors that were used for daily life, such as clothes and decorations, would not dye the houses grayish-white or purple. There were also normal colors, but the 2 colors were obviously more preferred. In the center of the small city, there was a building with the most unique style. There was no doubt that it was in the shape of a water droplet. It was a grayish-white water droplet that was hundreds of feet tall and looked particularly dazzling. Although they did not know what it was used for, looking at its special position and its unique shape, it was undoubtedly related to the statue of origin. It was quite rare to see a world that revered something related to the heavenly god of origin in the current order void. No, rare was not even enough to describe it. It was basically non-existent. Perhaps there were still people in every world who still remembered the heavenly god of origin, but they would not engrave the traces they left behind into the world as the truth. Now, The only ones who revered the heavenly god of origin the most were probably Sui Feng and the other heirs. As mentioned before, the heavenly god of origin had passed away for a very long time. He could not say for sure how many people in the Order Void had forgotten about the heavenly god of origin. Perhaps 30 to 40%, or perhaps 50 to 60%. However, he knew that the more worlds and timeline worlds were included, the larger the number would be. The further away a world was from the origin world, the easier it would be for them to forget about the heavenly god of origin. This seemed to be the result of I Ching's calculation. Right now, there were more than 10,000 timeline worlds thrown into the origin world, so it was easy to calculate it with some effort. As expected, it's a world left behind from the previous era. Hui looked at the special traces everywhere, his thoughts coinciding with Maple's. Although there was some uncertainty in his words, it was basically certain. Maple, check out the situation regarding the concept of rules. You lazy bum. Yin Nuoxing sighed, helplessly. Her soul quickly spread out and went deeper into a more distant place. After a moment, she spoke faintly. The void is sealed from the inside. This has been mentioned before. The rules and the concentration of various energies here are undoubtedly the standards of the lower planes. There is only one world of light in the inner void. There are no traces of chaos or traces of the heavenly god of origin. Yun Nuoxing paused for a moment when she said that. Hui scratched his head as he listened. There are traces of the heavenly god of origin all over the land, but there is not a trace of the heavenly god of origin in this place. Yun Nuoxing also felt that she might have sensed wrongly. She even went deep into the concept of rules. Confirmed, no. What about the heavenly god of origin that just slipped away? It's no longer here. There's a trace of it slipping away through the void in the conceptual layer of the rules. It flew away directly through the void. Its destination is... Yun Nuoxing muttered as he pinched his long hair. He looked at it for a while before continuing the direction of the upper plane. The specific location is not clear. Hui grimaced and scratched his head. It can't be exactly what I said, right? Why don't I make it up? All of this is buried. I hope that when they come back, their disappearance even takes away the concept of this world. What remains here is just an empty shell carved all over the earth. It has lost its soul and has lost its meaning. It is just an ornament. Feng Qinghuang could not help but say, I seem to feel it again. That strange feeling of being separated from the front and back. There was already a feeling in the outside world. High-level life forms the most basic ecological civilization. This was the situation in the outside world. The inside world had traces of the heavenly god of origin everywhere, but the most important thing was missing. Let's see what the people of this world have to say. Maybe they have only lost the most important thing, but they still remember it. Siyu pulled Yun Nuoxing and sped up. As they walked, she said, Anyway, we can't think of anything even if we continue to think. The clothes worn by the local heavenly god of origin were quite different from theirs. However, they were too lazy to change their clothes. After all, they had not changed their clothes for 5 eras. At this time, they just needed to let the cognitive blur take effect. After a little dressing, the 4 of them swaggered into the small town without attracting too much attention. Feng, if the traces related to the heavenly god of origin disappear, what will happen? Hui looked at the people around him and suddenly said a sentence without rhyme or reason. Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned. She narrowed her eyes and said, Tell me the specific situation. I can't explain it to you if you tell me the situation alone. It is the situation that I just mentioned. Suppose this world originally had the heavenly god of origin, originally had the heavenly God of origin. One day, these things that should have existed were implicated because the highest existence suddenly disappeared, and the concept was lost. Stop. Yun Nuashing stopped him from continuing. Although the heavenly God of origin and the others had passed away, they did not cause such a phenomenon. However, there are many theories about the loss of the concept of the heavenly God of origin, and given the place we are in, there is one theory that is most appropriate. We understood at once that they were within the domain of the concept body of chaos, and the greatest possibility was its influence. The tide of chaos. The full-blown tide of chaos has almost wiped away all concepts related to the heavenly God of origin, be it the concept imprinted in the void or the concept known by all living beings. All were wiped clean. However, the fragments were left behind, and things that were of the same level could not be destroyed by the tide of chaos, which could not cause substantial damage. Therefore, while things related to the heavenly God of origin still remain, the concept of the heavenly God of origin has vanished from the knowledge of all living beings. It was something that could no longer be known, even if it existed before everyone's eyes, even if it appeared clearly before everyone's eyes, even if some people recognized it as some ancient creation passed down from ancient times or subconsciously caused something to assume such a form out of instinct. There was no way to know what it actually was or what it meant. That was why the temple deep in the forest was left in a state of permanent abandonment. After all, no one knew that the most important thing to them was left in a corner of this world. Chapter 1815. The definition of life and death was neither simple nor complex. First of all, the death of oneself, the cessation of one's vital functions, the dissipation of one's spirit, and the annihilation of one's soul. For ordinary life forms, they were already dead. However, for energy life forms, perhaps there was still some consciousness left. Well, there was still a bit of consciousness that hadn't dissipated yet. It was hung in a special space, waiting to be resurrected. The greatest benefit of energy life forms was that they didn't have to worry about dying and coming back to life. No, although he was also an energy life form, he wasn't as crazy as Maple. Most energy life forms weren't as dangerous as Maple. Ordinary people wouldn't want to experience the feeling of dying and coming back to life. I'm getting off topic. His own death was only the first level. It was said that some people died, but he was still alive. Let's not talk about things that were too advanced. To put it simply, this was the mark left behind by a life form. The sturdy mark could withstand the erosion of time. The stubborn mark stubbornly persisted in the world, and the weaker mark could disappear in the blink of an eye along with his own death. In the end, nothing was left behind. It didn't matter if it was as small as the effect he had on those around him or other life forms in the world, or as large as the effect he had on the world or the void. If even these had disappeared, and all memories of the void had completely disappeared, then that person was truly dead and couldn't be any colder. The void would treat it as if this person had never existed. He had said so much just to express that the heavenly God of origin and the others had died, but hadn't completely disappeared. Yep, at least that was how the external void of order looked like. They were gone, but the things they left behind still affected the entire void of order. No, it should be said that the existence of the void of order itself was the greatest mark they left behind. Even if no one in the entire void of order knew of their names, even if no one in the entire void of order knew of them, and even if all traces of their creations were erased by the void, as long as the void of order still existed, their creations would not disappear, and they wouldn't be completely annihilated. This was the case for the external void. As for the internal void, it was indeed somewhat illusory. He couldn't see it clearly and didn't understand it. No, still nothing. Yun Nuashing raised her head, and looked at Hui, who was rummaging through the bookcase and muttering like he was complaining. She blinked her eyes and rolled up the scroll in her hand and put it back on the bookcase next to her. This is the place where other people's documents are stored. Don't make it too messy. Hui turned his head and grinned at him. Then he turned back and grabbed the bookcase in front of him with both hands. The floor was full of scrolls, books, and some kind of energy crystal that recorded information. It was a mess. Yun Nuoxing looked out of the window, her eyes following the winding river into the distance. After a while, she looked away. They were in the most peculiar building in this small town. Well, it was that droplet-shaped building. At first, she thought it would be some kind of historical site, and unauthorized people were not allowed to enter. After arriving, she saw that the local life went in and out. It should be a public place. Sure enough, it was a place where the information of this world was stored. It was a library. However, for this kind of public information, how much could be read, how much could be believed, and how much could be taken seriously? They didn't know everything. They just wanted to try their luck and see if they could find anything related to them. Anything would do. Crackle, 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 walla, walla, boom, clang. This was like the sound of the entire bookshelf being slapped over, making Yun Nuoxing's cheeks jump slightly. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Hui even more frantically flipping through and throwing all the information recorded here on the bookshelf. Books, scrolls, and energy crystals flew all over the sky. Fortunately, this place was not a lively place, and there were not many people. Otherwise, even if they had a vague understanding, they would have been thrown out. Little Star, Siyu and Feng Qinghuang came sneakily from the side aisle. How is it? Siyu looked back at Feng Qinghuang and nodded. She whispered, probably found it. It's in this building, but we have to go through at least one teleportation. We didn't go in rashly. Okay. Yun Nuoxing tidied up the books on the floor and patted Huey's back. Stop fooling around. The thing we are looking for may not be here. Let's go somewhere else. Somewhere else. Hui was stunned for a moment. The things that he had thrown all over the sky, like trash, hit his head. He hurriedly used a few seconds to tidy them up, although the positions were all wrong. Where? Siyu pointed up and said, over there. This water droplet-like building was divided into several floors. They were on the 1st to the 5th floor, which was probably the public area open to the public. However, he found that there was a huge space above. He asked the two girls to explore and see if they could find the way. Well, even without exploring, they knew that this building was 1,000 feet tall. It was impossible to say that it was solid. There must be something inside. It was just that they couldn't get to it by normal means. She followed the two girls to a place where there were fewer people. She arrived in front of a smooth and tidy wall. She looked left and right to make sure that there was no one around. Then she stretched out her hand and gently pushed the wall in front of her away, revealing a narrow passageway behind her. As she walked into the passageway, the sounds from the outside suddenly weakened. This place is well hidden. There is still some weak energy left on the door. No one will notice this place, but it won't stop us. Siyu said in a low voice. After walking for a while, they reached the end of the passage. There was a gray-white door in front of them. There was also an energy seal on it. Feng Qinghuang walked up to it and destroyed the weak energy seal. The four of them walked into the building. It was obviously not open to the public. When they walked through the door, Yun Nuoxing looked up and saw a gray-white and purple water droplet pattern on the doorframe. This thing could be found everywhere. Look, it's right in front. Judging from the direction of the energy flow, it should be going up. I just don't know where it is going. Siyu ran up and said, behind the secret door was a hall about 10 feet wide. There was a water droplet in the middle of the hall. Why is it this thing again? Yun Nuoshing almost took out the Netherworld Ruins sword. Hui laughed dryly and walked up to take a look. There is no origin energy. It's just an ordinary energy crystal. It's just shaped like this. Below the water droplet, there was a complete energy formation on the ground. It looked like a magic circle. All the energy came from the formation, and the energy crystal, just as Siyu said, the energy flow was going up. Hui stretched out his hand and waved above the energy array. He turned around and nodded at the three of them. There are traces of someone who has been here. The traces are quite fresh. In addition, there are layers upon layers of defense, and it is hidden so well. It is probably used to hide some secrets. Yun Nuoshing stood on the energy formation and touched the water droplet. It didn't take her much effort to decipher the energy flow. She nodded to Hui and the others. Come on, let's go up and see what's going on. When Hui and the two girls stood up, Yun Nuoshing began to mobilize the energy in the water droplet crystal. The power of space gathered, and the energy began to gather around them. The white light in front of his eyes was shining brightly. He sensed the energy around him, and just as he was about to mobilize the energy flow to perform a fixed-point teleportation, he was suddenly stunned. This thing can only teleport randomly. Huh. The moment Hui Gang opened his mouth, his eyes were already flooded by the light. His body trembled slightly, and his feet touched the ground in an instant. They were all stunned and simultaneously looked at the scene in front of them as the light dissipated. There was still a hall in front of them, but it was much more spacious than the hall with only one teleportation formation. It was full of things. Yes, it was a pile. As far as the eye could see, there were collapsed bookcases, scrolls, and old books on the ground. It looked like a small mountain. The weak energy light beam from above reflected the dust floating in the air. It was pushed away by their arrival and drifted in all directions. Oh, luckily, I thought we would see dozens of people charging at us. Hui patted his chest and then looked at phone. Didn't you check it first? Well, I did check it. Yun Nuoshing pursed her lips. But when we really gathered the energy, we found that the energy flow was a little abnormal. The teleportation formation itself was a little damaged. There was no way to fix it. We could only teleport according to the place it remembered. Okay. Hui took the lead and walked out of the small room of the teleportation array. He walked into the hall in front and looked at the ground that was filled with 1, 2, 5 small mountains of books. He could not help but say, no one has been here for a long time. There is no trace of life left. God knows how long it has been forgotten. Siyu picked up an energy crystal under her feet and tried to check the information left in it. Unfortunately, the energy in the crystal had dissipated by 90%, leaving only some vague information that was hard to piece together. She glanced at it and threw it on the ground. But didn't you say that the teleportation array showed signs of being used recently? Hui scratched his head. Someone came to the teleportation formation, but I didn't say that anyone really got on the teleportation formation. Maybe those people know that there is such a teleportation formation, but they don't know how to use it. They can only try to use it. According to the situation of this world split, I think the possibility is quite high. See you. Okay. Phone, where did you teleport to? Where are we in this building? We looked around the space, trying to find some marks or something like that. But the whole hall only had the 5 piles of books in front of them. There was nothing in other places. Not on the wall, not on the ground, not on the ceiling. Probably, I can't see it. Yun Nuoshing opened her eyes. She could not see it directly from the outside. The inside should be an expanded space. It is not the same as what you see from the outside. There is no way to make a comparison. Even if you want to confirm it, you can only recognize a vague position, according to the rules and power of the space where we are now compared to the whole space. Well, we should be at the bottom 1/3 of the top floor. It's not that I didn't expect it. The things placed here had a long history, so much so that more than 90% of the records had turned into mosaics. At a glance, it looked like a pool of ink. The handwriting was so blurry that it could not be seen. Even the things recorded in the energy crystals were more or less the same. They were all a mess. These things have been eroded by time. Hui sighed and threw down the hundreds of things he was holding in his hands, making a clattering sound. Let's go to the next place, shall we? There is nothing valuable here. Yun Nuoxing nodded. He had just finished recording the information of this space. If he recorded a few more spaces, he might be able to get a feel of the overall shape of this space. From a careful point of view, he did not think that the teleportation array could go to all the places in this space. For example, the bottom level of the realm of the gods was the same situation. Even if the conceptual layer of the rules of the realm of the gods was destroyed and was swung around like a public toilet, there were some places that no one could enter without the permission of the heart of the world and Huey's permission. Even the high-level primeval could not enter. After the light of the energy array, the place where they came to this time. Hui patted foam. About 1/10 of the place from the top floor. It is close to the top floor. Hui scratched his head. Can't this broken thing be controlled by itself? It doesn't take much effort to break the energy array, but to break it by force. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Maybe it is related to the origin of things, so there is no need to use this method. Ah, that is true. God knows if this thing has anything to do with the god of origin. Just by looking at the shape of the building, they could not tell whether it was built by the people who worshipped the god of origin, or built according to their will, or built according to some kind of instructions. Or maybe there was something related to the god of origin, hidden here. They thought that the statue without the energy of origin and the rules of origin was definitely not related to the god of origin, who knew that a creation of the god of origin would jump out of it. This made them more cautious about the things in this world. It was fun to destroy things, but it would not be fun to get a pile of trash after doing it. The hall of 1/10 of the top floor was empty. There was some black dust floating in the air. Other than that, there was only a sense of death. There was nothing else. There is nothing. Shall we go to the next place? Siyu shook Yun Nuoxing's arm. Let's go, let's go. Hui also waved his hand and turned his head. This was a completely empty hall. However, the appearance of each hall seemed to be completely different. The previous hall was square in shape, and the hall in front of him was hemispherical. There was nothing else other than that. There is something here. Yun Nuoxing pulled Siyu and pointed into the hall. Didn't you notice? There is a trace of something left here. Siyu was creeped out by his words. She quickly hid behind him. Hui and Feng Qinghuang's faces trembled. When the three of them felt that there was nothing in the hall, he said that there was something here. It sounded like a ghost story, but the hall in front of them was really empty. Yun Nuoxing stretched out his right hand and gently scooped the air. Energy surged, and a gust of wind swept up in the hall. Then, the energy swept up the air in the hall and compressed it in his palm. Black dust gathered in his palm and slowly pieced together from trillions of dust particles into a stone lump the size of a thumb. A stone lump with a bumpy surface looked a little awkward. There is really something here. Huey's face twitched a few times. He leaned forward and stared at the rock. What is it? It has broken into dust and scattered evenly in the air. Yun Nuoxing looked at it carefully. The origin energy surged in his body for a moment. Then he said, "Annihilation energy crystal." Dong. Hui slapped the guardian's shield in front of him. Thanks to his thunderous actions, Siyu and Feng Qinghuang were ready to fight as well. It is completely cooled. There is no energy reaction. So, don't be so nervous. Hui laughed dryly and kept it. The two girls stuck out their tongues and leaned forward again. Feng Qinghuang whispered, "Cooled annihilation energy? Annihilation energy can cool down." It is not just annihilation energy. The origin energy will cool down too. However, it is not a normal cooling. Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and frowned. Actually, the saying that energy crystals do not cool down is just a quote from them. Hui, the saying of the origin heavenly god. Oh, Yun Nuoshing nodded slightly. If the energy inside a crystal formed by the condensation and compression of energy completely dissipates, it will only have a fragile shell left. It will collapse with a light flick of the finger. Cooled energy crystals have not dissipated, but they have all lost their activity. Energy crystals without energy reaction. Hui scratched his chin. It is not a low reaction state, but a situation where there is no activity at all. It is like being frozen? Yes, you can understand it as the energy being frozen. Yun Nuoshing nodded. However, this is only limited to one situation. There is only one situation where an energy crystal with a large amount of energy can be completely frozen. Order and chaos fighting, and it is a fight to the death. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Both sides are evenly matched. The energy left is just right, just enough so that they will not completely go berserk and will not naturally dissipate after fighting for a while. It is just enough so that they can continue to beat each other with extremely weak vitality. After a long time, they have become this thing. This is the remains left behind after they beat each other up. Since it shows the activity of annihilation energy, then the annihilation energy should have won. Hui suddenly raised his hand. You seem to have omitted 10,000 words just now. That part is almost the same whether I say it or not. Do you want to hear it? Yun Nuoshing looked at the curious faces of the trio and sighed helplessly. Then let's put it simply. When the energies of order and chaos slap each other in the mouth, the tangled energy will attempt to devour it. Forget it, order and chaos are just origin energy and annihilation energy. The void cannot afford to provoke them, but its instincts are telling it to provoke those two deadly things. As it interferes, it becomes a 2 versus 1 fight. The void is a pitiful creature that was innocently dragged into it. It could only retreat to the edge and cool down for a long time, becoming the shell of this special energy crystal. Inside, the two energies are still beating each other up. Even if the world is destroyed, it has nothing to do with them until the annihilation energy wins and occupies the cooled void shell, assimilates it, and solidifies it. It should have been devoured by the massive amount of void energy in its solidified state, but it has been trapped by the void shell. The void shell has also been transformed into the shape of annihilation energy and still carries the presence of the void, preventing it from being further devoured by the void. That is why it is left behind in this state. It will not disappear for a while, but after several metamorphoses, it is not a solid object and cannot be devoured by the void, but it can be destroyed in the physical realm. Yun Nuoshing suddenly paused as a certain type of origin energy swirled in her eyes. After a moment, she raised a finger and said, "Excerpt from 10,000 situations of conflict between order energy and chaos energy. Author, a certain heavenly origin god who does not wish to leave his name. Audience, heavenly origin gods, and above, Hui Siyu and Feng Qinghuang." Good guy, this is really good. These heavenly origin gods are really good guys. Also, although he said that it was order energy and chaos energy, the heavenly god of origin, who didn't want to give his name, added that the two voids each have one type of energy. Needless to say, he was referring to the origin energy and annihilation energy. Only these two types of energy are qualified to make the voids not dare to provoke them. And the most suitable place to form this kind of crystal is the place where the two parties have just finished fighting each other. Moreover, this is in the void. If the residual energy is left in the void, it will become like this. Hui scratched his cheek in a daze. Feng, do you often talk to the heavenly origin gods, remnant soul? Talk to? Yun Nuoshing's voice stiffened, and his face darkened. Talk to the devil? Talk to the devil? That's one-sided harassment. It's mental pollution. It's an indescribable thing. That's simply, he pressed his chest and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Something like that. But I haven't heard their voices recently. Perhaps it's because I haven't been in contact with them much. We felt that something was wrong. By the way, when exactly do you mean recently? 100 years ago? 10 years ago? A year ago? Oh, about 3 epochs ago. Hui, Siyu, and Feng Qinghuang all took a deep breath. Good guy. Other people's recently was a period of time. Even if immortal beings like them had lived for a long time and had a weak sense of time, they would at most measure time in terms of 10,000 years. This guy was even more impressive. 3 epochs was considered recent in his sense of time. Forget it. Let's not dwell on this. So, this lump. Hui resisted the urge to say the word booger. His handsome face turned red as he forced himself to change his words. What's the use of this lump? It's just a special specimen. It's useless. Yun Nuoshing shook her head and paused after a second. She thought for a while and said, "Oh, not really. We can use this to estimate the time. The time it takes to form and the time it takes to collapse and turn into dust can be roughly estimated. The error is within 10 million years. However, based on the conditions of this place, the error of 1 epoch shouldn't be a problem. If everything goes well, we may be able to calculate how long this world has existed. Give me 2 minutes." The flowing origin energy condensed into a magic circle between her palms. The center was aimed at the lump of booger. 2 minutes of quiet waiting passed quickly. The energy dissipated. Yun Nuoshing opened her eyes. Her expression was a little strange and a little stiff. The 3 of them were very nervous when they saw her expression. Let's go back to the beginning, to the time when the crystal first formed. The situation is smoother than I thought, and the error is not as big as I thought. At most, it's only 1 year. We swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yes, when Yun Nuoshing exhaled softly. The end of the 39th epoch. The last period of the end of the mythological era. The last period of the war. Chapter 1816. None of them knew the specifics of the war at the end of the mythological era. All they knew was a simple description of the entire scene. The war between order and chaos. That was all. At most, they would add a date. For example, it started from the 33rd era. As for when the war started or when they started preparing for the war, they were not sure. They did not know much. Sui Feng and the others were sealed during the war, so they only knew a part of it. There was no way for them to know the rest of it. Therefore, this could be the closest thing they had found to the war, a remnant, a trace left on the battlefield, a small stone that came from the end of the 39th era. Siyu could not help speaking, breaking the silence. This place wouldn't be. The little girl did not finish her sentence, but Yun Nuoshing knew what she meant. He continued, "This is probably the last place left behind from that battle. It was left behind in a hurry during the war. At least, it is the closest thing to that point in time compared to all the things related to the origin that I have come into contact with so far. Left behind in haste at the end of the war, what could it be?" We scratched his head at that. What could it be that would require them to divert their attention to create an entire void domain during the most urgent of times? Come to think of it, if they were fighting at the front line of the void and wanted to torment the front line, well, it was unimaginable. They were basically so busy fighting the underworld that they would have the time to run circles and carry out other tasks. It was purely because the underworld was doing something that slowed down the assault here. Moreover, the underworld could not compare to the chaos concept bodies. Once they fought against order, they would easily mobilize the power of the entire chaotic void. They were not like the underworld, who were fence-sitters with little things on both sides. Well, there was no way to put it. A void region that was created. Yin Nuashing narrowed his eyes. Did they create this place? But have you forgotten that this is the domain of the chaos concept bodies? We sensed it when we came in. We paused. That's a little weird. They could not say that this place was left behind by the chaos concept bodies, could they? Those fellows who only knew how to beat the order void to death still wanted to leave something in the order void. He felt that it was unlikely. The domain of the chaos concept body is indeed there, but it should not be just that. It is also related to the heavenly god of origins and the origin energy. Maple, do you think that this is the place where they once fought? Then they were pushed to the far reaches of the lower plane. For some unknown reason, this place became a relatively complete void region, including the upper, middle, and lower planes. For example, this void territory was originally in the upper plane or the middle plane. It was a battlefield that encompassed 3 planes. In the end, it was either the origin heavenly god or the chaos concept body who took action. The entire void territory was dismantled and thrown to the lower plane. Don't you think it sounds exciting? Yin Nuashing pursed her lips. No, not at all. It even sounds a little troublesome. However, it's not impossible. But what's the reason? And why? How? How would I know? I'm just saying whatever comes to mind. He scratched his head and smiled bitterly. He was not an encyclopedia like Maple and could only think of certain things. For the time being, he would think along a direction if his brain was fine, but it would be too difficult for him to explain the cause and effect. At present, the entire void territory had traces of chaos. However, the strangest thing was that this was the order void, but the domain of the chaos concept bodies. The general environment followed the order void's rules and had nothing to do with the chaos void. However, the feeling it exuded from every part of the void made them feel that this was the chaos void and that a chaos concept body was hiding. It was ridiculous in every aspect. Yin Nuashing looked at the bumpy ball in her hand and squinted at it. She then placed it on her palm and turned it back and forth, sighing softly. Little star, is this thing still useful? Siyu heard the sigh and turned her head. Seeing that Hui had been staring at the ball in his hand, she was very curious and thought that he had thought of something again. No, it's useless. It's just a specimen, a mark. It records that it was once in a place full of chaos and battles. Being able to use it to trace back time is already the only use it has. Yin Nuashing shook her head lightly. The information recorded by the heavenly god of origin was very clear. This thing was a mark. As long as it existed, it meant that there had been a battle between order and chaos. The scale was a battle between the origin energy and the annihilation energy. How small could the scale be? We turned to look at Maple and saw that he was frowning and sighing again. He walked over and patted him on the shoulder. All right, Maple, let's go look at other places. We won't be able to find it even if we stay here. He paused halfway and looked warily at the hemispherical hall that was completely empty. There's really nothing this time, right? Yun Nuashing shook her head. not knowing whether to laugh or cry when she saw that he was afraid that something would pop out of his mouth again. "There's really nothing this time. Don't worry. I noticed the dust floating in the air because it told me." The origin energy? Yun Nuashing nodded. If it was him, he would not have noticed some black dust floating in the air. He would not have known that it was a thing. It was the origin energy that set it in his mind. That's right, her energy said it. That's why he knew. After confirming that the hall was of no value this time, Yun Nuashing left a mark on the spot, and the four of them returned to the place where the energy array was. They looked back at the hall. It was dead and empty. It was so empty that it made them feel annoyed. He only looked at it for a moment before he activated the energy array again. White light quickly filled the space around them and teleported them once again. After the familiar scene changed, the white light in front of them dissipated. This time, what appeared in front of them was a small door. They were in a rather small hall. There was only an energy array in the hall. Yun Nuashing looked around and was startled. "Ah, we're back to square one." Back to square one so soon? The probability of teleportation is too strange, isn't it? Hui smiled bitterly. They were really unlucky to be back to square one after a few twists and turns. Yun Nuashing activated the energy array again and changed the scene again. This time, they came to a wider space. He walked out of the small teleportation room and took the lead to say where they were. "We're in the middle. It should be slightly above. This teleportation place is really strange. One moment we're at the top, and the next moment we're in the middle." We could not help but say, the hall was a very strange spiral. Standing in the small teleportation room, looking out from the door, it was like looking up from the bottom of the spiral. In other words, the floor, walls, and ceiling of the entire hall were twisted in a clockwise direction. It looked like a few floating ribbons were twisted into a fried dough twist. It looked like a twisted shape. The wall, on the left, looked like the floor tiles, while the ceiling went to their right. "Wow, this..." Siyu exclaimed. "I feel a little dizzy just looking at it." There was a slight buzzing sound of energy in all directions of the distorted room. It seemed like something was hiding behind them. However, Yun Nuashing could see clearly that there was nothing in the space. This strange buzzing sound. The distorted space itself has been solidified. The distorted space made the rules let out a little resisting sound. They wanted to return to their original state, but there was no way to do so. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and brushed the space beside him. He could feel the wailing sound of the rules. Normally, there would not be such a situation when the rules were manipulated. This should be a situation where the distortion was forced and brute force was used to smash the space. This looks like a passage, right? Hui stared at the front of the distorted point and stepped on the ground half a meter above the floor of the small room. "Well, no problem. Let's go and take a look." The spiral corridor. Well, it was not a spiral upwards, but a spiral forward. The feeling of walking on this kind of ground was actually quite subtle. Their left foot and right foot were one high and one low. When they walked, they straightened their body and tilted their head to make sure that they were looking in the right direction. The entire spiral corridor was probably dozens of meters long. When they reached the end, the space in front of them had returned to normal. It was a large circular room with some strange objects of unknown purpose. It looked like a laboratory, but more like a garbage dump. It really did look like a garbage dump. The strange objects were piled up 7 or 8 meters high. There was a pile on the left and a pile on the right, occupying half of the room. Then, this room also had a spiral. This time it was a room that spiraled upwards. The ceiling extended upwards. The scene was similar to the path they walked. This time, it was a spiral that rose to the sky. There were faint traces of energy flow above. It had stayed here for a long time and did not dissipate into the void. It's the energy that maintains the distortion in this room. Yun Nuoshing looked at the scattered energy floating on the ceiling. She finally understood why the rules here made such a tragic cry. This is an amorphous space. It uses energy to maintain its appearance. When you want to change it, you can change it at any time according to your wishes. Once the energy is exhausted, this room will return to its original appearance. Hui looked at the ceiling and thought for a moment. He walked into the garbage dump in front of him and rummaged for something. After a while, he made the already messy room even messier. Dust flew everywhere, and some things that had been worn out by time were taken out and thrown aside. Among them, the most things were unsurprisingly the kind of thing that looked like a water droplet model. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang looked for a while and came forward to help, hoping to find something useful. Feng, come and take a look at this. Hui suddenly raised his arm high in the garbage dump and shook it. Yun Nuoshing walked over the garbage dump and landed beside Hui. She took the thing that Hui handed to her and put it on her hand. It was a water droplet crystal. The energy inside had not completely dissipated. The things recorded in it should still exist. There should be something stored in it. Let me try to open it. Yun Nuoshing said. Origin energy surged in her eyes, and she tried to open the old box. After a while, she succeeded. The process was so smooth that she felt it was unbelievable. It's open. The seal is not very strong. She lifted the water droplet crystal and let it float in front of her. Then, rays of light shone in the surrounding space with it as the center. Immediately, light screens appeared and then quickly dissipated. It's been stored for too long. Even if there is something stored in it, it will be difficult to extract it. Hui scratched his head. He was not particularly surprised. Don't worry. There should be something intact. After all, it has a part of its energy. Yun Nuoshing waved a few times to let the water droplet crystal continue to project light screens in the space. It seemed that she was sifting through the information stored in it. After a while, she finally saw a light screen that did not dissipate immediately. It stabilized in the space, and an image began to appear in the center of the light screen. The image was clear, and a statue appeared. The statue was leaning against the throne, with its face propped up. We turned to look at Feng, who had a stiff face. Although there is something, Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. She continued to move the water droplet crystal. However, there was nothing else reflected in the light screen. All the light screens collapsed quickly when they were about to take shape. In the end, only the image of the statue was left. Her face turned a little pale. That's it, more or less. We spread his hands. But there is no hurry. Since there is something that still retains information from the past, there should be something else that also retains information from that time. Let's look for it first. Yun Nuoshing frowned as she looked at the image of the statue. The more she looked, the more she felt that something was not right. The statue in the image in front of her was holding something in its right hand. It was a ball-like object, but it looked like a hedgehog. It was a ball with spikes. Hui, look at its hand. Yun Nuoshing tugged at Hui, who was looking for something in the image. There is an extra ball in its hand. Hui blinked and said, the statue we saw did not have this ball in its hand. Is it incomplete? God knows what happened. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. She looked at the image for a while. After confirming that it would not cause any trouble, she waved her hand and let it disappear. She looked at the huge garbage pile beside her and was silent for a while. Just as she was about to help search, Siyu suddenly shouted and walked over quickly. She put the same water droplet crystal in his hand and turned around to continue to dive into the garbage pile. The image projected in the crystal this time was the appearance of this world. It was a bird's eye view. They could see the ground spreading out in circles. After a while, the image fell down and approached a city below. They saw the biggest building in the shape of a water droplet. Then, the line of sight turned and entered the inside. Several images flashed by. It was the hall inside the building that they had just seen. Finally, a cloud of black fog appeared. The image ended here. Yun Nuoxing lowered her head, and her right hand touched her chin. She pondered for a while and seemed to understand something. This should be a concept space. It is not a space that is independent of a place. We turned his head. Is it similar to the spaces hidden in the realm of the gods? Yes, but the concept space here is projected into the real world through this water droplet building. It is like my observer space. I can create it where I am and project it into the real world so that people other than me can enter. The space inside this building is therefore not fixed. The so-called stratification is just a transmission up and down on the spatial level. The height that I sensed also corresponds to it. The height of the concept space projected by this building means how many levels there are in total. Oh, I understand now. No wonder someone left fresh traces at the entrance, but no one has been here before. He clapped his hands to show that he understood. They don't even remember how to open the door. The concept space god had to use a certain method to squeeze in, and the heavenly origin god could enter unimpeded. They must have lost the key. Yes, that is very reasonable. There is no problem. Feng Qinghuang could not help but smile bitterly. In the end, the sense of fragmentation in this world did not weaken at all. What should be lost and what should be missing, nothing was left behind. Little star, Qinghuang, Lord Hui, come and take a look. At this time, Siyu suddenly shouted at the top of her voice. The three of them shrunk their necks and quickly went over to take a look. Siyu had arranged a table in front of her. On the table was a crystal droplet of the same design. But this time, the crystal droplet was glowing without anyone touching it. What was projected on the table was a series of images of battles, images of fireworks in the void. They had seen so many of them that they could recognize them without any explanation. Although the battle before them was also a battle between order and chaos, the two parties involved in the battle represented the group of people and things with the highest standards in the previous era. But unfortunately, they could only see the crackling of energy on the image. They could not see anything else. They could not see anyone, no life. It was as if the only thing that was allowed to be recorded was energy. I can't see anyone. Hui put his face in front of the image. His eyes were wide open, but he could not see anything clearly. He kept muttering, I can't see anything. I can't see anything at all. I am a mid-tier premier, but I can't see anything in the battle. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. In the battle of the mythological era, the ones at the bottom were probably all high-level premier. Didn't you see that Sui Feng and the others were thrown out? They are only mid-tier premier, and you are only a mid-tier premier. What do you think you can do? And maybe the Order warriors on the side of the battle are all equipped with origin energy. It would be strange if you could see it. Hui smiled bitterly and patted his head. That's true. Can you see it? Yun Nuoxing stepped forward and tried to use her own vision. She even used her origin energy to look for a long time. She came to a conclusion. Sorry, I don't deserve it. They usually go all out in battle. All kinds of energy are wrapped around their bodies. It would be strange if I could see it. Hui scratched his head hard. This is not scientific. I don't deserve it because I am only a mid-tier premier. Maple, you are a master of origin energy. You have 196 types of origin energy. How can you not be qualified? Yun Nuoxing's body stiffened. She slowly turned her head and looked at him with a sad expression. She gritted her teeth. I am just a trash pinnacle of origin. I am so sorry. The three of them held their heads and did not say a word. Their eyes flashed. This was the biggest joke in the void, the strongest in the void of order. No, they could not tell. After all, Maple had not gone all out for a long time. But who would dare to say that he was really a pinnacle of origin? He could swallow that person alive, although he looked like a pinnacle of origin, but with his origin energy alone, Maple was not a person to be trifled with. It was just that. It was a little awkward that he was only at the pinnacle of origin. Now, most of the fighting power in the Void front line was at the pinnacle of origin. The pinnacle was already at the mid-level of origin. The next level was at the beginner level of origin. Only Maple was still at the pinnacle of origin. Well, it sounded sad. It was all that cheese fault. The only time he appeared, he broke the most powerful lance in the world of order. Now, he could only fight with 2 sticks. The scene ended when the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Yun Nuoxing sighed bitterly. She walked over and was about to take a look at the crystal droplet. The scene in front of her shook a few times, and her hand paused. A few seconds later, a tall young man with long hair and wearing a majestic battle robe appeared in the scene. He stared ahead as if he was staring at something. Wow, this one can be seen clearly. See, you exclaimed. She carefully hid behind Yun Nuoxing. Is it the heavenly god of origin? Is it the heavenly god of origin? No, it shouldn't be. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. Unless the heavenly god of origin's real body appears in front of us, like the clone of the heavenly god of origin we saw in Sui Feng's world. Otherwise, we can't recognize their face. Generally speaking, when we see images related to them in other places, we only see them as a human-shaped white light. We crossed his arms. However, although it's not the heavenly god of origin, it should be related to the heavenly god of origin. He seems to want to say something. The person in the scene let out a sigh of relief, took 2 steps back, turned his eyes to other places, and then slowly said, Yun Nuoxing and the other 3 were speechless. Damn it, they couldn't understand it. Damn it, why did it have to be the first divine language? Damn it, it should be the end of the mythological era. The common language of all races had been popularized. Why couldn't it be spoken? We couldn't help but slap his forehead. I only hope that Jing Yun and the others are awake at this time. It's only the first divine language that we can't handle. Yun Nuoxing sighed. We can't. Chapter 1817. The earliest divine language was a very distressing thing. Those who did not live in the mythological era, or to be more specific, the earliest period of the mythological era, or perhaps the chaos era, probably did not know the earliest divine language. That was why they felt their heads go hot and dizzy when they heard the language. They could only look at the young man in the image, who was blabbering and swearing. They could not understand what he was talking about at all. There were 3 languages in the mythological era. The first was the earliest divine language, the second was the language of the mythological era, and the third was the universal language of all races that was popularized in the later period. The changes in the 3 languages seemed to be engraved with the changes of the times. Perhaps they could see the slow change of order in the era of order. Now in the void, only 2 groups of people could communicate in the earliest divine language, Sui Feng's group of inheritors, and Jing Yun's group of forgotten combatants in the corner of the void. Not to mention the earliest divine language, he and Maple could still handle the language of the mythological era. After all, it was a lump that fell from the world core of the divine realm. Unfortunately, the one in front of them was the earliest divine language. The young man in the picture was still chattering away, saying words that were neither human nor ghost. The four of them felt a headache coming on as they listened to him. We could not bear to look at it. He covered his face and said, "Maple, turn it off. I'm having a headache." Yun Nuashing walked over and pressed down on the crystal droplet. He used a little bit of energy to make the projected image in the space dissipate. He stored it in his soul and said, "Take it back and let Jing Yun and the others listen to it. We can't deal with it." Hui smiled bitterly and scratched his head. He could not help but murmur, "The earliest divine language, the traces of the mythological era's passing. No matter when, there is always a faint sadness when listening to it." What was there to be sad about? Was it the passing of the era, or their passing as a representative of the era? They did not know, but they knew that no matter when they heard the earliest divine language, there was a faint sadness in their hearts. Perhaps it was because they were from the divine realm. Yun Nuashing looked at him and asked, "Sadness?" "Just a little bit. Just a little bit." Hui sighed and spread his hands. "But even I don't know what I'm regretting. Is it the passing of the previous era? Or, phew, forget it. Let's not talk about it here. Let's get down to business." Since he could find some kind of record left behind by someone related to the heavenly god of origins, although he could only hear him swearing, there should be something else here. This messy garbage dump probably corresponds to the bottom of the concept layer of rules, where countless pieces of information from the past were deposited. Thinking about it this way, the indistinguishable things in the garbage could be information that was too heavy to be extracted. Perhaps the four of them were busy rummaging through the garbage dump in the room. They found more water droplets, one after another. As they expected, there was a lot of information about this inner world. Yun Nuashing activated them one by one and read the information inside. Astronomy, geography, ancient studies, cultivation system. This hasn't changed. It's still the same. And then, there's nothing worth paying attention to. Next, it was not that there was nothing worth paying attention to. Ancient studies, which was the history of this planet. Well, it was probably the history of this part of life. According to some small records from various aspects, they had existed here for hundreds of millions of years. And that was just what they had recorded. There must have been a history of a broken era. As for those that were not recorded, the traces of the traceability rule could be traced back to 10 or 20 years ago. Hui, maybe you're right. Yun Nuashing looked at the time that was told by the traceability rule and narrowed his eyes. The earliest time that we can trace back to the previous era. Maybe, as you said, this world was thrown here from there. We looked up from the garbage dump. Is there any record of the coordinates of the void, the change of the rule of the world's migration? No, not at all. Either it has been washed clean, or it has always been in this position, drifting slowly with the flow of the void. The range is not large, so there was no change of the rule at all. Also, there are no traces of the tide of chaos here. Their research over the past 5 epochs, which was actually the information accumulated over 5 epochs and analyzed in the last half an epoch, allowed them to clearly feel the traces left behind by the tide of chaos. They could easily find it in any conceptual layer of rules, as long as it existed. Hui was startled. He looked up and threw a puzzled look. What's going on? In such a large area, only the knowledge of the primordial God has been erased. How could there be no trace of the destruction caused by the tide of chaos? Maybe it's another kind of destruction that we don't know about. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head. There was more trouble. The tide of chaos broke out at the moment of the beginning of this era. Well, it might be a little later. It did not break out in seconds. It just vaguely pointed to that time. And the rule of time recorded in this world points to nearly 20 eras ago. That time has nothing to do with the tide of chaos. Things that happen around the 36th era might not necessarily be related to things that happened in the 40th era. Especially for this domain of chaos, they did not even know what was going on in this domain. There was no way to guess. However, there are records here. Someone mentioned the ruins of the primeval forest in the center, and some people have set foot there, Yin Nuoxing said, as she shook the water droplet crystal in her hand. Her words caught Huey's attention. The primeval forest in the center did not have a special name. Most people like to call that place the primeval forest. There was only one place in the world that had this name. It was mentioned that the person who discovered the ruins in the primeval forest was hard to find. Its existence was not engraved in the conceptual layer of the rules. In the brief introduction about the ruins, the buildings in the forest were called the huts of the night dwellers. The term night dwellers referred to life forms that only existed at night and could not be observed by humans. The time of their discovery was determined to be before them. In the history of the planet that could be traced back to the past, the discoverer of the ruins only saw this scene in the forest trail and saw the two great temples, but he did not enter it. He believed that the ruins left behind by the life forms that lived here before them might reveal some secrets about the planet. Unfortunately, even though there were people who came to the ruins later, no one could completely walk out of the forest and into the open space. The exploration of the ancient relics in the primordial forest had lasted for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years of fruitless exploration, almost everyone gave up on the matter at the same time, as if nothing had happened. There was a part missing in the middle. There should be another part missing. Something had happened that caused everyone to give up on the matter and no longer explore it. It's a pity that the answer to the origin of life of our race is right in front of us, but we can't find it. We couldn't help but sigh regretfully when he heard that, going directly through the forest, the energy of the barrier is still quite strong. It's indeed not a place that can be easily passed through. However, the back door is obviously blocked. For the people here, there's basically no way to walk into the place where history is engraved. Residents of the night, their history was not passed down. There was a gap in their history. How can there be a gap in their history when they have a higher life form? Feng Qinghuang thought for a while and looked at the Yunual planet. What happened billions of years ago that caused the gap in their history? Yin Nuoxing said, it has to be traced back to recent events. I mean, from billions of years ago to now, and what is still happening now? Hui said, the conquest of the lower plane by the life forms of the upper plane. Yes, there is a very clear record here. It is the record of the world itself. Yun Nuoxing flipped through the information in the crystal. Although it is a little vague, we can still take a look. Since it happened recently, the record is quite detailed. Except that it is a little vague. I will pick the result. From the information recorded in the concept layer, the light of the current world was once pierced through by a powerful impact of order. There were intruders, and then a battle broke out between the intruders and the life forms of this world. I will ignore the process in the middle. I will just say the result. In the end, this world escaped in tatters and sank into the deep void. Then, it became what we know now. We crossed his arms. The theory is clear. So, why did the people of the upper plane come to conquer the lower plane? And it is not just this place. There are many other places. Do they have nothing better to do? I'm not sure about that. The information recorded in the concept layer only records the surface of what happened in the world. It doesn't care what the life inside is thinking. We can only judge what they are thinking ourselves. Yin Nuashing put down the water droplet crystal and yawned. What do you think? Hui asked, itching for a beating. Be serious, Hui said. Well, I don't know. How would I know what a bunch of orphans of order, who are trapped in the domain of the concept body of chaos, and still have the time to fight among themselves instead of doing something practical, are thinking? Yun Nuashing shrugged and said, in terms of the result, it was a real fight. There was no acting. Of course, this is my one-sided view. Well, it is my one-sided, decisive, and arbitrary speculation. For the time being, I think this way. Let's see how it turns out later. It would be good if my thoughts could be overturned. If not, then let's not overturn it. Hui laughed bitterly, thought about it, and said to Maple, Maple, try searching with the origin energy. See if you can find anything here. My origin energy has been releasing. Can't you feel it? Yun Nuashing glanced at him, making the dim luster on her body shine brighter. In the night sky, she was definitely a bright moon. Oh, okay. The origin energy is not reacting. Do you want to check the annihilation energy? We said. Yun Nuashing nodded, and the luster on her body faded. In the blink of an eye, a dull gray color surged over her body. The thick presence of chaos that wrapped around her body made the three of them shudder violently and could not help taking a step back. They had gotten used to the origin energy, but they still could not get used to the annihilation energy. About a minute later, Yun Nuashing withdrew the annihilation energy and shook her head. I can't find any trace of chaos energy. That's weird. Hui pinched his cheek. Maple, that nose you just touched. That lump of stone you just picked up, it points to the end of the 39th era, right? Yun Nuashing nodded, and then frowned. There is no trace of the origin energy. It could be that the concept body of chaos was destroyed, but there is not even a trace of chaos. Hui spread out his hands and said, You see, it's hard to say. Yun Nuashing scratched her head. Perhaps it's just that there is no trace of chaos energy in this world. After all, that lump of stone might not have been formed in this world. It could have floated into the light of this world from the void, or perhaps it was affected by external forces. In this void region, order and chaos would fight every few days, and they might run into each other. No, there is another reason. Hui shook his head. This world can be traced back to 20 years ago. Let's take it as the 37th era. And that lump of stone was formed at the end of the 39th era. After that, this world did not experience any trace of change in the rules. Traces of change in the rules could be washed away. But I understand what you mean. Yun Nuashing slowly nodded his head. At the end of the 39th era, the heavenly gods of origin were all in the upper planes, surrounding the world of origin for the final battle. Furthermore, the world of gods must have been involved as well. After all, the world of gods witnessed the destruction of the void. Hui snapped his fingers and continued. This world can be traced back to the 37th era. Let's not talk about how it survived the void destruction. The void environment it is now following is the rules of the lower planes. Since there is no trace of change in the rules, we can assume that there are two scenarios. One is that it had changed, but the traces were wiped away, and the other is that it never changed. Yun Nuashing nodded slightly. The first scenario indicates that it may have once been in the upper plane, which is in line with what you said. They were trapped together in the domain of this chaotic concept body and were sent here across the ocean. At this time, they switched to the rules of the lower plane, but there is no way to explain what the cooling crystals are. The second possibility is that it has always been at the distant border of the lower planes. The domain of the chaos concept body was formed at the distant border, and for some reason, the area it encompassed was split apart. The void, which evolved on its own, sandwiched the upper, middle, and lower planes. However, there's no way to explain the cooling crystal, because the heavenly god of origin couldn't possibly have come to the edge of the lower planes. Hui crossed his arms and forced himself to think for a while. This was definitely the most he had ever used his brain in his life. There are two explanations. Well, guesses, or it would be better to call them guesses. Let's hear it. The first is that there was a god of origin. It floated here along with the sealed void and was trapped in the chaos concept body's domain. The two of them fought each other desperately and did not stop until they were dead, not even noticing that they had left their original position. As for the second, it's still the same theory. That thing was thrown here, but it sounds a little forced. Hui laughed dryly. The chaos domain could have been pushed out and ended up here. However, even if a lump of booger wasn't affected by the void, how could it have drifted so far away, from the upper plane to the edge of the lower plane, and even barged into the isolated chaos domain? Even Hui himself felt that it was impossible. As expected, Maple quickly added, the chaos concept body's domain has already cut the void inside and outside. Even things with its own breath might not be able to enter, not to mention if it was, as you said, the crystal was formed in the external void and was tainted with the breath of an unknown chaos concept body and just happened to float here and hit the isolated domain of the same creator. That's why even I feel that it's untenable. Hui smiled bitterly and shrugged, but suddenly paused as he continued to ponder. Wait a minute, Maple. I've neglected a condition. That knows. How long does it take for the crystal to form? At the very least, it has to be after the battle and not be affected by the battle on the battlefield. Otherwise, the two small energies could easily be destroyed. As for the time needed, it won't be long. As soon as the void calms down a little, it would immediately start to work. It would immediately get beaten up and form. All that has to be noted is the time it takes for the void to calm down. In other words, it also has to be related to the time it takes for the battle to end. When it ends, how much damage is done to the void, how long it takes for the void to calm down, and then it would begin to recover. If it takes too long, the two small energies would kill themselves, and there would be no such thing. Why do I feel that the probability of forming a crystal is lower than the probability of giving birth to an origin life form? We asked. No. The probability of origin life form is much lower. As long as the conditions are met, you can mass produce the crystal if you want. But can you summarize the conditions for origin life forms to appear? No. Even after dozens of eras, we still haven't completely figured out the conditions. However, based on the current situation, this crystal is definitely one of a kind. The origin heavenly god is gone, and the chaos concept body is also gone. Discontinued, my foot. I don't know if I should applaud or sigh. Back to the original question. So, how long does it take? We asked. Not long. As I just said, 2 or 3 hours at most. The upper and lower limits of time are limited. Then it's fine. Pretend I didn't say anything. We sighed deeply. So, you think that there's another origin god aside from the chaos concept body? I don't think that's possible. The origin god escaped at the end of the war or something. Even if Jing Nuan said that the origin gods did not die all at once, they must have been fighting in the upper planes. What does that have to do with the lower planes? Yun Nuoxing's face twitched as she spoke. Think about it. If we were forced to the position of the divine realm, would we still have the mind to go to the distant borders of the lower planes, even if the other side suddenly stopped fighting? Probably not. But what if there's something? For example, we found the origin god in the distant borders. Hui replied. Yun Nuoxing paused and scratched her head. Then you have to be able to escape first. Besides, How would you get information about the distant borders of the lower planes at that time? This was a very serious problem. They were already at their doorstep, so they would definitely be blocked. There was no way they could escape. They weren't moles, so how could they dig a hole in the void and escape? They were already confined to the space of the main world. There were 10,000 ways to completely isolate the entire world of light from the void, no matter which level of the void it was. There was no way they could escape, even if they wanted to. CU listened for a long time and was able to make sense of it, but could not come to a final conclusion. So what's actually going on? At present, we can only... Yun Nuashing reluctantly opened her mouth and looked at Hui, who muttered, "We can only assume that a origin god had fought here, and most likely died along with the chaos concept body." Hui cleared his throat. "Then, let's sort it out. At the end of the 39th era, an origin god suddenly came to the distant borders of the lower planes for some reason and fought with the chaos concept body in the domain of chaos. Wait. I suddenly feel that there's another possibility. For example, at the end of the 39th era, an origin god and a chaos concept body were trapped here at the same time, unloaded the entire void, and instantly jumped down to the lower planes with the domain. Finally, after a long time, it evolved into the upper, middle, and lower planes." Hui stroked his chin. "That sounds reasonable. It seems..." Yun Nuashing frowned. "But there's a premise. The premise is that there are only a handful of world lights from the 36th and 37th eras in the void, and if there are too many, we've been fighting for so long. There shouldn't be too many world light orbs left. If there are too many of them, it means that they're definitely not from the 39th era." Hui nodded and opened a soul communication channel. "This is easy. Everyone, respond when you hear it and take a look at the world lights around you. When were they formed?" Lord Hui, you've come to us at the right time again." I Ching laughed delightedly. "To be honest, we found it very mysterious when we first found it. Most of the world lights here are actually left behind from the previous era and can be traced back to around the 37th era. We were just about to talk to you about it." "How many do you mean by most?" "About a few thousand. Let's count them." After a while, I Ching finished counting and coughed dryly. "About 10,000. Based on the ratio, perhaps 70% of them are world lights left behind from the previous era. What's amazing is that none of them were left behind from that era. All of them were born in this era, and the earliest ones can only be traced back to a few eras. By the way, what should we do with these world lights?" After a few casual words, Hui shrugged at Maple. "My train of thought was strangled in the cradle. See, you had misheard a bunch of even more wrong guesses." At this moment, her little head was almost smoking. No matter how out of control her mind was, she could not keep up with the serious thinking of the two of them. Once they started talking about things that were more than 10 or 20 eras old, she could not help but shout, "I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't want to be the primeval sky god anymore. Why do I have to think about such troublesome things?" Yun Nuashing quickly held the little girl who was about to go berserk. She smiled bitterly and said, "It's a matter of time. The time span of the void is the most troublesome thing for the whole thing, especially when it comes to the matters of the previous era. If I don't sort out the time and put all the information together, I'll have to find an abyssal death mist and jump into it and bury myself." Moreover, there were more troublesome things that had not been sorted out yet. Why was the law of order the dominant force in this realm of chaos? Why was the power of chaos able to jump out and fight against the power of order when the law of order was the dominant force? Why was it that the power of chaos could still jump out and fight against the power of order? Why was it a phenomenon that could only happen when chaos was the dominant force? Why was there no trace of the primeval sky god, but there were still things related to them left behind? Why was the battle between order and chaos not particularly intense? Why did the members of order have the leisure to abuse their allies in the middle and lower planes? Why was there a world group outside the realm of chaos that should have existed inside, and that world group had even been active in the lower planes for at least a few eras? Also, where did the people of that world group go in the end? Did they all return to the realm of chaos? There were too many questions, so many that he and Maple wanted to bury themselves. Chapter 1818. Why rivers flow, why lives die, why the void is nonsensical, why the god of origins slacking in public, why the chaos concept bodies reclusive, and why the divine realm observer brought you the mystery of origins, and why the guardians of the divine realm would passionately broadcast for you. We're not here for archaeology. Hui slapped away the pile of rubbish in front of him, causing a thunderous commotion throughout the room. He then looked at Maple with a dark expression. What are we here for? Why did it suddenly turn into something as trivial as tracing back to the origin? Yun Nuoshing slapped away the rubbish that was flying in front of her and looked at him with extreme helplessness. I'm thinking that since this place involves the chaos concept bodies, it's normal for it to be involved in the origin nonsense as well. Moreover, the development of the two biggest problems in the void is more or less the same. Apart from that, what do you want to do? Directly carry this world back, or directly declare war on the chaos concept bodies that might exist here? What do you think is normal? What is normal? Well, that. Hui replied. In the end, what do you think we're here for? Yun Nuoshing spread her hands and continued when she saw Hui sweating profusely. I don't know, right? Do we have an obvious purpose? No. Do we intend to go head-to-head with the chaos concept bodies? No. It's best to run away when we see them, and of course, it's best if we don't see them. Since there's none, isn't there only the matter in front of us? Yun Nuoshing lowered her head and sighed at Hui after her gaze wandered around the conceptual layer of rules for a while. Since we've run into them, we can only see what's going on with this world and the void, and look for things related to origins or things related to them. Or should we just go home and pretend that nothing happened? At the mention of the heavenly god of origins, they were most concerned about the 771 paths left behind by the heavenly god of origins. Each path had significant implications and was inconspicuously hidden within the void of order. While there were reminders that they were basically gathered in the upper and middle planes, it did not say that the lower planes were completely unrelated to them. Perhaps there was something hidden in the lower planes, such as this void region. As for why it was a chaos concept body's domain, well, who knows? Perhaps they had guessed wrongly, and this place had nothing to do with Chi-Chi. It was just another matter that was definitely related to the origins, and that matter involved the two things at the apex of the void all those years ago. It would have been fine, even if they did not get involved. What should have happened could have happened as usual, and the world could have lasted in units of epochs without much change. But now that they were aware of it, there was no way they could ignore it. If the chaos concept body was placed in the far reaches of the lower planes, who knows if it would jump out one day and knock the void of order down, only to be stabbed in the back by the underworld, and everything would be over. Even after sifting through layers upon layers of things hidden in the room, they did not find any valuable information. Still, it did not really tell them anything in the first place, and most of it was their own guesses. With insufficient information and relying on their imagination to explore the path ahead, they had probably found most of the valuable things in the lower planes, and did not expect to find out everything by simply setting foot in a lower plane. They might have to go to the upper and middle planes to truly understand what was going on in this void region. Should be nothing. Hui threw the things in front of him, and the pile of trash promptly clanged. Should we look elsewhere? He asked Maple, clapping his hands. Maybe there is something hidden in other planes. Yun Nuoxing shook her head gently. I have already explored the concept plane of this place. The space projected in the real world, which is the space inside this building, has been exposed to my eyes. We are right where the information is stored in the concept plane. The top level is closer to the deeper level, and there is nothing worth seeing there. Siyu shook her head as she walked past him listlessly. But when she heard that, she suddenly perked up and quickly grabbed his shoulder. Are we leaving? Are we leaving? Let's get out of here, quickly. The girl's anxious expression gave him a fright. What's wrong? Weren't you fine just now? Why are you making such a ruckus here? Siyu's pretty face twitched, and her face turned pale. Making up lessons is so painful. Making up lessons is so painful. I don't want to explore history. Just looking at this. My head hurts. Let's go, little star. Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood. She reached out and pressed Siyu's head. She tilted her head and said to Hui, do you too want to test if the rules of bloodline, soul, and self-structure have some similarities? Hui was building a portal and preparing to leave through the main door. He was dumbfounded when he heard this. Why? Both of them don't like to use their brains. This brat's overuse of her brain is simply in the same painful position as you. Hui and Siyu were speechless. Hui Jun's face turned red as he glared at him. Do you think I don't like to use my brain? That's a tactical rest. A god who is a shield must have the awareness of being a shield. No matter what it is, you just have to bear it. But I didn't say that you have to deal with it. Hitting people and dealing with things are not what a shield should do. Yun Nuoxing said, That's very shield. Then what did you say when you used your brain and said a bunch of analysis just now? My hands are tired. I don't want to be a shield anymore. I don't use my brain when I pick it up now. Okay, that was very shield. He didn't think that we could be so anxious to explain it. Between the brain and the shield, he had to choose one. As for Siyu, well, this brat's pretty face was red as she pretended to look at him fiercely. She was so anxious that she couldn't speak. Apart from being cute, she didn't have any lethality. Ignoring the anxious expressions of the two, Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and took over the portal that Hui hadn't finished building. She pulled it open. A few seconds later, a spiral hole appeared in the space in front of them. The four of them slowly walked into the door and disappeared from the building that was the entrance to the concept layer of rules. The predetermined location of the portal was in the girl's house. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw the hut built by the yellow soil. Once again, they felt a sense of disconnection that made them scratch their heads awkwardly. We were still in the normal world, just now. Feng Qinghuang sat down on the chair behind her and looked at the slightly brightening sky outside the window. We suddenly returned to the place where the development of civilization had regressed for tens of thousands of years. The two were clearly in the same place. The chaos in the world of order is very normal. Hui leaned back on the wall and swung one of his legs. The mess caused by intelligent life is never pure. Therefore, the chaos in the world of order is relatively exciting. The word exciting here is not a compliment. Unlike the mess between chaos and order, when the chaos came, order would be gone. How could there be such a disaster scene that is obviously controlled by humans? The void front line was also fragmented before. I didn't see the development level regressing at that time. At most, it was broken everywhere and in urgent need of repair. It could be fixed with a little effort. Hui grinned and looked at the slightly brightening sky. What's the next step? Siyu yawned and rubbed her head. She raised her hand to get the attention of the three people in the room. Anyway, let's sleep first. Yin Nuashing tilted her head and looked at the sky. Wake up, it's morning. Ugh. Siyu pouted and looked at him sadly. Yun Nuashing patted the girl's head and said, if you want to sleep, come back to the spiritual world. Siyu's body trembled visibly. Her sleepy little face suddenly became very alert. This girl was afraid of growing hair in the spiritual world, although she admitted that it was actually very comfortable to stay in the spiritual world. She did not want to stay in there for no reason. Once she went in, she did not know when she would come out again. The four in the room had a simple discussion. The two girls took a nap on the spot. Yun Nuashing and Hui continued to talk about this broken place. Occasionally, the little angel would join in and say a few words. The three of them went back and forth to guess what was going on in the void. Until the sky was completely bright, they still did not have a clear answer. In fact, the more they thought about it, the more vague it became. It took a whole 2 hours from when the sky was just shining to when the sky was completely bright. At the moment when the time was up, they could clearly feel that the entire small town, no, the whole village had woken up at the same time. It was completely unified, and there was no difference at all. Sure enough, it's still this kind of weird situation. Such a strange scene pulled the attention of Yun Nuashing and the others. He scanned the small town and village, and then looked at the other places on the planet. Wherever the sky was bright at the same time, it meant that the whole town was completely bright. Someone would wake up, and when they woke up, it meant that the whole town and village would wake up from their dreams together. It could not be more uniform. Strange synchronization, but it only happens when they are sleeping and when they are awake. Huey's gaze looked at many places and saw some differences. The state of synchronization is not always maintained. At other times, they will do what they are supposed to do. There is no completely unified phenomenon, but when night falls, they will fall asleep together. When they wake up, they will wake up together. I was wondering why the girl asked us to prepare our own beds. Isn't it about the same if a high-level life form does not sleep for a night? So this is the reason. Could it be related to the inner world? The little angel said, should we stay in there for a night and take a look? Yun Nuashing shook her head. No, it shouldn't be. There is no connection in the structure of the laws between the two worlds. If there is really a connection between the two worlds, there will be very obvious traces of the structure of the laws left behind. It cannot be cut off and can only be hidden. Although this place is related to the two big problems, these worlds are obviously not created by them. The highest level of these life forms is only at the level of celestial. There is no primordial energy or primordial law. They can't hide anything from us. So, it is just the situation of the outer world. The outer world itself is independent and not affected. She fiddled with her wings unconsciously when she was thinking. The range is big enough and unified enough. So, could it be the influence of the laws of this world? For example, what must be done at a certain time? This is already an unshakable law. Yun Nuashing frowned. It's possible. We're outsiders, and we used a huge amount of energy to hide our existence. The rules of this world might not be able to recognize us, so they won't affect us. If it's really related to the rules engraved in the concept level of the rules, we won't be able to feel it. It's like air everywhere. It won't make people care about it all the time. As for the reason, could it be related to the rampage of the chaos? Afraid that someone would sneak out and provoke a nest of chaos soldiers. Sure enough, everything was strange, whether it was the inner world or the outer world. A faint commotion suddenly appeared at this time. At first, it was just some small exclamations. The people outside seemed to have found something and had a bigger reaction. However, they did not feel panic, but more of doubt. After a while, The noise gradually grew louder. The girl upstairs slowly walked out of the door. Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and woke up the two little girls who were in a daze. They walked out of the house together. When the girl saw them coming out, she tilted her head and nodded at them. And she was more friendly. At this moment, the open space of the small-town village was filled with people. People from every household came out of their houses, big and small. Some held the door with their hands. Some held the fence and looked at the sky. There were also people from other places gathering here one after another. There was no specific gathering place. They subconsciously gathered together, probably thinking that it would be safer with more people. They looked up at the sky in unison. The faint whispers revealed their confusion. Compared to the beginning, they were a little uneasy now. Yun Nuashing and the others also looked up. In the sky, where there should be a big light blue fireball hanging in the sky, it was now occupied by a gloomy light spot. It was like a cloud that shrouded the sky. When it appeared from the horizon and slowly moved across, the whole space was filled with a low and strange whisper. The four of them could not understand what the voice was saying at all. The whispers and faint, uneasy voices from all directions did not stop at all. It seemed that no one had noticed this voice. The people around were just discussing what was going on with the gloomy light spot that should not have appeared. The time is too short. At this moment, the girl suddenly opened her mouth, as if she was whispering to herself. Yun Nuashing and the others turned their eyes, and they all said, "Oh," in their hearts. Ordinary people don't know what's going on, but these higher beings might know. Now that she made such a sound as if she understood something, she obviously knew what was going on. Hui rolled his eyes. He had to find a way to trick her. It's too short. It feels like a long time has passed in a daze. I don't know if it's because I've been wandering outside for too long. I've forgotten when was the last time. The girl turned around abruptly and looked at them with eyes full of resentment and dissatisfaction. She said mockingly, "You did not even participate in the war, in the chaos era. Have you forgotten the chaos era that broke out 71? 7 billion years ago, people from the upper plane." Although we had succeeded in getting the girl to tell them the truth, the girl's favorability towards them, which was already close to zero, was probably going to fall into the negative range. After the words came out, the girl did not even look at them. The others in front of them were still discussing the sudden appearance of the gray light spots. She was probably thinking about what she wanted to do. Meanwhile, the four of them were silently talking about the chaos period, which sounded very familiar to them in their souls. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. "Girl, we're in that continent. That is, a place 5 years ago. There was a similar period. It was that the little angel listened and thought for a moment. She glanced at his memory of more than 5 eras and said, 'Spirit gathering continent. During the chaos period, the former distorted race, led by Long Sky, created this thing in their experimental world in the spirit gathering continent. At that time, we fought together for 100 days. Yes, it's this." "Oh," Yun Nuashing said. As long as the key was found, this little box of memories would surge out like a flood. He immediately recalled the time when he fought against the chaos spawn on the spirit gathering continent. Later, he even abducted an intelligent chaos spawn back to the realm of the gods. He did not know what it was doing in the realm of the gods now. The chaos period. Hui rubbed his chin. He seemed to have heard them talk about this before. The 100 days when Qing Jun was beaten into isolation. You summed it up well. Hui smiled bitterly. He remembered it all too clearly. When the group met up, Qing Jun looked like a frosted eggplant. He would never have thought that this iron-headed man, the real man of the real men and the person in charge of the ancient imperial world, would almost cry out loud after fighting for a mere 100 days. We had a deep impression of him. But to mention this now, Foam, do you think that the Chaos Period and the Chaos Period are related? At first glance, the names seem to differ by one word. But I don't think so. These two void regions are separated from the outside. Yin Nuoshing glanced at him and said faintly, I thought about it from another perspective. You still remember the chaos spawn, right? The thing created by the distorted race. That is a watered-down version of the abyssal death Spawn. Remember? We nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. And the abyssal death Spawn is a crude version of the chaos soldiers, chaos constructs, chaos spawn, and so on. We was stunned. F***CK. Don't tell me that if we count the layers, the chaos period is actually about 10, 2, or 3 chaos periods. Everyone knew what the gray light spot was. That thing was definitely related to the chaos concept bodies. In the void, other than them, no one else could release such an exquisite and standard gray cloud. It seemed to be able to devour the order of the entire void until the order of the void was crushed into dust. They had not encountered this thing many times, certainly not as often as the abyssal death mist. But they could still recognize it at a glance because it was too obvious. That aura stood there, as if it wanted everyone in the void to turn their attention to it. Wherever it went, there was a trail of black smoke that fluttered in the wind. This was the style of the chaos energy that they were familiar with. That's an image that was forcefully projected into the reality realm. As long as you're in the void territory, you'll be able to see this ball of chaotic energy no matter where you are. Therefore, I'm afraid that everyone in the void territory will be able to see this image. Yun Nuoshing looked at him and said, I'm just saying. He coughed softly and muttered to the girl in front of him, Is this also a new round of the void chaos? What else can it be? The girl was too lazy to look at them. Her voice was cold. The time of the outbreak of the chaos period is not fixed. They have the final say in what they want to do, not to mention that it has only been 70 billion years. Order has not been restored in most places, especially the lower planes. When she said the lower planes, she could not help but raise her voice. When they appear, the void will never be peaceful. If you don't want to surrender to the chaos and die in vain, you can only fight with all your might. Fight. Yun Nuoshing and the other three nodded vigorously. Agreed, completely agreed. This was their specialty. They had been fighting for 5 eras, and they would continue to fight in the future. No matter where they were in the void of order, if they saw the power of chaos, they would fight without caring about anything else. All the archaeology and solving mysteries were thrown aside first. Therefore, the 4 of them rolled up their sleeves. Their aura was so strong that they looked like they were ready to fight. The girl was shocked. She quickly jumped forward and looked back at them in horror. Anyway, we are definitely going to fight. Tell me, how are we going to fight? Where are we going to fight? Are we going to wait for them to attack us, or are we going to kill them? We rubbed his hands together. They had not burst out their strongest aura yet. That would take the life of this planet. It was just the movement of the energy surging and exploding in their bodies. The girl looked at them with a puzzled face and frowned. Are you going to fight in the lower planes? Yes. He pursed his lips. Is there a problem? With the power of chaos before us, no matter where it is, we will just fight. It was a matter-of-fact answer. It was an answer that was in line with their style. However, the girl did not understand at all. She looked at them with an extremely strange expression. She seemed to have understood something. Suddenly, she said in a deep voice, The lower planes do not have enough conditions and resources for you people from the upper planes. Even if you want to force your way in and get it from us. Resources? Conditions? What conditions do you want? We frowned and waved his hand impatiently. Why is it so troublesome? Okay, if you want to fight or not, we will go by ourselves. Seeing that they were really going to move immediately, which was completely contrary to the few situations that she knew, she was in a daze again. She subconsciously said, "Wait a minute." She paused and took a deep breath. She put on a calm face and put on a straightforward expression. If we rush out now, the power that is evenly distributed to all worlds will be blocked at the door. That will attract all the power of chaos. Not only that, even the power that is distributed to other void regions will gather here and attack us. We don't have that much power to deal with it. It is already very difficult to deal with the power that is distributed to us. If we attract more firepower, we will only be digging our own graves. Seeing that they wanted to say something, the girl waved her hand. I don't know what is wrong with you people. You lack common sense, and you are acting recklessly. It is your own business if you are reckless. However, if you die, the power of chaos that has been transferred here will not retreat. They will simply gather. This is a lesson learned from the lives of our predecessors. Furthermore, the people from other worlds and the upper and middle planes will not come to help. We, all of us, are isolated and helpless in the void. Hui slapped his hand on his head. Oh my God, I was a little carried away when I saw the power of chaos gathering. I forgot that the order beings in the void region are in a state of internal strife. But to this extent, it is a little too— No, it is not strange. In fact, it is not strange at all. Thinking about it carefully, if they did not force most of the order beings to submit to them and directly lead the war between order and chaos in the void region, perhaps it would develop into this situation. Everyone in the void would fight for themselves and not help each other. They would only panic when the people of the underworld pointed their swords, spears, and halberds at their door. The only difference was that, according to the girl, the power of chaos here was distributed to deal with all the order life forms, while in the underworld, it was a vast and endless torrent that only intended to destroy all the order life forms within the encirclement in one go. If he could think of this, Maple must have thought of it too. Maple, I suddenly feel a little lucky. Lucky that we intervened fast enough. If we had chosen to watch from the realm of the gods back then, perhaps— Yes, Yun Nuoshing slowly raised her head and looked at the dark void. Perhaps the current situation will become the situation that we have to face. Chapter 1819. If they hadn't done that back then, the future they were in right now might have changed. Almost everyone had this thought before, whether it was a small matter or a big matter. They might not necessarily say it with regret or regret. Sometimes it might just be an unintentional thought. They try to think about how the current situation would have developed if they hadn't done that back then. Would it have really become better? Or would it have actually become worse? It was a rather interesting thought, but it would never be realized. It had already become an established fact of the past, and there was no way to change it. Thoughts would always remain thoughts. The sudden change to the weather phenomenon of the chaos era was only a signal for war to begin. Just like what Yun Nuoshing and the others had experienced before, ordinary people didn't understand this weather phenomenon very well, but the high-level life forms who knew what it meant all became serious in an instant. Battle intent and power surged in their bodies, becoming warriors of order who were about to step onto the battlefield. Gu Jiaheng and the others who had just returned to their little nest to rest, and probably hadn't rested for long, appeared in space once again, ready to charge and break through the enemy lines. The high-level life forms on this planet all left the ground and gathered in space when they saw the army in space. The forces stationed on the other planets also got into position. The combat strength of this star system was actually quite good, although There were no reciprocity cultivators. The enemies didn't seem to be particularly strong. Usually, the soldiers of chaos would only come out to harass them from time to time to show their presence. Only now would they gather their army, the hidden forces all huddled up in a ball of stone to show that they were harmless. As long as the latter didn't move, there wouldn't be much of a problem. On the side of order, although the original world group had been destroyed, there were still a number of world orbs hanging here. There must be many people hiding in there, waiting to deal with this godforsaken period. The total number of celestial gods gathered in the world orbs around here is only about 3 times more than here. Yun Nuoxing looked at Hui and said calmly. Hui said, "There should be a few hundred world orbs around here, right? How come there's only about 10,000 of them?" Didn't she just say that most of the places in the world of order have yet to recover, especially in the lower realms? Plus, those idiots from the upper realms who have nothing better to do are constantly causing trouble in the lower realms. How much power can they gather? To have 10,000 heavenly deities is already not bad, Yun Nuoxing said calmly. This was the remaining power of a world group, and it could no longer be compared to its peak. If they were to work together, they could hold on for quite some time under the attack of the Chaos soldiers. If they were to fight on their own, well, it would not be much better. However, that shouldn't be the case. The lower planes were already in such dire straits. Anyone with a bit of foresight who had suffered at the hands of the power of chaos would know to work together. As long as they were careful not to attract the hatred of all the power of chaos in the void, everything would be fine. It was a very simple matter. It was very simple for him. He just didn't know if it would be simple for these heavenly gods. Hui muttered to himself for a moment, intending to divert his attention. Just as he was about to follow them to see what they were up to, I Ching's voice suddenly rang out in his soul transmission. "Lord Hui, yes, I don't know what's going on. If you want to say that there are some unknown things that have emerged from the void that are related to the power of chaos, we've already seen it. Not that. We've already seen the chaos gaps. They appear in all directions of the void at different sizes, and the concentration of chaos energy coming out is also different. According to the locals, the chaos soldiers are rushing out from these gaps. The power of chaos that will emerge from these gaps is also determined by the amount of energy in each gap. It's going to be the time of the entire void war soon. What I want to report is, I Ching turned to look at the void in front of them and fell silent for a moment. Although it was also pitch black and there were no unusual changes in the power of the void, there should be something here, but it was gone. The upper planes are gone. The 4 of them were stunned. Gone. We asked, "What do you mean gone? Did it disappear in concept? Or is it hiding in the void? Or has it sunk into a certain level of the void?" Yun Nuoxing listed a few possibilities. I Ching deliberated for a moment before he said with uncertainty, "I can't say for sure. The conceptual position I'm in now is at the border of the upper and middle planes. If I go forward, I should go to the upper planes, but there's nothing here." Hui was confused. He covered his face with one hand and spread the other to show that he did not care about this matter. To be more specific, there's nothing here. There's no world light. Or is there nothing conceptually? Are you sure you've really crossed over to the upper planes now? Or do you think you've already gone to the upper planes? Yun Nuoxing continued to ask. The disappearance of an entire plane was actually quite complicated in itself, and it had to happen in such a place where everything was wrong and complicated. It was very complicated. I'm still at the border, no matter how I try to cross over to the upper planes. Even if I move my position is still at the border, I Ching said in distress. I've been struggling here for a few hours, completely stopped in place and unable to move forward. That means that the border has been extended indefinitely, or the concept of the upper planes has been partially erased. So there's still a border, but the upper planes seem to be wrapped in a layer of barrier, a layer of order level barrier, so it can't be touched no matter what. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed, and she frowned. No matter what the situation is, it's very troublesome. Without using a large-scale void probe, there's no way to understand what's going on. How about this? Try to go forward again and leave a few energy towers as nodes and beacons. Try to cover the position of the upper planes as much as possible. Then we'll see what's going on. I'm going now. Hui stared at I Ching's disappearing silhouette in the soul transmission. He thought about it and felt very strange. Feng, the upper planes are gone. Let's not talk about whether the upper planes have been wiped out, or if the upper planes have been hidden in the entire concept of gone or hidden, then what's up with the upper planes that the people of the lower planes hate? Yun Nuoxing's thoughts were interrupted at once. She stared blankly for a moment before saying, resentment left behind from a long time ago, or the upper planes just disappeared not long ago. It's all possible. We thought about it and said, seems like it. Well, I'll ask just to be safe. The girl's expression was very serious as she stared at the sky, just as she was about to meet up with Gu Jiaheng and the others in the stars. We quickly stopped her. Hey, wait a minute. Don't rush. I have something to ask you. When was the last time you saw people from the upper planes? The girl looked at him strangely. She was not sure why he would ask such a question, but it was not something that she could not answer. So she opened her mouth. Her face was a little impatient as she spoke. Nothing good ever happens when people from the upper realm come here. So I still remember that about 3 years ago in the Void era, they came here once. I saw it with my own eyes. But if I include what I heard, there were people from the upper realm who came to the lower realm about half a year ago. Looking for your companions? No, just asking. The girl made a vague sound, glanced at them, and shot up into the sky without saying a word. He scratched his head and looked at Feng. The latter also looked back at him. Don't rush. I Ching has already set up 7 energy towers. 3 more, and I can lock on to the situation of the unknown region in the void. I'm not too anxious about this. Huey's gaze fell from the starry sky and the void. He stared at the crowd that had been evacuated. They seemed to have heard the words of a prestigious person. They no longer paid attention to the unknown astronomical phenomenon in the sky and dispersed to do their own things. Oh, there was also someone who was secretly watching them. It was probably the girl or Gu Jiaheng's men. Based on their impression of the people from the upper plane, it was impossible for them to leave them behind. However, they didn't intend to do anything troublesome, so they didn't care about the people who were watching them. 10 energy towers have been prepared. They can be used for the time being. 2 minutes later, Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes. The colorful origin energy surged into his eyes. His attention, sight, and consciousness spread out to the energy towers. He looked at the void in front of him. The results of the observation may be slightly off, but it should not be too serious. The parts that are off can be checked again when the rest of the energy towers are in place. Now, let's take a look at the general situation. Yun Nuoxing did not even finish muttering to himself before he interrupted himself. He was stunned for a long time and narrowed his eyes. Hui felt that the origin energy he mobilized had increased. Even the light of the initial light was surging slightly on the surface of his body. An invisible pressure was quietly pouring into the void through the space of the real world. It did not affect the fragile little planet. About 5 minutes later, Yun Nuoxing retracted all of his energy, leaving a part of his energy consciousness in the incomplete energy network built by the energy towers. He then withdrew from the long-distance observation. How is it? Why is there no movement after a He scratched his head in puzzlement. His face was anxious. Yin Nuashing shook his head. He was so confused that he pulled his long hair. After a long time, he said, "It seems like it's hidden." Before we could finish listening to him, he continued, "It also seems like the whole thing has been eliminated conceptually. Or it could be, stop, stop, stop." He waved his hand with a face full of sweat. "Just tell me what you think is the most likely result. If you want to talk about this, and that, you won't stop for a whole day. I'm more inclined to think that the entire upper plane is hidden." Yun Nuashing frowned in confusion. "There's a layer of order barrier in the void that's not easy to recognize. It's just right in the middle and upper planes, cutting off the connection between the two planes. That's what I think, but there's no way to explore that layer of order barrier that's not easy to recognize. According to the traces of the flow of the void, they're actively avoiding a region in front of them and a concept. It's a void that looks like a huge sphere from the outline of its edge. The existence of the sphere obstructs the flow of the void, but things like the sea of time are not affected." Yun Nuashing fiddled with his long hair. A moment later, he spread his hands like a hoodlum. "TSK, what do you mean by not easy to recognize? The unidentifiable thing in this broken place can only be something related to the concept of chaos. What else could it be? Anyway, it can't be left behind by the origin energy. Their movements are inclined to dismantle that unidentifiable thing." He clapped his hands and said without thinking, "Then dismantle it." "Dismantle it when it's unidentifiable. What if the entire upper plane behind it is erased from the concept of rules? What are you going to do? Then pretend I didn't say anything." He turned his attention and glanced at the warriors of order who were still preparing in the starry sky. He was suddenly startled. "I almost forgot about the important thing. Can you see the time? The time left behind by that unidentifiable layer of order barrier." Yun Nuashing was silent for a longer time this time. She did not use the origin energy to continue probing. She lowered her head and pondered. It looked more like she was hesitating, thinking, and doubting whether the information she had was true or false. 5 eras. Hui was stunned. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and continued to speak. Her words were shocking. "It's exactly the same time as the abyssal death mist retreating." The group was shocked. The 3 beside him and the 2 girls in his soul were stunned. This news was simply, Hui jumped when he heard it. "No, how could this place be? That's just a coincidence, right? It's just a coincidence. You didn't sense the presence of the abyssal death mist from the barrier, right? And you just said that there was an error, right? Right? Then there must be a mistake." "Ha ha. Ha. Yes, there was no presence of the abyssal death mist." Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes and shook her head with a sneer. "But the time when the abyssal death mist appeared. How could I forget? As for the error you mentioned, in a place with such a large span in the void, a moment of 10 years or 100 years could be considered as the same time period. If the time period was not calculated in units of 10,000 years, it would not be considered a distance in time. So, there is almost no error. If it's a coincidence, there's no trace of it at such a long distance. Let's just treat it as a coincidence. After all, we haven't found anything yet. We can only treat it as a coincidence until we find something to break the conjecture." Everyone was silent. Huey's expression froze at that moment of awkward laughter. He did not move for a long time. When his face twitched, it was already 3 minutes later. "All right, the 51st era. All right, there's time. Then what's the matter with the people from the upper realm that they were talking about? She just said that half a year ago She heard that the people from the upper plane had come to the lower plane. 3 years ago, they visited the land under our feet. What's going on? Either the inside is isolated from the outside. The inside can enter and leave, but outsiders can't explore or enter. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and pinched her arms with both hands. But that layer of order barrier is obviously related to chaos. There should be no way for the beings of order from the upper plane to come and go as they please. Let's not dwell on the question of entering and leaving first. What's the other, or the other? Yun Nuashing's face was a little twisted. Is that the people from the upper plane are fake. If they have nothing to do with the people from the middle plane, then they only exist in fantasy. I can only explain it this way, but it's too far-fetched. It's even more ridiculous than a joke in the void. Huey's face stiffened. The number of strange things has increased. Forget it. What's the use of worrying about such trivial things here? Yun Nuashing shook her head and heaved a sigh of relief. She sent a telepathic message to the people who were secretly monitoring them. We're going up to help fight. If you want to pass the message, just say it like this. Don't worry, we won't disturb you. The 4 of them left the small planet and directly appeared in the void. They were still a long distance away from the hole that the people in this void area called the Chaos Gap. Looking at the hole in the void was more direct. It was much bigger than looking at it in the real world. Looking at the size of the hole with the naked eye, it was probably a huge gap with a diameter measured in light years. According to the message sent by I Ching and the others, the size of the Chaos Gap was considered small. The average diameter of the gaps in the middle plane was more than 100 times that of the one in front of them. The chaos energy in the Chaos Gap was already surging. They could feel the chaos energy from a long distance away. It was many times denser than the non-orderly energy of the abyssal death mist. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang, who had adapted to the abyssal death mist, frowned slightly when they saw it. Obviously, they were not used to the chaos energy. They didn't have many direct contact with it. In the past, when they saw it, they were separated by a layer of the spiritual world. Now that they were experiencing it in person, it was a new experience. However, since they had adapted to the abyssal death mist, they wouldn't vomit in disgust when facing the purer chaos. Hui was tidying up his shield and sword. He turned his head and saw Feng's calm expression. Well, generally speaking, when he put on such an indifferent expression, it meant that he was going to destroy the thing in front of him and the void in the next second. Feng, are you going to use Peerless? We'll see. This kind of unnecessary battle. I don't know what to say. Yun Nuashing sighed with a complicated expression and shook her head. Hui turned his head and looked at the gap in front of him. There's nothing you don't know. If you want to solve this disaster for the order beings in the void, we'll gather our forces and charge at them. Anyway, didn't everyone bring a lot of things here? If we put them all in the void, we won't have to worry about blowing up the Chaos Realm. Just as they were thinking about whether they should blow up the Chaos Realm, Gu Jiaheng hurried to their side. Naturally, they couldn't hide the news that they were planning to join the battle from him. This little commander, who didn't have a good first impression of them, but didn't show any hostility towards them, was quite brave. In the eyes of the people in the lower planes, people from the upper planes were like wild beasts and thugs who committed all kinds of crimes. He actually had the guts to come to them alone. If he wasn't trying to show some kind of sincerity, he was planning to die with them. Why are you here? Aren't you going to guard your own world? Hui waved his hand to let the little commander, who hurried over to take a breather. He waved his hand and said, just stay behind and guard. We'll do our best to deal with it here. If we can't deal with it, you can intercept it yourself. Phew. When I heard their response, I thought they were joking. Gu Jiaheng straightened his back and looked puzzled and shocked. If you guys block the gap in front of the chaos realm, we know we'll be ganged up on or something. But we don't plan to go to that extent. Hui spread out his hands and added in his heart, but it's hard to say whether it will reach that stage later. It depends on what Maple thinks. If he's cranky and gets carried away, the next second will be the scene of everyone lining up millions of energy towers in the void and bombarding the soldiers of chaos head-on. The little commander's liver trembled as he listened. Why? Why do you people from the upper planes participate in the war of the lower planes? This is a barren and backward place. We don't want anything. Hui waved his hand, and his fighting spirit soared to the sky. We're standing here for only one purpose, to beat these bastards back to their mother's womb. Gu Jiaheng's eyes were full of confusion. He looked at them in puzzlement. Why? I don't understand. Hui sighed. He crossed his arms and turned to look at him. You guys are really scared by the so-called people from the upper planes. Although we're also from the upper planes, do you think all the people from the upper planes are like what you think? Gu Jiaheng hesitated. He stared at his black eyes for a while and slowly nodded. Huey's face darkened at once. Have you ever been to the upper planes? Yin Nuoxing asked. Gu Jiaheng shook his head slightly. I don't have time. It's too far to go from the lower planes to the upper planes. Then how can you be sure that you know all the people from the upper planes? Gu Jiaheng was stunned. And how can you be sure that the people from the upper planes, are the people from the upper planes? It's obvious that your rules, our situation is what you think it is. But what I'm saying is that the people from the upper planes you see have broken up your world. As for what exactly they did to you, it might be something very overboard. There might be something even worse. I don't know much about it, so I can't judge. I can't change it, and I have no intention of changing your opinion. Yin Nuoxing stared into his eyes. I just don't like to be lumped together. I won't say that there are good people and bad people everywhere. That's nonsense. The upper planes have been sealed. They've been sealed inside and outside by the powerful power of chaos. Did you know that 5 years ago? Gu Jiaheng was stunned. He widened his eyes in disbelief. How is that possible? What if it's the truth? After Yun Nuoxing said this, she turned around and looked at the surging gap of chaos. She said calmly, I'm just stating the truth. You don't have to believe me. Regional prejudice was really not that easy to get rid of. Moreover, the existence of that damned region was still a question mark. He didn't want to take the blame for some strange things for no reason, although it wasn't like he hadn't been bombed by the region before. But this time, he was especially angry, causing internal strife during the war between order and chaos. If he found that damned group of people from the upper planes, he wouldn't be surnamed Yun if he didn't drag them out and beat them up. Chapter 1820. Spectre. It was not a ghost in the sense of a noun. The ghost here was an adjective that referred to something that seemed to exist, but did not exist. It did not seem to exist, but could act in various ways. It could be a person or not. That's right. He was talking about that accursed upper plane. Maple's words were generally fine. If he said 5 eras, he meant 5 eras. If he had any objections, he could talk to the origin energy, which might give him a slap, which was why he did not ask for a snub. The upper plane that had been flattened after 5 eras was assumed to be sealed internally and externally. I Ching had tried various methods but could not enter, just as Maple had tried from the distant void as well. Therefore, he felt that for now could be replaced by for now. That place could only be entered or exited through special means, or had to be personally chiseled through the wall. There was clearly no being of a higher level than them in that void zone. There were no primeval ripples. except for the chaos concept body, whose existence was unknown. In summary, the upper planes and all the people from the upper planes should have disappeared without a trace. After some time, they would be discovered by the people who went to the middle planes first, and the lower planes would only know about it after some time, instead of the strange situation where the people from the upper planes turned the middle planes upside down. Why did he find it weird? Had he considered the possibility that some of the upper plane people would stay in the middle and lower planes and destroy those two planes? That was certainly the case. If the number of worlds destroyed was not many, he might have mentioned it to Maple. However, according to I Ching and the others, there was not a single place in the middle and lower planes that was in good condition. It was all fallen, broken, and falling apart, with the world group being torn apart into sporadic world luminous orbs. There were more places that were left with the endless noise of destruction, with even the void echoing with the sound of shattering. It was the sound of judgment that the middle and lower planes were riddled with holes. From that point of view, it was something that the upper plane prodigal forces who stayed in the middle and lower planes could not do. As mentioned before, when the highest combat power of the middle plane united, they could also achieve something by fighting the upper plane. If it was really just a part of the upper plane people who were wandering outside declaring war on the two planes and causing trouble everywhere, it could only be said that they were too confident and arrogant. In a normal script, they would be overturned by the allied forces of the middle and lower planes after a few years of flaunting their power. But since the truth did not develop in the direction of the normal script, there must be something deeper that had not been revealed. There was probably not a good opportunity to reveal it now, but there would be one sooner or later. Judging from the fact that the middle and lower planes had such a deep grudge against the concept of upper plane people that they had to take the blame for it, if they did not get rid of this group of upper plane people who pretended to be mysterious, they would not be worthy of being called the heavenly god of the beginning. Oh, Maple is the origin. Stop, I can't mention this. If I mention it, something big will happen. Too many things were involved in the above conversation. They could only focus on themselves and what they could do. They had to do their best to survive. Gu Jiahing. And the others didn't have time to pay attention to other things. It wasn't easy for them to tell the others about these big issues and make them understand. Before the fatal threat to the middle and lower planes, the power of chaos, a certain person from the upper plane, disappeared, they wouldn't be able to deal with more things. When a person could not even be sure if they could survive and repeatedly jumped in front of the gate of the reincarnation road every day, asking them to try to solve the mystery and understand why what happened and how to solve it. Forget it. That was just nonsense. Therefore, Gu Jiahing had actually calmed down in a few seconds. After listening to Maple's explosive speech, he quickly regained his composure and then looked at them with a complicated gaze. He threw aside the parts that had nothing to do with the war for the time being. Go back and guard the rear. We looked at the little commander, who stared at them silently, but did not know what to say. Your realm of order is not considered strong. Later, when you get involved in our battle, you will be torn to pieces, no matter whether you believe it or not. And no matter what you think of the entire upper plane, we are destined to intervene in this war. Moreover, we are only representing ourselves. It has nothing to do with the upper plane that you speak of. This is just what we should do as warriors of order. Gu Jiahing's heart was quite complicated, so complicated that he was completely speechless. The experience that he had accumulated from all the things related to the upper plane in the past years told him that all the words of the upper plane were **T, believing a single word of theirs was equivalent to handing over one's life. The friendliness at this time was just a bigger scheme. However, the intuition in his heart told him that these four people seemed to be different from all the upper plane that he knew. They did not break in and search everywhere. They did not destroy the concept layer of the rules. They did not care about what their world looked like. They did not care about the simple and crude environment of the lower plane. From the moment they appeared until now, they had not done anything special. They were just watching, as if they were just like a group of bystanders wandering on the edge of the mortal world. The only thing that was worthy of their attention was things related to chaos. Just like what they said, they were warriors of order and only came to exterminate chaos. Sir, it's almost time. If you continue to stay near the gap, the power of chaos will skip the gradual phase and pour out. Please come back as soon as possible. The voice that echoed in his soul made his facial expression more complicated. Hui noticed the change on his face and waved his hand. You're worried. Go back. We're here. Even if you start a war with the power of chaos in the entire void region, in one go, it won't be a problem. That's suicide. I don't think there's any other possibility. Gu Jiaheng shook his head. Are you really not leaving? Forgive me for being blunt. Even if you just stand in front of the door, the power of chaos will increase. Moreover, this gap is not exclusive to this region of ours. There's no way to create a chaos gap of such scale with just our power here. Let's go back together. You can talk about it later. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Hui waved his hand and ignored his voice. Then he said to Maple right in front of him, Maple, if we go all out now, will it affect the plan in the future? It's fine if we don't use the power that the rear has accumulated. However, we still don't know how much power of chaos there is in the void region. There's no guarantee that we won't use it. Yun Nuoshing's eyes looked down at the entire void region once again. Judging from the power of chaos that's being released now, it's still far from the level where we need to use the power that we've accumulated. We can go all out and fight. So guys, make a ruckus. All of you make a ruckus. Let's collapse the power of chaos in this void region. Hui waved his hand and laughed loudly in the void. Maple's instructions are the truth of the power of order. Come on, let's make the void lively. Those words were very embarrassing to say right in front of him. Yin Nuoshing felt goosebumps all over his body. Before he died of embarrassment, he chose to demonstrate the awkwardness by using his hands. The vast sea of energy. Well, there's no need to reach that level. He just needed to use his full power selectively. So he threw out all of his magic arrays at once. The magic arrays that covered an entire region were comparable in size to the gap of chaos in front of them. However, when he threw out less than 1% of the magic arrays, Gu Jiaheng and his companions were all stunned. The violent energy that was enough to tear order and chaos apart had already caused a violent energy explosion when it gushed out. The intense light made the void no longer dark. A wave of energy that was so vast that it could not be concealed spread across the entire void region like a declaration. At the same time, there were similar energy explosions in other parts of the void region that were spreading out at the same time, shaking the entire void region. The light that tore order and chaos apart crashed into the gap of chaos. Other than the magnificent explosion, just now, there was not much movement now. The light in the void gradually dimmed. It was quiet, just like Gu Jiaheng and the others who had turned into statues. It was completely silent and dead. The gap of chaos that hung high in the void trembled a few times as if it was convulsing. Dense chaos energy began to appear at the edge and began to spread into the void. Just when Yun Nuoshing and the others thought that it was going to explode with power, it suddenly exploded. However, it was just the impact of the energy explosion from within. The movement of the origin energy and the chaos energy fighting each other released a powerful destructive force, as if it had ignited a sun with a diameter of light years. The chaos energy at the edge of the gap of chaos was emitted at a speed that was several times faster than before. It gradually accelerated and collapsed. The large cavern spiraled in their line of sight and rapidly shrank until it was only a few thousand miles in diameter. Then, it suddenly disappeared in a rapid collapse. Yun Nuoxing raised her head and looked at the void. Then, she tilted her head and looked at Gu Jiaheng. The void is silent. The chaos energy has been confirmed to have completely dissipated. There are no remnants. This little commander had never seen such a scene before. At this moment, he was dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open and he could not come back to his senses. Hui was also stunned. No, what happened to the explosion of chaos energy? What happened to the swarm? With the power of the chaos concept body, it shouldn't be so easy to get rid of it, right? This can't be. This shouldn't be. See, you could not help but mutter, I was prepared to enter a magic array. In the end, this is too boring. Hui continued to smile bitterly. If it was resolved just like that, then wouldn't the words that he had said with great pride just now seem very awkward? They were all ready for a full-scale battle. Everyone had taken out their weapons of mass destruction and lined up in the void. The only thing left was to open up the realm of order and frantically increase their combat power. In the end, this was it. Being stared at by the four of them with the same strange look, Gu Jiaheng's face twitched violently. Finally, he could not help but laugh bitterly. Past experience tells us that indeed. Anyway, in history, many people have tried to block the door of the chaos gap. Whether it was one person, a group of people, or a group of worlds, the outcome was very subtle. Like this. This is the first time I have seen a situation like this. Oh, we immediately understood. It seemed that they had attacked too quickly. They had pinned them down in their home and wiped them out in one fell swoop. After all, in the lower and middle planes, except for the soldiers of chaos who were nestled in a group of harmless little stone balls, the others who emerged from the void did not seem to be particularly strong. They had directly used excessive strength, and before the enemies had even emerged, they had scattered them evenly all over the void. But it was indeed a little awkward. The spiritual communication was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Well, a group of primeval order warriors were shaking their heads and glaring at the void. They were also glaring at a group of people who were preparing for battle behind them. Beside them were thousands of energy towers that were arranged in disorder. They were all prepared to go all out, but the enemy did not seem to be giving it their all. It was gone after 2 explosions, not as exciting as the fireworks at the void front line. There is no remnant of chaos energy in the area. Trace back to the distance. The energies that were not destroyed by the collapsed chaos gap are all gathering towards the upper plane. The chaos barrier that seals the upper plane had a brief energy fluctuation. Search in the void region. It is confirmed that there are 13 energy resonance points in the lower and middle planes. Yun Nuoxing immediately noticed the movement in the upper plane and captured something that he was concerned about. It should be something related to the barrier of the upper plane. Perhaps it's a key, or perhaps it's some kind of energy node. As for what it is, I still need to personally confirm it. Gu Jiaheng looked at them, pondering at the same time. After some thought, he said honestly, well, although I don't know what you guys are thinking, the chaos era will not end here. According to past experience, although we have not tried to close the chaos gap, there is no doubt that the chaos gaps will open several times. There will be more of them later. So when will it end? Hui had a subtle expression on his face as he turned his head. The door had already been destroyed. Was it not over yet? There were no more chaos gaps in the void region that was being monitored. They only opened up in places where the light of the world gathered. It was as if they were coming for the world of order. Therefore, it was very easy to find and destroy them. When the chaos energy in the void completely dissipates, this chaos era will be considered over. However, in the past, each chaos era would last for billions of years. How can it end so quickly? Hui turned his gaze to Maple. Maple looked at him and said through his soul, "I don't sense any remnant of chaos energy. Perhaps it is the energy that only they can sense. It might be a special law in the void region." Well, this was a common thing. The rules of other places would not be effective against outsiders, at least for a short period of time. Before the void region realized that they had entered, the rules would not be effective against them. There had been similar experiences in the past. It was not the first time. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed a few times. Her eyes were fixed on a corner of the void. There are 13 energy resonance points. One of them is dimming rapidly. It seems that it is being covered by other energy. Although I don't know what is going on, we should go there quickly. The energy node that is responding from here is obviously related to the chaos barrier that seals the upper plane. There might be more abnormalities. All right, then we have to hurry. Hui sighed. He turned around and said to Gu Jiaheng, "We have other things to do. Before we leave, we will leave enough defensive forces here to help you guard this void region. As long as you do not leave this void region, I guarantee that you will be safe and sound in this chaos era." Gu Jiaheng was confused from the beginning. He was trying his best to think, but he could not figure out anything. It was only until now that he quickly came back to his senses. He nodded and replied, that I don't know. Forget it. I have something to confirm." "What is it?" Hui interrupted his own thoughts. He could not help but feel a little hopeful when he heard the words that seemed to have a deeper meaning and that slightly unusual gaze. Perhaps this little commander from the lower plane would pass on some of the information they needed after seeing the scene just now. For example, things related to Origin's chaos concept bodies and this godforsaken realm of chaos. Compared to outsiders like them running around in other people's territory in confusion, it would be more convenient for a local to tell them some facts. As for the battlefields in the lower plane, the main battlefields had been confirmed. They just had to leave a stretch of energy towers. As long as they were not constantly overloaded with energy, an energy tower could last for billions of years without collapsing. The energy towers on the front lines of the void were depleting quickly. That was because the abyssal death mist spawn was going crazy at every moment, and they had to go crazy too. That was one reason. The second reason was that those Order warriors were fighting too excitedly. Logistics had been cursing at him for 5 eras. Gu Jiaheng hesitated for a while, as if weighing his words. After a while, he finally decided to speak. "Are you really not here to destroy the lower plane?" Yun Nuoxing and the others were speechless. Those shocking words. Their brains were about to explode. "Are you all right?" We could not help but retort. "Did you see what we were doing in the beginning? If we really wanted to destroy the lower plane, how many of your weak worlds would be left with just a spit of our phlegm?" Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. His energy shock had turned into a spit of phlegm. Gu Jiaheng smiled bitterly, his face trembling slightly as he said very seriously, "The main thing is that the people from the upper plane have been destroying the lower plane and whatnot. Ahem, I'm just making sure. Are you really not planning to cast a long line, to catch a big fish? Why don't you just tell me what you're planning to do, so that I can die a quick death? We won't even be able to sleep if we don't figure it out." He slapped himself on the forehead loudly. He was almost dumbfounded by this little commander who might have some mental issues. "To what extent have you been persecuted by the people from the upper plane? You don't have to be this crazy, right? You're a little paranoid. To what extent? When you first met us, didn't you feel it a little? It's about that extent. Gu Jiaheng scratched his head and looked back from time to time. His body swayed a little unnaturally. To be honest, I can't fully believe it now. But if it's really like what you said just now, maybe we've always thought so. However, it's useless if I'm the only one who wavers. The lower plane, including the middle plane, has always been shrouded in the shadow of the people from the upper plane. We're also trapped by the chaos, and have suffered so much that we no longer believe in anyone related to that place. Okay. Don't say anything awkward and contradictory. We already have the biggest contradiction in the void here. Hui patted Feng's shoulder and said to Gu Jiaheng, "Go do whatever you need to do. It won't be too late to give you a concrete answer after we're done with everything." If that's the case, okay. Gu Jiaheng nodded reluctantly and bowed to them in an unknown place. "I wish you all the best." Watching the group of people from the lower plane leave, we couldn't help but ask, "What is this? What is this? What is this?" That sentence just now almost drove me crazy. But Feng Qinghuang looked back at Yun Nuoxing and said, "My impression of you is a little better. We can communicate normally. Next time, after we're done with everything, we should be able to communicate normally. There is no disaster in this world, no hostility, no conflict of interest, no suspicion. Who can't communicate? But sometimes no one can guarantee these things. So, let's not talk about this." Hui quickly shook his head to get rid of the poisonous thoughts in his mind. He looked at Feng and said, "The energy resonance points you mentioned just now, there are 12 of them now. The first one that sensed something has completely disappeared. It's covered by some kind of energy, but I still remember the last time it flashed in the void." When Yun Nuoxing said this, he tore open the void and created a teleportation gate. "Hurry up, maybe we can find something left behind." "But what is it? Hey, don't drag me. It's rare for me to use my brain. I can think of something right away." When Hui was still mumbling, Yun Nuoxing grabbed him and rushed into the portal. She scolded, "When I was waiting for you to think of something, the void had already wiped out all the remaining traces. Because it was the fastest teleportation, and it was a forceful tear in the void. There was a violent tremor in the void. During the teleportation, Hui felt as if his body was thrown out. Oh, he was thrown out. He was dragged away by Feng. After a few seconds, his body's senses recovered. The void in front of him suddenly appeared. It was pitch black, but his senses could sense that there was something left behind. If he used his Yuanshi realm energy to investigate, he said, "That seems to be a blurry belt of light. A trace left behind by a hasty tear in the void." Throwing Hui aside, Yun Nuoxing floated to the front of the belt of light. She said to the two girls, "See you, Qinghuang, go around and check the void. There are traces of energy tears in such a large area. There should be other traces left in the void." The slender band of light was probably no smaller than a small gap in the void. Reversely deducing from that point, one could roughly estimate the size of the thing that had escaped through the void. Probably 4 or 5 worlds' luminous orbs were moved. We walked forward and touched it lightly. Traces of energy of order. All right, that's to be expected. Trace the direction of the energy leaving. Yun Nuoxing murmured. She slowly turned her head and looked in the direction of the belt of light. It went to the upper plane. Hui was stunned. "Wait, how did it get in? Didn't you just say that it was sealed? How did it get in?" "There's no way to find the way in by normal means, whether it's the Yuanshi realm or the origin energy." Yun Nuoxing looked at him. "Do you think that you can remove the door lock of the chaos concept body with just 3 axes? There's no way to get in by blasting it, and there's no way to get in by force. The key, we immediately understood. Energy resonance points. If the 13 energy resonance points are related to the barrier, they might be the key left behind. Lord Maple, Lord Hui, part of the large-scale void map that can be used to observe the void, has been completed. There's basically no value in salvaging the rest. Take a look first. We're setting up the defense against the chaos here. I Ching threw over a void map. A void map in a conceptual sense. To put it simply, it was an intuitive map of things that humans could not see and things that humans could not understand. However, the parts that humans could not understand would also be left on the map for professionals to see. Oh, just in time. I Ching, here's part of the coordinates. You arrange the defense of the world of order and send some people over to take a look. We'll come back later. Yun Nuwashing threw over the coordinates of the remaining 12 energy resonance points, and then turned to spread out the map with Hui. The void map that appeared before them was a large black sphere. Its size and various markings indicated that it was a void region that was about the same size as theirs. The center was extremely deep darkness, and apart from that, there were only a few sparks in the entire sphere. Each of those sparks was a cluster of light that illuminated the starry sky. They were just lone stars without nebulas or galaxies. Lord Maple, this void map, we've seen this situation before. Huey's heart trembled as he looked at it. Not only have we seen it before, we've experienced it. We're experiencing it now. Yun Nuwashing looked at him and slowly nodded. After 16 years of war in the void, such a scene appeared before them. It was the situation of the void region on their side, after it was destroyed by the underworld. Both were exactly the same. Chapter 1821. The conquest of the Abyss Death Mist had already begun at the beginning of the era. At that time, the destruction of the void, led by the god of origin, had just passed. The void was still empty and was slowly recovering. At that time, there were no stars or galaxies in the void. There were only a few sparks hanging in the dark and lonely place, burning alone. That was the scene when the void was first created. After that, the void recovered. After going through several eras of the vigorous creation era, billions of worlds appeared in the void. The tiny light began to look for companions and gathered into even larger sparks, condensing into nebulas. The light that was released in the void could illuminate an entire region of the void, guiding even more light to gather. Then, the underworld came, bringing along the abyss death mist from the edge of the lower plane. They didn't give the recovering void any more time to recover before they started the next round of conquest, bringing chaos to the entire world of order. The sparks in the void began to extinguish one by one, disappearing into the darkness. Furthermore, there were very few sparks that lit up again. The void that they stepped on seemed to have died, once again, falling silent once again. The sparks in the lower plane were the first to extinguish completely, leaving only a few sparks that escaped the purge with an extremely low probability. Then, it was the middle plane. Under the current situation where the upper plane was almost suppressed to the edge of the middle plane, I tried to draw a void map of the world of order. The picture that was reflected was the current situation in front of me. The stars were dim, and there were only a few sparks floating in the void. There was only a lonely and eternal dark void between them, looking at each other from afar. On the other hand, in the upper plane, the stars were still trying their best to shine. It was just that they were shrouded in a circle of darkness that carried the sound of judgment. Death was close at hand, and peace was just a short, sweet dream. Comparing the appearance of the two regions of the void, one would find that other than the upper plane of this inner region that was completely covered by a deep darkness, the two regions were completely the same. They had thought that the upper plane's persecution of the middle plane and the interference of the Chaos soldiers were the main reasons why the middle plane and lower plane were trapped. These two reasons wouldn't do anything to the middle plane and lower plane. At most, the scene that they saw was a little more tragic. Running from a familiar place to another place and seeing only ashes and smoke, broken houses and scorched earth, they would definitely want to go to a better place as soon as possible. They thought that maybe they just happened to be in a bad place. All right, now that they had drawn a map of the inner region of the void through various energy nodes, it was a very bleak result. It wasn't that they happened to see a more pitiful scene, but that they could only see a more pitiful scene. That was because this was all that was left of the middle and lower planes. No matter how hard they tried to search, they could only see this much. Even though there were still several tens of thousands of worlds, perhaps even close to 100,000 worlds, this was already all that was left of the middle and lower planes. Thus, the only difference between observable and unobservable areas was that one had already been visited by outsiders, the other was a place that only insiders knew about, and the outsiders had yet to discover. The latter required more time to explore, and the progress would be extremely slow. Basically, it could be confirmed that the observable area of the void was the majority of the void of order. The number of worlds in the void was almost infinite, just like the void itself. However, there was a limit to that. The number and density of worlds in a region would follow the rules of the void environment, and naturally, there would never be such a sparse situation. Less than 100,000 worlds. That was simply ridiculous. It was not even 1% of a small region of the void, unless the remaining 99% were squeezed in the remaining corners of a large region of the void. However, that was basically impossible. After all, the luminous clusters of worlds would drift, and if they were all squeezed together, that 1% of them would definitely quickly drift towards the cluster. Still, the reality was that they were still in the void and stopped drifting, becoming isolated islands in the ocean. That shouldn't be a coincidence, right? Huey's cheeks twitched as he spoke. How could there be so many coincidences? How could there be? However, the map of the void that appeared before their eyes was a completely destroyed side. Broken walls and crumbled walls were torn apart, just like looking up at the night sky at night. Without the illumination of the stars, there were only 1 or 2 dim sparks left, and the star domain had also ushered in its own darkest moment. At present, there was no part of the void that was intact. The beings that lived in the void had actually coincidentally encountered the darkest moment of the starry sky. The ceaselessly flowing time incessantly washed away the knowledge of generation after generation, and the new generation simply did not believe that there was anything wrong with the darkened void. They were unaware of the sight of billions of worlds shining in the void in the past, and the only thing they protected and fought for was the world they were in, at most, the world group they were in. They had almost no thoughts about the void beyond, for it had become a true void. There was only darkness and deathly stillness. Therefore, when the upper plane tore their only shelter into pieces, the people who were born when the void was dark were bullied by the chaos concept bodies, and then ravaged by order. We sighed leisurely and exhaled at the void. So, the void we are in is affected by the abyssal death shroud, and the chaos concept bodies are responsible for this void. It seems so. To be able to destroy the void of order so neatly and almost cool the void and stop the activity of creation, only the pure power of chaos could do that. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes. However, there are no remnants of the chaos tide in the concept layer of those worlds, nor are there any remnants of the chaos aura. They are completely unaffected by the chaos. Perhaps they were once affected, but all traces are gone. Perhaps they really weren't affected at all. When the powerful forces of chaos crushed them, They were lucky enough not to be destroyed. After all, they were less than 1% of the targets in the entire void. Perhaps they were inadvertently overlooked, even if that wasn't their intention. He stretched out his hand and pinched the void a few times. He then turned his gaze to other places. The underworld didn't manage to completely destroy the lower and middle planes. Although they left behind a large area of the abyssal death mist to seal it off, they couldn't make the non-order power affect the order of the void from its roots. So, they couldn't cover the entire conceptual range. Only the observable part of it was destroyed. The void region here is probably the same. The chaos concept bodies could not completely destroy the order of the void of order, which was why they could not really wipe out everything. The remaining less than 100,000 world luminous orbs might have escaped the calamity because they were not observed. Yun Nuoshing's attention shifted away from the void map. His gaze followed the energy light belt left behind and moved towards the area where the upper plane was located. They were now at the edge of the upper plane, and there was still a short distance away from the upper plane. Let's follow them and take a look. The gate should have been closed, but since it's still early, maybe we can still find some traces in the void. Calling the two girls who did not find anything, Yun Nuoshing followed the direction of the energy ribbons. The distance, which was neither too far nor too near, was a little confusing. The destination of the teleportation was not clear, and the vague teleportation could not be so precise that they could teleport as far as they wanted. If they were to go step by step, using long-distance teleportation would be a little too much, and they might bump into a barrier and have an accident. If they were to follow the traces, it would be a little too far. And if they were to slowly teleport over a small distance, well, it seems that they could only slowly teleport over and over again. The void teleportation magic circle that was constructed brought the four of them to flicker in the void again and again. Every time they came out of the void teleportation magic circle, they would be teleported again in the next second. It looked as though they were leaping forward in the void teleportation magic circle, and every time they came out, they would only see darkness in front of them. They couldn't recognize where they were at all. If they didn't look at the concept layer of laws, they wouldn't know if they were getting closer or further away from the upper plane. Feng, are we not there yet? Why are you taking so long to teleport? When Yun Nuoshing was muttering distance in her heart, we could not help but complain. When she turned her head, she saw that he was picking at his ears and staring at the void. He was so bored that he could not help but shake his head, helplessly. The energy traces are very long, and they are intermittent. They are the traces left behind when they tore the void in a hurry to perform a large-scale void jump. If we follow the aura step by step, we can only jump again and again. If we directly touch the chaos barrier, well, I'm afraid that we won't be able to control ourselves and bump into the barrier. I'm worried that there will be problems. All right, Hui sighed resignedly and spread his hands. Let me see how I Ching and the others are doing. Call me when we arrive. We've arrived. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. Why did it sound like he was some sort of transport in the mortal world? They did not know much about the situation during the Chaos era. As outsiders, this void region did not seem to have any intention of opening its heart to them for the time being. They could not immediately come into contact with some of the rules that were only related to the life forms that lived here. In short, they could not fully grasp the situation during the Chaos era, and they did not have the time to stay where they were and do nothing. After all, they did not have many people, but they were also worried that the forces of chaos would launch a sneak attack. If they caused a huge ruckus and the ambush became stronger and they happened to be away, it would be terrible. Therefore, they could only leave enough energy towers in the chaos gap and the main areas of the world of order to assist in the defense before heading to the place where the energy resonance occurred. Probably thinking about it from inside to outside, we suddenly connected some things. Feng, according to the current situation, if the tragedy of this void region is caused by the chaos concept body, can we assume that the situation in the sealed upper plane is similar to the void region we're in? Yun Nuoshing was startled, but quickly reacted. Does that mean that order and chaos are fiercely clashing inside? Hui nodded vigorously. The chaotic concept bodies were always thinking about destroying order. Even if they retreated to a corner, they would definitely not give up on causing trouble. Just like the time on the Cloud Continent, if it were not for the backup plans set up by the heavenly god of origin, the void of order would have welcomed an unrestrained chaotic concept body, and it could have collided with the world of order and the underworld at any time. Those beings that were the origin of order seemed to have calculated everything and arranged everything properly. Even if they were gone, they did not allow the chaos concept body to do as it pleased in the void. If that's the case, this is the domain of the chaos concept body, which means that there must be some power that keeps it in check as well. Perhaps it's a seal or something else, and perhaps there really is a heavenly god of origin hiding here and confronting the chaos concept body. Perhaps they could look forward to something. Perhaps if they really brought back a heavenly god of origin, then don't think about it. Yun Nuoshing glanced at her old friend, knowing that he was indulging in wild fantasies from his elated expression. If it's really as you say, we'll just be giving ourselves away even if we get involved in the confrontation between the heavenly god of origin and the chaos concept body. Moreover, since they're confronting each other and the lower and middle planes have been beaten to such a state, it means that the heavenly god of origin is at a disadvantage. If we rush in, we'll just be a side dish. Hui was speechless. Those two sentences had turned his fantasy into a nightmare. As they leaped through the void, they could occasionally see some remnant broken scenes that had not completely disappeared after fusing with the void. For example, the chaotic light in front of them entangled the void, mixed with countless broken energies, as if it was surrounded by energy particles. It resembled a torn galaxy with a huge world barrier floating in the void. It was clearly not the size of a single world cluster. There should have been dozens of world clusters here, or perhaps a smaller world group that had been destroyed recently. Moreover, it would not have been the void's own destruction. A natural void disaster would not have gnawed a world group into a mess as if it had been bitten by a pack of rats, nor would such a huge composite condensation be left behind. It was clearly man-made. The hasty pause did not allow the three of them to examine the chaotic condensation more closely. When the void appeared in front of them again, they were already in another place. Is that damage caused by chaos, or is it caused by order? Hui sighed faintly. It's not chaos. There's no presence of chaos. Moreover, if it was caused by chaos, the scene would be very clean, and there would not be such a mess left behind. Order. Those damned people from the upper plane. What are they trying to do? Yin Nuoshing shook his head. It's still impossible to tell with the current minute conditions, but he paused for a moment, and even stopped leaping through the void. His fingers twirled around his long hair as he pondered, and replied, the middle and lower planes that had been destroyed by chaos have left behind almost 100,000 world clusters. For the time being, we do not know how these 100,000 world clusters escaped the purge of chaos, but chaos clearly did not intend to let them go. Even if its main forces were gathered in the upper plane and were still fighting, perhaps in a bitter battle, the middle and lower planes did not completely escape the calamity. The era of chaos is the best proof. It still wants to destroy the remaining worlds, even if there's only 1% of them left. This is the inclination of chaos. Then, what is the inclination of order? Think about it from the perspective of the beings of order. What is the purpose of those ghostly people from the upper plane to do evil? We scratched his head. With our current realm, if there's something in the middle and lower planes that is worth their attention, I can only think of one answer. And if there's no accident, it should be the only answer. Something related to the heavenly God of origin. The middle and lower planes actually looked a little strange. He was not talking about the strangeness caused by external forces, but the middle and lower planes themselves. Through the statistics of the void map, they had also calculated another fact. Most of the world clusters in the middle and lower planes originated from the previous era. Almost 100,000 world clusters left behind. 90% of them originated from the 36th and 17th eras. The rest of the world clusters only emerged in this era. The latest ones could be traced back to 10 eras ago, while the rest were born even before that. They were all products of order that should have been scrapped due to overage. Cough, cough. These clues that couldn't be considered clues all pointed towards the 36th and 37th eras. That should be the time when this void domain and chaos domain were formed. They were the unlucky ones who were dragged into this. This information was meant for those who understood the situation. However, they were only a group of order life forms in the current era. They didn't understand what exactly happened during the 36th and 37th eras. What he wanted to say was that these worlds that were born in the previous era might be related to the heavenly God of origin. That was probably the reason why they could survive. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the phenomenon of 90% of the survivors coming from the same era. Perhaps those world clusters that were born in this era were the real survivors. They were purely lucky to have escaped the cleansing of the forces of chaos. However, as for something related to the heavenly God of origin, they did find something in the inner world of that world. It was a statue, a lump of stone that could only be used to calculate time. That should be it. Oh, right. There was also a crystal with the power of origin. That thing broke free from the statue. After it broke free, it flew into the void and fled in the direction of the upper plane. These were probably related to the heavenly God of origin. If there were more, it would only mean that they had overlooked even more. We got goosebumps as he thought about it. He could not help but mutter, beings of order looking for something related to the heavenly God of origin. They are also beings of order, yet they attack order. What the hell? Don't tell me that the underworld is here. You're thinking too much. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and shook her head. They were fence-sitters back then. It's impossible for them to be involved in this kind of battle that directly collides with order and chaos. The demonic figure in the cloud continent had also said, the general meaning is that we don't know when they will be gone. The underworld's base camp is obviously still in the outer void, and they are still stirring up trouble there. We scratched his head, unwilling to give up. But in the world of order, there shouldn't be anyone else other than the underworld who can meet all three conditions at once, right? There shouldn't be a second batch of order who is an enemy of order and the heavenly God of origin. They can't just throw themselves into the embrace of the chaotic void, volunteering to join the chaos and turn the tables on order. Moreover, if both of them succeeded, then wouldn't the void of order be too miserable? There are spies every year. It's just that there are a lot of them at that time. Maybe that's the case. Yun Nuashing's expression was quite strange when she said that. It was obvious that she was unwilling to face another powerful enemy of order. However, the clues in front of them told them that this might be the case. So, the world of order. It's not pure. It's not pure at all. This exaggerated laughter, this exaggerated tone, this voice. Hui shuddered violently when he heard it. This guy's resentment towards the world of order was probably increasing exponentially. At this time, he should be glad that Maple didn't know that a group of people who were struck by lightning had come to the front line of the void to stir up trouble. If Maple knew about it, the world of order would probably suffer. We're here. Don't think about it anymore. There will only be answers to those questions later, whether it's the underworld or another group of spies of order. As long as they really cooperate with the chaos to stir up trouble, they will all be treated as the chaos. Don't accept surrender. Don't kill them. Don't give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. If you want them to continue living in the void of order in other ways, I'd rather blow up the void of order. Hui was speechless. That really fits Maple's answer. Putting aside those messy thoughts, they turned their attention to the front. It was still the void. The void in front of them was darker and deeper. Their senses were blocked by a thin layer of invisible barrier. That was the chaos barrier that separated the upper realm and the middle realm. Until now, they still had no way to shake it. In front of the thin barrier, the blurry band of energy light appeared again. One end of it pointed to the middle realm, and a part of it seemed to have squeezed into the upper realm. This layer of barrier should have been opened for a short period of time, allowing the group of people who fled with the light of several worlds to pass through, leaving behind traces. The breath has disappeared here. Yun Nuashing stepped forward and put her hand on the chaos barrier. She tried to use the origin energy for a while. Then she turned to the three of them and shook her head. It's not working. Although there's a crack, there's still no way to tear it open. The defense of the chaos barrier is too strong. Even if I use all my strength now, the probability of opening a crack is less than 1 in 10 million. It seems that only a key can open a crack. Key. Hui let out a long sigh of distress. His face was gloomy. They're obviously from the Order. Why would they have a key to open the chaos barrier? They've really defected to the enemy. These people, why don't I see anything good about the chaos void? Aren't they all from the Order void? What good would it do them to destroy the Order void back to its original point? Staring blankly at the empty void where only the order of chaos is left, looking at the world without order, Hui scolded. He could not help but turn to Maple and said, "These people hate the order void more than you do." Yun Nuashing's face twitched. "I don't hate. At most, I hate. I hate those things that are not pure. I hate those things that are mixed with too many impure things. But this is what the order void looks like. So I can only hate it. It's not to the extent of—" He paused and pondered for a moment. Then he said seriously, "It's not to the extent of now. Well, if the war between order and chaos has reached this point, and the order void is stirring up trouble, maybe, I can't say, maybe, well, go crazy and tear down the house." Hui was speechless. He was glad that he did not meet the people who stirred up trouble a few eras ago, that allowed the order void to survive for a few more eras. There's nothing here. I Ching and the others have already gone to the rest of the energy resonance points. Should we go to another place to check out the situation? Hui coughed and quickly changed the topic. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at the chaos barrier. She only hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. Chapter 1822. The world of order, from all aspects, was quite complicated. When it was peaceful, meaning that the void of order was not invaded by the void of chaos, the world was filled with people fighting each other, which was the highest level of domestic violence in the void of order. When it was not peaceful, well, living on the edge of war was like living in an abyss of suffering, with chaos in front and order behind, being attacked from the front and back. Other than tangling with chaos until death every day, they also had to be on guard against being stabbed in the back by their own people, which was really not a peaceful life. Except for the front line of the void of order. The front line of the void of order gathered 50% of the living beings in the void of order, and any one of them would be a top-notch expert in the world of order. Furthermore, due to the fierce battles over several eras, they had been through countless life and death situations. Each of them was berserk, crazy, and had the power of order all over their faces. There was no need for any announcement to know that the 50% of the living beings in the void of order were all above average lunatics. No one in the world of order dared to mess with them, except for that one time 5 eras ago. I can't keep mentioning this. If I keep mentioning this, and Maple hears it, then he won't be in trouble, but the world of order will definitely be in trouble. They were now heading towards I Ching's location. There were already people occupying the 12 energy resonance points, and I Ching was closer to them, so they chose the closest location. This time, they didn't directly teleport to the location. Maple intended to walk around the void and use a medium speed to sneak towards I Ching's location. It would take about 1 or 2 hours. Maple intended to look at the various situations in the void. Yep, various situations that were very confusing in their eyes. The broken world light orbs the collapsed void, and the exposed times see were like internal organs that were exposed to the outside. Some of the order creations that could no longer be healed, some of the buildings that were floating in the void had not been destroyed in time. Their energy had been completely exhausted, and other than that, there was nothing else. The broken objects that came and went had turned the void of order into a large garbage dump. They were all things that were thrown into the void when the world of order encountered an abnormal collapse. Occasionally, one could see the world light orbs that wrapped around a piece of remnant law that had yet to dissipate. That's too much. Siyu couldn't help but grab Yun Nuoxing's hand tightly and whispered, "The world of order has already been corrupted by chaos, and the people of order are still adding insult to injury." Hui let out a long sigh of relief and did not say anything. What they saw along the way was indeed the scene of the world being destroyed by order, not the traces left behind by chaos. Frankly speaking, the traces left behind by chaos might have disappeared completely after a few eras. At this moment, the traces found in the void were all fresh and could be traced back from half a year ago to 1,000 years ago. They believed that there must be more traces that were even older. It was either that they had not discovered them or that they had been devoured by the void. What they could see was only a small part of it. I remember that the people of the underworld also belong to the order, right? Feng Qing Huang turned to Yun Nuoxing and asked, "Why are they using the power of chaos to destroy the void of order?" Well, we have talked about this topic many times, but it's basically just guessing, and there's no conclusion. Hui floated to the front and turned to face them. He held the back of his head with both hands and said, "I personally think that they are using the power of chaos because they have coincidentally encountered the concept body of chaos. However, it's impossible for them to control the concept body of chaos. They can only use the power of God's destruction that they have obtained from God knows where to imitate the concept body of chaos to attack the world of order. This is economical and practical. The void energy is unlimited, and the chaos soldiers can be equivalent to unlimited as well. It doesn't consume much manpower or resources at all. As for why they're using such a cautious method, my current opinion is that they're too cowardly. They don't dare to fight head-on, so they can only sneakily hide in the back and throw things out to waste the power of the world of order. Your Feng's opinion is that they're still playing tricks behind the scenes. They intend to use an even more effortless method, and a method that's almost certain to succeed, to flatten the void of order in a single wave. The death abyss mist that they're throwing out is only used as a small trick to push their plan forward. They don't need to start fighting in the lower planes, saving time. Hui spread his hands to the two girls and said, "What do you think?" Siyu and Feng Qinghuang looked at each other. Both of them lowered their heads and said in unison, "We agree with Little Star's opinion." Hui grimaced. The answer was as he had expected. However, he still felt like he was hit by a critical blow. Why? Last time, the underworld threw out 20 high-level primeval and almost broke through the Void Realm's front line. So, it's obvious that they're not afraid to fight. Well, if they're not completely afraid to fight, then they must have been delayed by something more important, Siyu said. Oh, that's a good idea. It's very possible. We looked slightly enlightened. Then, what do you think is going on in this void? The power of chaos is more straightforward than the abyssal death mist. It didn't leave anything in the lower and middle planes. It directly drew a prison in the upper planes to fight a life and death battle. Instead, it's a group of unknown upper planes that are causing trouble in the lower and middle planes. The two girls still said in unison, "We don't know." At this moment, Siyu suddenly had a feeling. "Lord Hui, do you think that group of people from the upper plane is the group of people that Little Star sensed, the group that brought 4 or 5 worlds and fled quickly?" Hui was stunned. Yun Nuoshing turned to look at her and said, "Continue." "Little Star, when you sensed that the barrier resonated with some places in the lower and middle planes, there was a point where the energy dimmed rapidly. Not long after, it was completely annihilated. When we rushed over, we could only see the traces left by them as they tore through the void, and left in a hurry." Siyu's Mei Mao kept flashing. Could it be that they felt that their location had been exposed? They felt a little guilty about what they did in the world of order. So, when they were exposed, they ran away without saying anything. Even from the beginning, they were prepared to run away at every moment. That's why they could run away so quickly and decisively. That's quite possible. But Hui nodded. He had a serious expression on his face. Those bastards dared to kill order. They definitely did not have a guilty conscience. Oh, I didn't say that they were guilty because they, as order, were found out to have attacked order. Siyu smiled slightly. She held Yun Nuoshing's arm and swung it back and forth. Mei Mao's eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. It's just that they felt something very representative, and mistakenly thought that they might have come looking for them. So they ran away in a hurry. They didn't even dare to confirm whether their feelings were wrong. Hui was stunned. This, Yun Nuoshing narrowed her eyes. It's representative. They ran away in a hurry because they were no match for it. It's as if they had met their natural enemy. Small animals in the forest will run away when they hear a huge commotion. This is because they know that a huge monster is about to pass by, or that a huge monster is nearby. Their small bodies are blocked by the forest, so it's obviously not easy for those big guys to notice them. It's very easy for them to be trampled flat. They ran away just to avoid being hurt by the innocent. Thinking about the characteristics of this area, the possible characteristics of this area, and the fact that they might be related to the chaos. With all these conditions, we can more or less confirm that they ran away in a hurry because they mistakenly thought that they had been discovered by a huge monster. And the huge monster obviously represents order. That's why they were afraid. We suddenly understood. Those bastards mistook us for the origin heavenly god who caused the commotion. F***CK. If that's the case, this group of order beings who are causing trouble in the void realm don't even know that the origin heavenly god has passed away. From the very beginning, they were trapped in this area together with the chaos conceptual entity and the origin heavenly god. Now that there's a commotion about the origin heavenly god, they may have mistakenly thought that the battle outside has ended, and the origin heavenly god has come knocking on their door. Those guys who are causing trouble in the order may also be from the previous era. Hui was shocked by his own conjecture. As long as one of the conditions was missing, none of his conjectures would be valid. Then he combined the conditions of his new conjecture. Damn it, this must be the underworld. Yin Nuoshing also frowned. I'll keep it for now. When the war between order and chaos broke out in the previous era, the world of order was also quite chaotic. Since it has been traced back to the previous era, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be a second person who stands on the side of chaos and declares war on order. Huey's jaw dropped. He was stunned for a long time. No, is order so unlucky? Is it so unpopular? One underworld is enough. How can there be another? That's not the case. It's only because they have too many desires. Standing on the side of order, they can't fulfill them, so they can only take the risk and walk towards chaos. Since ancient times, there have been many people with this nature. It's just that this nature is magnified until they stand on the scene between order and chaos. Only then will you feel surprised and puzzled. Yun Nuoshing sighed and shook her head. She also felt a headache. The battlefield in the mythological era was definitely much more dangerous than the one they were facing now. The Origin heavenly god also had it tough. Not only did they have to deal with the entire chaotic void, but their families also didn't feel at ease. But at that time, 80% of the Order Void seemed to be under the command of the Origin heavenly god. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that their Void frontline was more miserable. Well, the Order Void had never felt at ease since ancient times. This was their nature, a good tradition that was engraved in their souls. The state of inspecting the void along the way lasted for 2 hours before it ended. Yun Nuoshing left many arrangements along the way, just like setting up the second line of defense and the third line of defense. Hui and the two girls witnessed with their own eyes the scene of him and the little angel leaving a number of crazy defenses in the void. That was really, well, they really did not know what to say. In short, it was very crazy. Since it was a temporary defense built according to the specifications of the second line of defense, it seemed that Maple was also preparing for a battle with the concept body of chaos. Whether it was here or in the upper plane, it was better to be prepared first in case something unexpected happened, and they were all killed by the impact of chaos before they could set up a stance and return to the spiritual temple. If that was really the case, they would be too ashamed to face the hundreds of millions of soldiers on the front line. The two highest managers of the front line went out for a stroll and were all killed back to the spiritual temple. After leaving behind a defense that looked passable but was in fact insane in Huey's eyes, they performed a final void warp and rushed into a world of light. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw a broken asteroid belt, surrounded by planets that were missing limbs. Some had missing northern hemispheres, some had craters in their southern hemispheres, and there were even 2 exposed cores that had completely cooled. Billions of fragments floated around them, and the scene before them was like a graveyard of stars. More importantly, there were footprints and traces left by intelligent life on their surface. Those buildings were covered in dust, while others floated in space with the broken stars. If all of this were drawn on a painting, it would probably raise endless sorrow in one's heart. This was a stellar system closer to the edge of the stars. The sun had been extinguished, leaving behind a pitifully thin dust cloud that could hardly block one's vision. The collapsed core that was still burning was also dim and lightless. Its predecessor should have been a star that was on the smaller side in terms of volume and mass. Logically speaking, it should have been able to last for billions of years without extinguishing. After that, the core could continue burning for almost 10 billion years. And then the core was almost extinguished. The life in this place should have gone through 3 periods. The first was when the sun was in a healthy state. The second was when the sun was in a subhealthy state. The third was when the sun was collapsing. and the last was when there was only a core left. Oh, there were 4. We glanced around and came to this conclusion. This was what the traces of human beings left on the surrounding planets told him. The conditions seemed harsh and difficult, but in fact, it made no difference to the higher life forms. The mortals could still survive in the sun if they put on a shield, provided that they did not mind that there would be no night in the future. The life that lived here should have been extinguished during the period when only the core of the star remained. As for what happened, no one knew. Perhaps the blame could be placed on the upper plane. After all, no matter how one looked at it, this didn't look like a natural dissipation. What kind of star system could blow up a planet into pieces when it dissipated naturally? If it weren't for the fact that the gravity of this place had lost its effect, there would have been 7 or 8 asteroid belts by now. Feng Qing Huang looked around and picked up an oval rectangular stone that was at most 200 or 300 meters long from the asteroid belt beside her. "Little star, look at this." Yun Nuoxing wiped away the dust on the surface of the stone and blinked. It was destroyed about 3,000 years ago. Hui, you should be right. The life here should have gone through 4 periods. There is a broken planet with ancient ruins from billions of years ago, although it is also broken. Hui crossed his arms. 3,000 years ago, they should have been killed by those damn people from the upper plane. The probability is not small. As they looked around the stellar graveyard, I Ching's figure emerged from the stars and bowed to them respectfully. "Lord Feng, Lord Hui, we have investigated the place that may be related to the energy resonance point. Well, actually, there is only one place in the entire shattered stars that still has the energy of order. We found it without much investigation, but I Ching hesitated for a moment. When he saw Lord Feng signaling to him, he continued, I think, Lord Feng, you may need to be mentally prepared." Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Hui immediately understood and blurted out, slightly agitated, "Origin." I Ching saw that Lord Feng's face was dark as he scratched his head and looked around helplessly. He nodded stiffly. Maybe, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. "Give me a quick death." "I think it should be." I Ching led them around the broken asteroid belt for a while and came to the back of a huge broken planet. Hidden behind, it was its own satellite. The distance was obviously too close. It was as close as a ball touching a ball, but it stopped just right at the point where their faces were touching. The two of them are less than 30,000 miles away from each other. Half of the laws of this star system have been broken, and it has yet to be repaired. One of them is gravity. Their mass is still normal, but they have lost their gravity. Like, I Ching turned back to look at the other parts of the star system, and the image that was frozen in front of his eyes was their last words of what had happened thousands of years ago. A portrait. The thing about the origin is on this moon. It is the only thing in this stellar system that is still intact. Yun Nuoxing followed his gaze and looked at the moon that was approaching in front of him. It was a brownish-yellow earth ball, the size of a normal planet. It could be inhabited, and there were faint traces of life on it. However, these traces were now covered with a layer of dust. The life of the entire star system had disappeared without a trace. Compared to the beautiful words of "they have already left," he chose to believe the more realistic words of "they have already died." Thin air was still floating in the space of the brownish-yellow dirt ball. The gravity had disappeared. Well, no, it was destroyed. Originally, gas would not stay in this state, but the laws of the entire stellar system had been broken, causing them to freeze and become a portrait. They were all preserved at the moment of the destruction. Nothing had changed. Unless there was an external influence, they would stay in this position until the end of the world. The moon should have come out just now. Yun Nuoxing pointed to the inside of the moon. Look carefully in its stomach. There is still the dimensional power left after the dimensional jump. It has not completely faded. It came out in a hurry. When the energy resonance appeared, we saw the dimensional power that had not dissipated in time. He nodded and asked, "Maybe it's not just here. Maybe it's the same in other places, including the few worlds that slipped away. They might have been hiding in some space until the energy resonance point was found. Seeing that they were exposed, they didn't care about anything else and ran away in a hurry." "Oh, that makes sense." Hui nodded and turned to look at I Ching. "Little Ching, where is it?" "On the back. Please come with me." I Ching took them around the stars and came to the back of the brownish-yellow dirt ball. He pointed down and said, "It's under what the F*CK? Why is it this thing?" He hadn't even said a few words when Sir Hui cursed first. Hearing this, he was stunned. You've already met? Not only have we seen it." Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. "I even walked around inside. Tell me, is there one or two divine palaces below? Inside the divine palaces, there is a stone statue with its back against the throne and its hand holding the air." I Ching now believed that the two of them had really seen it. Yes, Yun Nuoxing and the other three were speechless. They looked at each other and then turned to look down. They were even more speechless. On the surface of the planet below, there were circles upon circles. One circle was a mountain, the outer circle was a forest, and the outer circle was a river that was so thirsty that only a river channel remained. The river channel bloomed on the entire land, and the tributaries poked into the other circles on the ground. Beyond the river channel was a circle of plains. They had already seen these circles before. No, that was not the main point. The main point was at the center was a forest that had already withered. They could see millions of withered trees standing tall, and they could also see the only building left on the entire land at the center, the temple, that made them feel a little regretful. It was probably a temple. The angle was not very good, so they could not see it fully. But the appearance of this planet was too similar. It was as if it was carved from the same mold. There was no difference between the two planets. Hui turned his neck a quarter to foam and said, "Why do I feel like we are going to get involved in more messy things? To be honest, I already feel like it's going to be more messy things." Yun Nuoxing's face continued to twitch. With a stomach full of doubts, she muttered, "The resonance point of the chaos barrier points to something related to the heavenly god of origin. What do you think?" Siyu covered her face with her hands and looked to the side. "I can't see. Yun Nuoxing." "Anyway, let's go down and take a look." The planet was completely cold and lifeless. Everything that used to live on its surface had died, along with the death of the star system. What was left here was just like its brothers and sisters. They were all specimens. In the center of the little earth ball, there were densely packed, withered trees. They were pale and ashen white, so brittle that they would shatter with a single touch. There were also many extremely large withered trees, perhaps tens of thousands of feet tall. It was not hard to imagine that this place used to be filled with lush foliage, just like that primeval forest. However, with the passage of time, all that was left for them was a grave of death. The temple was located in the center of this withered forest. There was only one temple, and the open door allowed them to see the statue in the center without walking in. The only difference from the first time they saw it was that this statue directly emitted origin energy. When they walked into the temple, they could see that the statue was emitting a grayish-white energy at a glance. The great power seemed to be telling the people who came here that they once existed. Even though it was just a dead object now, it still wanted to leave an impression that it was related to them. "Hui, go and smash it. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and slapped Hui on the shoulder. Why me? Didn't you have a lot of fun tearing it down last time? But this time, the energy of origin is directly exposed. That's right, your defense is high. Hui was speechless. Well, he was a mid-level premier, right? A shield should have the awareness of a shield. He was the one who said this. He took out the guardian shield and threw it at the statue in front of him. Then, he quickly stepped back and took out the next shield. Pestle, bang, a vast and mighty grayish-white with purple origin energy suddenly exploded from the statue. Yun Nuoxing trembled all over and immediately pushed the two girls behind him, propped up an energy barrier, and reached out to throw it at Hui. Wow. I Ching saw Lord Hui turn into a wisp of green smoke and rush into the starry sky. Her cheeks were trembling. Yun Nuoxing looked at her hands, which had nowhere to put, and coughed softly and quickly put them down. Okay, I didn't have time to put a shield on him, but it shouldn't be a big problem. After Hui was done, the statue also shattered. A crystal in the shape of a water droplet jumped out. It was grayish-white with a little purple light in the center. It was that water droplet again. This was definitely the symbol of the heavenly god of origin. Just like the first time they saw the water droplet crystal, the latter appeared in the same place for a while after it appeared. Then it rose into the air and rushed in the direction of the upper plane. Yun Nuoxing timed it right this time. When it rushed out, she left a wisp of energy of the same origin and let that wisp of energy disappear from sight with the crystal. Hey, wait a minute. Aren't we here to get the key? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Why did she just watch it run away? Everyone was speechless. Chapter 1823. People with good brains would occasionally be a little confused. In fact, it was because they overused their brains and had their own ideas at the last minute. They wanted to protest against the work stoppage, so they occasionally did not cooperate. This was normal, and there was no problem. He definitely did not put all his attention on the messy matter of the origin and forget the purpose of coming here. Absolutely not. Just admit that you were frightened by the messy matter of the origin. Hui, who had swam back from the starry sky, heard the result and immediately showed an unusually wicked smile. He took advantage of the fact that someone was as silly as a fool to poke his face. He poked and joked. When little Qing was talking just now, I saw that your whole body was stiff and almost turned into a stone statue. It has been a few eras, and you still haven't recovered from the shadow of the messy matter of the origin. You still haven't gotten used to it. At this moment, Hui really wanted to stand on top of the tower in 0 Point City and raise his arm. Billions of rays of light turned into true light and engraved a line of words in the void. Feng Ling, you also have times when you are muddle-headed. Seeing a certain guardian's inexplicable smug look, Yun Nuoxing really wanted to slap him in the face with her shoe. However, this time she was really nervous and forgot the purpose of coming here. There was no way to refute. Don't worry, there are still 11 places, aren't there? Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly and changed the topic directly. It's not like there's only one key left. Besides, if we really can't find the key, none of us can enter. We have to spend more effort here. What are you showing off here for? Hui was also stunned. This was the truth. This was indeed not the time to show off. I'm not showing off. It's just that it's rare to see you being confused. If I don't seize this good opportunity to laugh at you, there won't be another chance in the future. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes, turned her head, and swung her long hair, slapping him into the starry sky. However, just as they were used to the void, always playing tricks on them, it might be their own mistake to not be able to catch the key this time. However, when the remaining 11 keys were also not caught, the atmosphere became a little strange. Huido kept his mouth shut and did not dare to make a sound, looking at Fengling's dark face. Without thinking, he knew that this matter was still going on. It flew away again. Siyu watched as the water droplet ignored their trap and flew into the sky, disappearing into the void. She couldn't help but sigh. Did we do something wrong? It doesn't feel like the situation is what we thought it would be. Everyone scratched their heads awkwardly. Like Lord Hui, they stared silently at the sky. They had seen Lord Feng's face darken bit by bit. At this moment, they didn't dare to say anything. Yes, they didn't dare to say anything. If they said the wrong thing, it would be a big problem. Yun Nuoshing tugged at her long hair and turned to look at Siyu. After a while, her eyes flickered, and she nodded. Maybe that's the case. When Hui heard him speak, he immediately found a way to break the frozen atmosphere. He jumped over like a tiger. What do you mean? Are you going to smash the door if you don't have the key? If I could smash the wall, I would have done it 2 hours ago. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and sighed. The energy tower detected some movement in the chaos barrier. After these 12 keys jumped into the barrier itself emitted a wave of energy. It's a little like we looked at her and guessed. The movement of opening the door? Yes and no. Specifically, it should be a similar reaction to the barrier being weakened. If you insist that these 12 crystals are the keys, it means that all the keys to the door have been returned to their positions. It's just that. Hui waved his hand and snapped his fingers. All the keys have been returned to their positions. It's just that one is missing. So now the door is in an unstable state. We can try to smash the door. Why are you always thinking about smashing the door? Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. But that's what it means. Anyway, let's go and see the situation first. The energy tower built around the chaos barrier formed a self-contained order node. However, at this time, it was not connected to each other. It was just standing in the void as a lighthouse to observe the situation. They did not dare to try to encircle the chaos barrier casually. Then something bad would happen. As I gazed at the distant void, I could sense that the magic circles and energy towers that they left behind were constantly emitting torrents of energy. The torrents of energy would only last for a short period of time. Basically, after 2 or 3 attacks of order, it would take a long time before the next explosion of order would occur. I could also observe how much chaos power would appear from the frequency. I didn't need to worry about the situation in the lower and middle planes. There should be no problem. Hui adjusted his position by the collar and tilted his head to ask I Ching and the others. Although I feel that there is no need to worry, I still have to ask, how many energy towers did you leave there? Not many. After all, it's related to the concept of chaos. For safety reasons, we left a portion of the energy towers. Just a portion. A portion. The group of order warriors scratched their heads and laughed dryly. They turned their heads and looked into the depths of the void. Huey's face was calm. How many portions? Give me an accurate number. Just one. All right, more than 100,000 energy towers. Seeing Huey's expression, I Ching hurriedly coughed and reported the number honestly. All right, more than 100,000. Are you sure you won't accidentally do that to someone else? Huey's face twitched violently. These fellows, he had not kept an eye on them for a while, and they had acted recklessly. With a flick of their little hands, they had thrown down hundreds of thousands of origin energy towers. If these towers were spread out evenly and used as nodes in the void to construct a domain of order, it would be enough for a lower plane to sweep through 40 to 50 world groups in the upper plane. If these things were to accidentally go berserk, wouldn't they destroy the order along with them? For the time being, it has been adjusted to only target the power of chaos. But if someone's hands were to go, I Ching pinched his neck and laughed dryly. Poke or something? All right, he understood. As long as the group of unlucky people in the world of order did not have nothing better to do and touch those dangerous things, the world of order would still be peaceful. Maple, how's the situation? Hui turned his head to look at the chaos barrier. Maple had been lying on the barrier since the beginning, and there was no movement even after a long time. It seemed that there was some movement. When he turned his head, he saw that Maple was lying on the barrier, and there was a hexagonal rune in front of him. Energy rune. Magic circle? In short, it was a strange thing that looked like a combination of the three. When he saw it on the barrier, he subconsciously thought that Maple was preparing to smash the door. Now he was looking at where the thickness of the door was thinner so that it would be easier to smash it later. Well, there are two. I don't know what kind of news to tell you. Yun Nuoshing straightened up and said to Hui and the others with an expression that even she did not know what kind of expression she had. Let's talk about the bad news first. Theoretically, both of these may be bad news. Hui was silent for a while. He took out his sword and shield and pointed to the front. Can we smash the door directly? Yun Nuoshing was instantly very excited. Smash! Bang! Wah! When everyone turned their heads, they saw Lord Hui rushing into the depths of the void at a speed that was tens of thousands of times faster than light. A long sound slowly dissipated. Smash your head! When Yun Nuoshing finished the second half of the sentence, Hui had already disappeared. He could not help but be silent for a while. He pressed his cheeks with both hands. Why is this shield so excited? It's not his turn to smash the wall, right? Everyone laughed dryly and turned their heads away. No one dared to speak. The 13 energy resonance points have now disappeared in the upper plane. I observed that after they passed through the chaos barrier, the structure of the ladder was slightly weakened. Yun Nuoshing used 2 fingers to indicate the size of a little bit. Looking at Hui, who ran back with a pig liver-colored face, he sighed, by the way, from the weakened structure of a little bit, I found that there is also an energy resonance point. There are more? Everyone's faces turned green when they heard this. Which long-lived guy had so much free time to put so many locks on his door? Where is it? Yun Nuoshing stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Inside, on both sides of the barrier, there are energy resonance points that together maintain this barrier. Hui was a little stunned. What's going on? Well, from the analysis of the energy waves, this should be a door lock that needs to be unlocked from both inside and outside at the same time. Isn't it already dead? We have already broken the key in the lock. Hui was very agitated and went forward to slap the barrier. Is there no other way? Yun Nuoshing looked around the void and did not know what to say for a moment. The key was already broken in the lock, and the internal key had not been put in place. How to open the door and how to smash the door had become a problem. Although the structure of the barrier had been shaken a little, it was not to the extent that they could casually smash the door. Hui looked at his old friend's silent face and roughly knew what was going on. He felt a headache, and when he had a headache, he could not help but want to use his shield to chisel at the wall. Circles of energy ripples also cut across the barrier. Inadvertently, a bit of different energy seemed to appear, and his face changed. Phone, do you still remember the topic just now? There are dozens of topics here. Can you tell me which topic it is? Just now we were talking about the barrier of chaos. Why is it related to the key left behind by the origin energy? Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth. He threw this matter aside. After all, there were too many topics on hold, and it was a little difficult to deal with them all. In fact, the answer to this question was very easy to get, but the answer sounded a little shocking. Things like seals in the end can't exhaust things of the same level as them. When the length of time has been measured in epochs, no matter how powerful the seal is, it will weaken because of the continuous impact of the prisoners. They can also find a chance to recover their strength and wait for an opportunity to strike. Yun Nuoshing just subconsciously muttered this sentence. The meaning behind it was self-evident, and we felt a chill all over his body when he heard it. The barrier in front of them might have been built by the heavenly god of origin in the past. It was a huge seal, a tomb, and was used to imprison everything. This could also explain why the keys on both sides of the barrier were the origin energy. However, after dozens of epochs had passed, in the end, the origin energy could not escape the erosion of enemies of the same level. At this moment, the barrier had become a barrier of chaos, and in turn, it prevented them from going to the middle plane. This is not the first time something like this has happened. Even the heavenly gods themselves have met with misfortune, let alone the things they left behind. Yun Nuoshing put her hands behind her back and sighed deeply. Even the heavenly god of Origin's obsession clone could be turned into something that was neither human nor ghost by the chaotic energy. It was just a mere barrier, right? There were millions of ways to twist it into their own thing. After all, both sides were things that were hanging in the void for almost eternity. Given a little time, many things could be changed drastically. We recalled the same situation that they had just discussed. If the group of people who ran away with the key had sensed something about the origin energy and ran away, and they had used the key left behind by the heavenly god of origin. TSK, this sounded ridiculous. These people were really not good people. Speaking of which, it was quite ridiculous to leave a key behind in a seal. Could it be that they had already anticipated that it would come in handy? For example, they knew that the seal could not be solved, so they just left a back door for someone to solve it. Or, like what Siyu said, it was a seal left behind by one of the heavenly gods of origin. They delayed it here and waited for the battle outside to end so that their companions could come in through the back door left behind by the heavenly god of origin to help solve the problem. After thinking about it, the possibility of this result seemed to be quite high. If the predecessor is made of origin energy, I have a way to tear a hole in it and let us pass through safely. But Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed as he looked at everyone and said softly, maybe it's a one-way passage. Maybe we can't get out once we go in. We understood what he meant. But there are also energy resonating points inside. Even if we find all of them, we can't get out. Oh, the door can only be opened when the inside and outside are opened together. Now, the key is broken. Yun Nuoshing nodded helplessly. Tearing a crack can only be a one-way passage. Even if this layer of barrier has become a part of chaos, its essence is obviously not distorted by the power of chaos. If we don't open it from the inside and outside together, there is no way to open this layer of barrier. We have already triggered the key left outside and unilaterally cut off the possibility of it being opened again. Now that we go in, well, I don't know what will happen. Although this kind of barrier can be destroyed by force, we don't have that kind of power. Also look inside. The concept of chaos has already occupied the barrier and did not tear it apart. Do you think it can't tear it apart, or is it doing something inside? Feng Qinghuang suddenly looked up. The cage used to imprison our enemies has now become our own cage, trapping us in it. Until one side falls, no one can escape. Yun Nuoshing looked at her, hesitated, and then nodded. Order wanted to kill chaos, and chaos would stop at nothing to destroy order in the void. The battle between the two had gone on for over 300 eras without stopping. In a time that was longer than eternity, they did not manage to kill each other, and instead developed a tacit understanding that would not stop until death. Even if the control of the barrier had changed hands, the Chaos concept body had no intention of sneaking out and going on a killing spree in the world of order. That would be meaningless, for they wanted to deal with order itself and not a bunch of ants and weeds born of order. From the beginning to the end, the concept of chaos had only wanted to kill the origin god and then crush the void of order. Both sides had very clear goals. Hui was no longer nervous and anxious after hearing that. Feng, if we go in and die, can we still return to the spiritual temple? The remnant consciousness is under the control of the spiritual temple, no matter where we are trapped or where we die. Unless the spiritual temple is destroyed, we will not be affected. Our memories here will not be damaged. Then it's settled. Hui snapped his fingers and patted Feng Qinghuang's shoulder. Open the door. Let's go in and see what's going on. At most, we'll die. It's not like we haven't died before. We have to go in and see what's going on. Yun Nuoxing was startled. She shook her head helplessly. That doesn't sound like something you would say. Tisk, I'm influenced by you. I'll get used to dying and dying. It's nothing. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes at him, walked forward, and began to mobilize the origin energy. The mysterious hexagonal pattern that had appeared just now once again appeared on the chaos barrier in front of them. It only took a moment to condense, and a surge of chaos energy that was so dense that we felt it was difficult to withstand gushed out of the hexagonal pattern in an instant. The group of people's faces suddenly changed, and they subconsciously took a few steps back. The door is open, but just going in will be very uncomfortable. Be careful, don't leave my side, Yun Nuoxing said, and the azure wings on her shoulders fluttered out. Origin and chaotic energy emerged together, and the radiance of the light of origin instantly filled everyone's field of vision. Unlike the feeling of being immersed in this pure radiance in the past, this time it felt as if they had suddenly sunk into the depths of the sea and were rapidly being dragged to the bottom of the sea by the undercurrent. The instant their consciousness became fuzzy, a crazy and chaotic clamor resounded in everyone's mind. The incomparably chaotic language sounded like an indescribable monster roaring in the void. We knew this voice. It was the roar of the concept body of primal chaos. Back in the cloud continent, he had heard the roar of the chaos specter. If not for Feng Qinghuang's light of origin and a lot of energy's protection, they might have already died on the spot. The boundless chaos and the clamor of the crazy language suddenly receded. Everyone suddenly entered a state of battle, wanting to resist the language of primal chaos that had just resounded in their minds. But it was already over. Their eyes captured that they were still in the void at this moment. The surroundings were empty and lonely, judging from their location. According to the environmental rules of the void, they were not unexpected. They were in the upper plane. This place. Hui slowly put down the holy shield in his hand. The scene of endless primal chaos charging at them as soon as they entered was not what they expected. The void around them was just quiet, dead silent. Nothing could be seen. It's so empty, it's like... Siyu pursed her lips and did not finish her sentence. Just like the middle and lower planes that had been destroyed, order had been disintegrated by primal chaos. The void itself had died, and nothing else would exist. However, the void here seemed to be more thoroughly destroyed. On the other side of the void where they were fighting, the void of order was only in a state of fainting due to the destruction of the abyssal death mist. Perhaps the void of order, which was directly attacked by the concept body of primal chaos, had already entered a state of suspended animation. Except for the void of order that could not be turned into a void of primal chaos, the other void of order had already... It can't be. Huey's face was a little ugly. He looked around, but could not see anything. Are we too late? Has the upper plane already collapsed? Yun Nuoshing used the power of origin to reach further into the void. After searching for a few minutes, she looked up. Not yet. Order still exists. I can still catch their breath. And at the same time, I can also catch the breath of primal chaos. They are about to rush to the core of the upper plane. The power of order is frantically fighting back. The situation is similar to us, but the battle here is more chaotic. We can't go in from the front. We have to find a way to bypass primal chaos and go into order. He left an energy beacon where he was and built a long-distance void teleportation circle. The group was ready to fight and stepped into the teleportation circle. The light of the power of origin flashed and swept them into the center of the void. They all closed their eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the power of the void and space surging. They were flying through area after area. At the same time, they were silently counting the time until the end of the teleportation. See, you pulled Yun Nuoshing's hand. Little star, are we going to fight everywhere when we get out? Don't. Rushing into the battlefield rashly will cause chaos on both sides. Their battle is more chaotic than ours. There is no large-scale defensive line. The realm of order is also a mess. We can see that the area where primal chaos and order are fighting is sandwiched between one another. Well, the power of primal chaos is a glass of water, and order is a bubble on the surface and in the shallow layer of water. Everyone who was about to rush out and start fighting was stunned. Hui picked his ear to express his surprise. It can't be, right? Isn't this the power left by the heavenly god of origin? Why is the battle so chaotic? You ask me? Yun Nuoshing's face twitched a few times. Different from the abyss of death mist's blockade and the front line of the void, each of them is targeting a node as the main battlefield. Of course, the power of order and primal chaos here is similar. It's just that primal chaos fights wherever there is a large number of people, while order fights everywhere as if there is no one at all. Yes, both sides are not unified. Order fights on their own, and primal chaos is forced to fight on their own. Well, it should be said that primal chaos is very cooperative in fighting on their own. Everyone. It was not unreasonable that this battlefield could fight for more than 10 eras. Why is it so weird? We are here. Anyway, let's get ready. 3, 2, 1, order territory. What the F *CK? This Yun Nuoshing's face twitched quickly. I may have underestimated the power of this place. Feng Qinghuang was stunned for a while. She subconsciously pulled his arm. Little star, which side should we attack? Chapter 1824. This was a war that was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. A war that had continued since the mythological era. Its very existence was history. The origin god and the chaos concept body were the two deadliest factions in the void. For their own beliefs and goals, they had waged an eternal war that lasted for hundreds of eras in the Deyuan realm, turning the entire Deyuan realm upside down. They had changed their faces several times, and the innocent mortals caught in the middle. Forget it. There was no such thing as innocent in this world. The original sin of order to chaos was order, and conversely, the existence of chaos to order was the original sin. Both sides were mortal enemies that would not rest until one of them was dead. They were natural enemies, and there was no need for words when they met. They only needed to pick up a brick and throw it at each other. There was no need for why in this world, although that was what was said every time. And the reality of the void was like that. They were already used to it. They were used to the fancy wars of order in the void. They were used to the messy affairs of origin and chaos that never stopped stirring up trouble in the void. Apart from stirring up trouble, they were also on the way to stirring up trouble. They were so used to it that they could face the origin god and the chaos concept body without batting an eyelid. They had thought that it was so, but the void was indeed the void. The war between order and chaos was also the biggest mess in the void. Witnessing the scene in front of them with their own eyes, Yun Nuwashing and Hui both felt that their short lives of a dozen or so eras were still too young. None of them were playing by the rules. A vast expanse of dark clouds accompanied by endless chaos soldiers shrouded their entire vision with an overwhelming momentum. The power of order was like fireflies that were startled in the forest at night, densely covering the night sky. The light they emitted could only barely illuminate the space around them, and could not bring light to the entire night. They were just weak sparks that were drowned in this extremely dark sea. They drifted along with the sea and stretched for millions of miles. Even if they could not tear apart the darkness here, they were still doing their best to ignite their own flames. So far, everything was normal. This was just the norm in the war between order and chaos. Whether it was the scene in front of them, the front line of the void, or the war of the previous era, they believed that it was all the same, until they clearly saw something that wasn't normal. The dark gray clouds were the energy of chaos. You could also call it the energy of annihilation. Its color and the pressure it brought to all life forms of order was one of a kind. Those who had seen it once would never mistake it. It would be impossible for them to mistake it. Even the power of God's destruction, which was also a power of non-order, was completely different from the purest chaos energy. Moreover, there were slight differences between the annihilation energies. If one observed them directly, they would only see that they were wearing the same coat. However, if one saw them a few times, one's senses would be able to tell the difference between the two. Also, the soldiers of chaos created by different annihilation energies were different too. This was probably the concept of chaos that came with personal preference. Although it was hard to imagine that the concept of chaos had such a thing as personal preference. There were a total of 3 types of chaos soldiers that they had seen, one in the cloud continent, one in the 3 elemental realms, and one in front of them. No, perhaps 2. In the void, the vast clouds of chaos rolled endlessly. Soldiers of chaos, who were wearing some kind of light armor and holding large shields and sabers, were marching out of the clouds of chaos in a neat formation. They had seen this scene before. The soldiers of chaos had some kind of indescribable coordination and discipline, living up to their name of soldiers. Beside this neat troop, there was a cloud of chaos that was churning in a slightly different manner from the first cloud of chaos. A group of humanoid figures that looked about the size of an ordinary human and were wrapped in black cloaks kept surging out of it. The chaos energy that overflowed from their bodies made Yun Nuwashing, and the others realized that they were a type of chaos soldiers. Besides, he had seen them before. Now that he thought about it, they should be the first type of chaos soldiers he had seen. But when he first saw them, he didn't recognize any concept bodies of chaos, and could only recognize that they were non-order life forms that belonged to chaos. Yes, he saw them when he first met Jingyun and the others. Along with them, he also met a group of non-order life forms in black cloaks. Back then, he thought that they were non-order life forms in the chaos void. But now it seemed like they were a type of chaos soldiers, an army created by the concept bodies of chaos and used to flatten the order void. The number of black cloak soldiers was smaller. Their energy level was on the same level as the other group of chaos soldiers, but they seemed to be stronger. If the latter were intermediate cannon fodder, the black-cloaked soldiers should be considered advanced cannon fodder. Besides, they could speak human language. Whoa! At asterisk and yen. When everyone heard this, their faces subconsciously darkened. They had heard it when they passed through the door. This strange language carried some kind of unforgettable power that was forced to run around in their minds, and they couldn't understand what it was saying at all. They could only hear a low and cold voice, the language of chaos. Nuashing squinted his eyes slightly, just like what he saw 5 eras ago. The black-cloaked chaos soldiers could speak human language. However, this was not a language meant for them, nor was it a language meant for beings of order. That was only the language of the chaos soldiers, or even the concept bodies of chaos themselves, just like the first divine language of order. Back then, Jingyan didn't seem to understand what the other side was saying. It seemed that the order life forms couldn't understand this language, and the concept bodies of chaos should know it too. So when they communicated, they spoke the common language of all races. Damn it, the concept bodies of chaos used the language of the heavenly god of origins to popularize the Deyuan realm. Returning to the topic at hand, they had been left stunned so far. 2 types of chaos soldiers were equivalent to 2 chaos concept bodies, attacking the power of order at the same time. The shock was no less than when they were fighting the abyssal death shroud at the front line of the void when 20 high-level primevals suddenly appeared, making them realize the seriousness of the problem, and boom, a huge amount of chaos energy suddenly exploded, and the violent impact of the explosion blew a group of order soldiers into nothingness and also annihilated tens of thousands of the light-armored chaos soldiers. The latter knocked the shields in their hands with their swords, and as an individual who seemed to be a commander pointed forward, millions of chaos soldiers raised their swords and shields and charged towards the black-cloaked soldiers. The black-cloaked chaos soldiers shouted in the void. Who knew what they were shouting about? All of them got into their stances, and then tens of thousands of chaos soldiers charged towards the order. Hundreds of thousands of black-cloaked soldiers turned around and charged into a group with the light-armored chaos soldiers. Some of them were beating and killing at the front, while some were gathering chaos energy at the back, ready to push the light-armored chaos soldiers into nothingness. As for the order, they were passive. When the black-cloaked soldiers charged forward, they attacked them. When the chaos soldiers with swords and shields moved closer to the melee range, the order soldiers also grabbed their weapons and charged without any regard for their own safety. The 3 parties started a chaotic battle in the void that had never been heard of before. The chaos soldiers fought each other, and at the same time, they were beating up the order together. Boom! Nuashing and the others turned their gazes stiffly. This familiar presence. This is the battle of 4 parties. In the void, a vast destructive force suddenly swept out. It was an energy that was dyed with a touch of maddening scarlet in the darkness. It was the movement of their old friends, old foes, and old rivals. Yes, the abyssal death shroud. Yes, the servants had joined the battle. Yes, they had appeared here. Then they could almost confirm that those damned people from the upper plane were the underworld, because their usual cannon fodder had appeared in this place, coupled with the long list of conditions that they had analyzed before they entered the void. And including what they saw now, they could not think of any other place in the order that could perfectly fit all the conditions except for the underworld. Looking at the abyssal death shroud manifestation, a large mass of abyssal death shroud occupied a corner of the void. The massive abyssal death shroud manifestation attacked the 3 parties with the force of a planet. The energy impact of the abyssal death shroud manifestation pierced through the defense of the void like a scarlet and dark sword, catching the 3 parties off guard. Then the order and chaos soldiers on both sides turned their heads. Millions of order and chaos soldiers blasted the abyssal death shroud manifestation at the same time. A round of concentrated fire turned the abyssal death shroud manifestation into ashes along with billions of abyssal death shroud manifestation. The black-cloaked chaos soldiers wielded the swords and shields of the light-armored chaos soldiers and slashed an order soldier in half. When the two halves of the Order soldier hurriedly recovered his body, he unleashed a Mahamudra and smashed a bunch of light-armored Chaos soldiers into pieces. When the Abyss Death Mist derivative saw that the light-armored Chaos soldiers had a gap in their defense, it immediately rushed in like a sharp arrow piercing into the battlefield and slashed the camp of the light-armored Chaos soldiers into two halves. Then it swept the black-cloaked Chaos soldiers, who were blocking its way into the whirlpool, and tore millions of them into pieces. When the light-armored Chaos soldiers saw that there was an opportunity, they turned around and pressed the commander of the black-cloaked Chaos soldiers to death in the void. When the Order soldiers saw that the situation was not right, they quickly retreated and regrouped. When one of the soldiers retreated, he took out a small bottle and threw it at the front of the battlefield with all his might. With a loud bang, a large amount of ignited Abyss Death Mist burst out from the bottle and enveloped the three groups of people. The Chaos soldiers and the Abyss Death Mist derivative were both seriously injured. They were going crazy. I have been wandering in the void for more than 10 eras. What kind of scene have I not seen? Hui trembled as he pressed his face with his hands. Then he glanced at the chaotic battlefield in front of him. His cheeks were twitching, and his face was full of doubt. No, I have never seen such a scene. I have never seen it either. Yun Nuoxing's face trembled violently. He had seen a very chaotic battlefield before. Dozens of people were entangled in a chaotic battle. That was a chaotic battle between order and chaos. It was hard to tell who was fighting who and who was fighting who. But this was the battlefield between order and chaos. The forces of chaos came together to beat order to death. He could accept it. After all, this was normal. But these two parties of chaos soldiers were beating each other up. The abyssal death shroud manifestation acted according to the situation. When the three parties were fighting, they attacked order at the same time. Order fought back in a sorry state. In the end, it was still order who suffered the most in the chaotic battle. He had never seen such a scene before. How should he deal with it? Should Kai Wushuang destroy all three parties of chaos? It was a good idea, but it probably wouldn't be easy to realize. If he went overboard and woke up one or two chaotic concept bodies, then he wouldn't need this void of order anymore. The energy streams in the void did not have a single direction. It was as if there was no target. They were just shooting out energy torrents. It was the same for both order and chaos. It was as if four groups of hooligans had gathered together and were waving wooden sticks, iron rods, and machetes. They might not even know that they were hitting their own people. If one had to count it that way, it would be the four groups of hooligans with the highest standards in the void. That scene was really unbearable, as the dazzling light rain of the sky god slayers mixed with the vast energy scene. Yun Nuoxing noticed that apart from the fall of the Order soldiers, some of the black-cloaked Chaos soldiers would also release such a scene when they died. It was as if they were a different type of higher life form and were not thrown out as disposable cannon fodder. He had seen it once in the battlefield where Jing Yun and the others were trapped. At that time, he was not aware that Jing Yun and the others were still being hit by the tide of chaos, and did not pay much attention to such things. Now that he was facing such a scene, Yun Nuoxing felt that he was not particularly clear about what was going on. Why would the Chaos soldiers burst out a light rain like the Sky God Slayers? They should be energy constructs or energy manifestations formed directly from chaos energy. Now that the Sky God Slayers had appeared, it was as if they were a real-life form that belonged to the Order of Chaos. Hey, you guys, why are you guys standing there in a daze? Go to the front and help. A middle-aged man with lush black hair and wearing light green armor rushed over from the rear. His body had a surging energy reaction, and the places that were not covered by armor were slightly messy, coupled with his hurried appearance. Everyone guessed that he might have been beaten back to the rear. Now that he had hurriedly finished his rest and was about to rush back to the battlefield, he happened to encounter a group of people who were completely confused about the situation and were stunned in place. The middle-aged man was also stunned when he saw Yun Nuoshing and the others' confused and bewildered look. They did not know what was going on and looked like they were scared silly. In fact, they were completely confused and stunned. He frowned and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he understood. You guys are the newcomers from the rear? Why didn't you say anything when so many of you came? Come with me. Quick. At this time, Yun Nuoshing and the others did not know what was going on. They quickly communicated with each other through their soul communication. They decided to stay here and take a look. Other than that, there was nothing else they could do. I don't know which world or family you guys are from, but since you guys have obeyed orders to come here, it proves that you are all here because of some kind of belief. Now that the war is urgent, your elders should have told you all about the relevant nonsense. I won't say anything more. The middle-aged man spoke in a hurry. As he spoke, he used the domain of order to bring them to the front line. His eyes quickly swept across the battlefield. Is there any special situation between you guys? Tell me quickly so that I can arrange for you to guard each area. No, we just got here. We don't know anything. Let's start from the basics. We said in a serious tone. They were here to fight against the forces of chaos. This time, they just changed their location. However, they could not really stay here and fight until the end. They still had to guard the front line. It was not good for the two leaders to go missing for a long time, especially when their communication with the front line was disrupted after they crossed the barrier. They had to quickly settle things here before the others thought that they had gone missing. In short, they had to quickly figure out what was going on in this godforsaken place. There are many areas that order is guarding. The front line is very long. There's no way for us to withdraw at any time. You guys should quickly get used to the situation in a few places. When you get to those places, someone will tell you what's going on here. Other than that, you only need to fight. Crush them. The middle-aged man in light green armor quickly arranged the dozen of them to their positions. After that, he looked at Yun Nuoshing and Siyu and said, "The three of you have the weakest power of order. You guys will stay by my side for the time being." Yun Nuoshing. Everyone slid in the void and almost rushed into the lair of the Chaos Soldiers. When they got up, they had a funny look on their faces. They pinched themselves hard to control their expressions so that they would not lose control. Although they were afraid of the chaos concept body that might be sleeping here, they kept their power of order quietly in their stomachs and did not cause any trouble. Although this state did not seem as strong as the many order soldiers who were fighting, this did not mean that they were a group of primeval heavenly gods, and a certain most violent maniac in the order void. Today, someone actually pointed at them and said, your power of order is the weakest. Stand firm first." These words sounded like a big joke to them. After all, they were indeed hiding. Forget it. Let's skip this part. If we continue talking, they would not be able to control their expressions. By then, someone who was angry out of humiliation would press them together with chaos into the void and give them a good beating. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at Hui, who was holding his breath and sneaking away. After all, he was indeed the one with the lowest level among them. When the upper echelons of the void frontline were all in the primeval heavenly realm, he was the only one who had reached the peak of the origin. Therefore, when he hid his power of order and did not use it, it would indeed make others feel that his power of order was the weakest, the battlefield between order and chaos. They had been fighting for 5 eras and could not be more familiar with it. They did not know how long this battlefield had been fighting. Perhaps it had been fighting since the void was sealed, or perhaps it was around the same time as them. After all, the upper realm was sealed 5 eras ago. However, the battle here was very chaotic. 3 chaos soldiers were beating up order, and 3 chaos soldiers were fighting amongst themselves while beating up order. It seemed that it was not unreasonable for order to be able to hold on for so many years. If they combined their forces, they would have long flattened the order void. No one knew what the soldiers of chaos and the underworld people, who were controlling the abyssal death mist, were thinking. Yes, they did not understand at all. They could not figure out what this group of idiots was up to. Anyway, they were glad that they had fought for so many eras and allowed the power of order to hold on until now. The power of the abyssal death mist is different from the power of the abyssal death mist in the outside world. The voice of the little angel quietly sounded in the soul of the Yunua planet, which attracted the attention of the Yunua planet. The abyssal death fog's manifestation. The abyssal death fog's manifestation. And the abyssal death fog's manifestation that carried the power of chaos were all different from what they had seen outside. Combined with their previous deduction of the abyssal death fog, they could basically confirm that the underworld people and the abyssal death fog here had been trapped here for a long time. The abyssal death fog that attacked the order void outside was a new type that had been improved step by step to fight against the power of primeval and origin. What level of abyssal death mist can you sense? Or should I say, what era do they correspond to? It's probably the first time we encountered them, 5 eras ago, or perhaps a little earlier. Even the abyssal death mist spawn we encountered for the first time should be a little stronger than what we're seeing now. The words of the little angel stunned him. The abyssal death mist model that originated from 5 eras ago. What was going on here? Well, let's not bother about that for now. They were not thrown to the front line the moment they entered the battlefield. Instead, they stayed in the middle to launch long-range attacks, occasionally throwing out a few order blasts. The combat power of the order warriors here was about the same as the void 5 eras ago, with pinnacle origin pinnacle and pinnacle origin pinnacle at the pinnacle. The mainstays were intermediate and advanced origin pinnacle, while the base was between pinnacle heavenly god and beginner origin pinnacle. The order warriors here would not be able to do anything for them. Well, they were now treated as beginners. They were afraid that if they unleashed their power of primeval heavenly realm or the power of origin, it would attract the attention of the chaos concept entity that might exist here. If they were alone, they would have thrown out millions of energy towers, unleashed the full power of order, and fought a fierce battle with the void. Life and death would be decided by the void. However, they were not the only ones here. They could not protect the countless order beings while fighting against something of that level. If they died, then so be it. After some time, another primeval heavenly god would pop out of the spiritual temple, and they would treat it as nothing happened. But the people here, if they died, then they would be gone. In short, before they figured out the strangeness of this place, it was better to play it safe, hold back, and observe the situation. It would not be a problem for them to unleash Peerless at any time. I'm not used to it. Yun Nuashing could not help but say faintly as she listened to everyone's conversation through the soul communication. Without hundreds of millions of arrays around me, it feels like my limbs are broken. Everyone, all right, this most violent maniac in the world of order is currently accumulating pressure. Right now, he's suppressing the pressure because he's feeling uncomfortable all over. Just think about how he fought in the past. With billions of spell formations activated, with the primal chaos, light of origin complementing each other, the primal chaos energy exploding all over the void as if it's free. That can be called a magnificent sight. That can be called brilliant. His nickname of One-Man Army wasn't just for show. Now, this comrade of One-Man Army had his hands and feet pinned down. What's going on here? Yun Nuashing could not help but ask the middle-aged man, who was in charge of occupying this area. I heard about the battle here and saw the images, but I didn't expect it to be like this. He looked at the void in front of him, and his face twitched. A four-sided battle. What's going on? God knows what's going on. The middle-aged man in light green armor sneered and shook his head. I know you have a lot of questions. Every newcomer who steps into the battlefield of primeval heavenly chaos has a lot of questions. But in the end, everyone will choose to ignore the why. As long as they are standing here, they are fighting. As long as they continue to fight, it's fine. The middle-aged man paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. The main thing is that we don't know what's going on. We only know that the three groups of damn things on the other side want to deal with the world of order. So we are fighting here. That's all. As for more, well, if you are lucky enough to meet the chief commander one day, maybe you can ask him. The higher-ups should know more. All right, then what are they? The power of primeval heavenly chaos. I only know that they are called the Abyssal Death Mist. That's a useless name. I don't know their weakness or anything else. Yun Nuashing was startled. All three of them are called the Abyssal Death Mist. Yes, what's wrong? It's just a name. If you like, just give them a name to make it easier for you to understand. Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. Although she had already noticed something, she still had to ask, well, do you have the power of origin? What's that? Is it a general name for some kind of power in your family? Maybe no one knows about it here. Yun Nuashing and Siyu looked at each other with strange expressions. This place was getting weirder and weirder. There were no traces of origin, no matter if it was the upper, middle, or lower planes. They were mentally prepared for this, but they could not even recognize the Chaos Soldiers of the Chaos Concept Body. The only thing they knew was that they were all the power of chaos, and they were all called the Abyssal Death Mist. That should be caused by someone from the underworld shouting here, but they could not recognize the difference between the three, or they did not have time to recognize it. Yun Nuashing was speechless. What the hell is going on in this void? Everyone shook their heads in soul communication. They also wanted to know what the hell was going on in this void. Chapter 1825. The void was the most nonsensical thing. There was no logic to it when it joked with you. If you were trapped in a world, the world would still talk to you logically. As for the void, forget about the void. There was basically no logic in the void. It could do whatever it wanted. It was as unreasonable as the origin heavenly God and the chaos concept entity. That's the logic. How? That's the logic. If you have nothing better to do, then throw a few buffs down to ease the tension of the Order warriors who are caught up in the battle between the three sides of chaos. Isn't that better than reasoning with the void here? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and said to a certain idol guardian, reasoning with the void was a common method used by the creatures of order. However, the void would not reason with anyone, and the chaos would not reason with the port of order. Besides, the creatures of order would not reason with each other. So how could they reason with each other? Hui was the same as him. A group of people who were supposed to be charging at the front lines were being protected in the middle of the group. They only needed to throw some long-range attacks at the forces of chaos. Right now, they were feeling a little awkward because of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. They did not even dare to throw too much energy, afraid that they would use their full strength if they were careless. That's right, they were suppressing their own state and using their full strength, pretending that they were ordinary people who had just reached the origin realm. It was as uncomfortable as it could be. Hui bared his teeth at him, for a while before turning his attention to the battle in front of him. The Order forces here also had methods similar to joint attacks, but they were all more normal. Yes, the front line of the Void was actually abnormal. There was not a single normal person there. They had all been influenced by Maple. None of them had learned anything, and they had all followed Maple all the time. Their proficiency in their skills had increased, and when they fought, each one of them was more fearless than the last. He estimated that if a Node City or the Origin Shrine came over, even if they were all suppressed to the high level of reciprocity, they would still be able to sweep the battlefield clean without leaving anyone behind. Ah, that's right. The Order defense here doesn't have any energy towers, large-scale Order domains, void seals, and other useful things that can allow everyone to gather their strength. It's just, yep, it's very uncomfortable. It's no wonder that Maple would say that it's as if his limbs are broken. He also feels uncomfortable. His mind is filled with thoughts of charging forward with his Guardian's shield and Guardian's sword, but he's also afraid that something uncontrollable might happen. In any case, whenever he encountered something related to the heavenly god of origin or the concept body of primal chaos, he would be timid. He was already used to it, but fortunately, they weren't really here to fight. Their main goal was to figure out what the hell the Void was up to. As the saying went, one had to start from the source to solve problems. Even if they wiped out the Chaos Soldiers and the abyssal death missed on both sides, it didn't mean that the matter was over. After all, it wasn't up to them to decide whether the matter was over or not. So, do you have any idea what's going on now? Yun Nuoshing's face was stiff as she hurled out a pure white energy torrent with her army. She watched as her own attack leaped into the void along with the flow, quietly vanishing before abruptly reappearing within the Chaos Soldiers' formation. Violent energy shockwaves broke apart the formation of the two groups of Chaos Soldiers, causing their infighting to become even more lively. As for the battlefield information, he took the time to mention it to me. Radiant tilted his head and looked around, allowing his domain to quietly spread out. Although he could not brazenly hold up a huge Order domain, he could still allow all Order soldiers within range to unwittingly recover. It seems to be similar to our situation. The abyssal death missed. I'm not sure if they were referring to the abyssal death missed alone, or if they were including the other two Chaos Soldiers. Their battle didn't stop with the passing of the mythological era. There was at most a halftime break before they continued to fight from the lower planes all the way to the upper planes. How about it? Is it the same as our situation? A battle that has never stopped since the last era. That battle should be the longest we know. Yun Nuoshing's eyes narrowed slightly. If that was the case, the battle in the Void had been going on since at least the 36th era. They weren't sure how long there was a halftime break in between, so let's just treat it as if there was none. The battle that had been going on until now was the 56th era. A battle that spanned almost 20 eras was enough to make one's liver tremble. Well, that's what they say. Actually, a lot of it is what they've heard. Yun Nuoshing was surprised. What do you mean? It's difficult to record the things that happened in the past, especially in a time like this where the battle between order and chaos never stops. It's rather difficult to leave anything behind or record anything down. Their current knowledge of the past is all recorded through vague methods like hearsay and rumors. I don't know much about this, since even they don't know much about it themselves. However, I can roughly say that the legacy has been broken at least 5 times before the people of reciprocity erased all their knowledge of the past. The history passed down by people might not be fake, but it had been processed in various ways after all, so it would definitely become more and more exaggerated. It would definitely be different from the real history. Let's not talk about that first. Just the concept of the origin god and the concept of chaos was something that the people of the Void had completely forgotten about. They foolishly treated the chaos spawns as toys created by the underworld. Although they were all things that did not belong to order, they were fundamentally different. They could not just put on a mask and pretend to be something else and treat them as the same species. Oh, and they were forced into the higher realm around the 51st era. Oh, about the time. We stammered. Yun Nuoshing seemed to understand something when she saw him wipe away his sweat. Same as us? When the abyssal death mist erupted. That's when the abyssal death mist receded. They were forced into the higher realm at the same time, while we forcefully endured the attacks of the abyssal death mist. Yeah, that's it. Hui shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, how could there be so many coincidences in the world? How could there be? He had said that from the start, but he did not really want to believe it. The void was also ravaged by the power of chaos, and the abyssal death mist had also stepped into the void. However, there was one thing that he did not understand. The void here should have been in a sealed state from the start. So how did the underworld people, who were also trapped here, tormented themselves into the abyssal death mist? Did the power of divine destruction not appear after the origin gods had passed away? Yun Nuoshing listened to his nagging and thought for a moment before replying, perhaps as early as the 36th and 37th era, when the origin heavenly god passed away, the power of divine destruction already existed. It's just that at that time, no one knew. There's another scenario, and one that I'm more inclined to believe. The void here was not completely sealed from the start, and the underworld people who were isolated inside and outside may have communicated. Well, a kind of communication that could only be called out, and there was no way for them to communicate. Both parties were in a state where they could only speak and not listen. We made an O sound. You speak and he speaks. Both parties had no idea what the other party was talking about, and only the people inside could let the people outside know what they were talking about, and vice versa. That's right. The above conditions all existed independently and were completely valid. They could only tell each other what they wanted to tell each other, and they could not hear anything. To put it simply, he could only tell Maple what he knew through the soul transmission. Maple could hear what he said, but not what he said. He could only transmit the information one-sidedly. To simplify it, he could only ensure the safety of the other party and let the people outside know that he was still alive. If there was no other way to confirm it, he would not even know if there was someone outside listening to him or what it was that he was listening to outside. So, you think that the abyssal death mist only appeared in this era, and then it was thrown in from the outside. But communication is a problem. How did the abyssal death mist, and how did it get thrown in here when it was sealed? Things like splits, cores, and whatnot. And at percent and asterisk, Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. That fellow was about to go mad. Although the confused guardian was spouting nonsense, he still understood what Hui was trying to say. That's why I'm not particularly sure what's going on in this domain of chaos. After all, both sides might not be able to hear each other, and could only throw things to the other side. Well, let's not dwell on that. As for the abyssal death shroud, it's probably a split core, and after splitting it, it's just throwing it here and using the power of the void here. The converted worlds that we've seen in the lower planes that created the abyssal death shroud do not need to be connected to the core all the time. Just having a slightly formed derivative or construct would do. The issue of timing was a very troublesome matter. If they did not figure out the timeline, it would be a headache. A pile of things placed in front of them without any order was enough to make their heads explode. And now, the issue of timing was still. Speaking of which, what were they trying to do by figuring out the timeline? They did not know, but they just had to figure it out. Phew. Hui, I'm about to release my power. Maple's resentful voice rang in Huey's soul for the umpteenth time, and Hui could only smile bitterly in response. Maple had already said it several times, and the pressure on him was considerable. Lord, we're also requesting to release our power. Yes, it's too frustrating. It's even more frustrating than not ascending to primeval a few eras ago. Lord Maple, let's go. Let's go. Lord Maple, please give the order. Our millions of energy towers are all charging. Look, the pressure on him was instantly greater. Those fellows knew that they could not persuade him, so they went to incite Maple. But why do you still have millions of energy towers? We glared fiercely at them. Didn't you just place energy towers outside to guard the lower and middle realms? Why do you still have so many in stock? Well, actually, I Ching smiled bitterly and glanced at a certain fellow who spoke without thinking. We actually have two parts in stock. One is for regular use, and the other is trump cards? Hui narrowed his eyes and could not help but take a deep breath when he saw I Ching scratching his head in embarrassment. How many energy towers did you bring out? About 10 million in total, right? Lord Hui, don't be nervous. This part is for the warriors who are going out to use, in case they encounter unexpected misfortune in the void, such as being seen by the wandering abyssal death mist or accidentally encountering some trouble in the void. Yes, Lord Hui, don't be nervous. Only the warriors who are sent out will have sufficient energy towers. It won't affect the front lines in the void. Hui was speechless. To hell with encountering trouble, with the primeval heavenly gods roaming the void with millions of energy towers. Even the abyssal death mist would have to take a detour if they encountered them. If he and Maple did not fight, I Ching and a dozen others would be able to go out with 10 million energy towers to capture a single high-level primeval from the underworld, and their success rate would be maintained above 60%. That was equivalent to 1/10 of a node's reserve. No wonder the logistics people complained to him every day. It was all because of you bastards. Stop. Hold it in. All of you hold it in. Hui waved his hand with all his might to hold down this group of flammable and explosive objects. I told you to follow Maple and learn unparalleled, and learn from Green Lord to travel the void. Now, do you have no other thoughts in your mind except to travel the chaos? Everyone shouted in unison, yes. What is our slogan? Stir up trouble. Stir up trouble. Stir up trouble. What is our goal? Travel the void. Travel the order. Travel the chaos. Charge. Hui was speechless. This group of people was already proud of it. The heavy sound of the war drums made everyone who was about to explode suppress their surging emotions and turn their gazes in unison. Yun Nuwashing and Hui also turned their heads, only to see that the people around them had all become solemn. The commanders of the various regions quickly gave orders, and the warriors of order gathered their battle lines and retreated to the rear amidst angry shouts. Newcomers, hurry up and gather. Yun Nuwashing and the others temporarily suppressed their momentum of traveling the void and retreated to the rear together. The warriors of order in the front covered and retreated at the same time. Just when they thought that the situation was similar to the front line of the void, where they had accumulated pressure close to the threshold and had no choice but to withdraw their battle lines and retreat, they unexpectedly found that the Chaos Soldiers and the Abyss Death Mist on both sides also retreated to their respective energy clouds in unison. Meanwhile, the warriors of order who retreated only stood in their respective regions and had no intention of retreating. The situation seemed to be quite different from what they had expected. The mighty sound of the war drums was still reverberating in the void. The power of order became restless with each beat like thunder. Its momentum was also rising rapidly in the midst of the sound of the war drums that penetrated the void. However, the sound of the war drums that penetrated the void Yun Nuwashing had a feeling that it was being played for the other side, as if it was conveying some kind of no, it was responding to some kind of signal. They had only been here for a few hours, so they didn't know what was going on. Naturally, they didn't know if the commander of the Order side had encountered something, or if he saw something that made him beat the war drums. All they could feel was that the power of both order and chaos was rising rapidly. You guys are really unlucky. The middle-aged man in light green armor had a solemn expression on his face. He was moving his hands, adjusting the surging power of order in his body. He took a deep breath and exhaled along with the rhythm of the war drums. The power of order in his body seemed to resonate with the war drums. The power of order resonated with billions of lives of order, spreading across the void. Their will to fight was like thunder. When all the power of order in this place had gathered, Yun Nuwashing and the others realized that the battlefield of order here did not form a circle like the front line in the void. There was only one front battlefield here, a battlefield that stretched out for an unknown distance in the void. Looking at this scene, it was as if 100 or 200 nodes were all gathered in one place. The power of order and chaos were all gathered in one place. The flames that erupted from the battle between the two sides would form a high wall that extended along the void. What do you mean? Yun Nuwashing frowned in confusion. When he asked that question, he could feel his face trembling. If someone were to shout for chaos later, he would definitely slap that person into the void. The chaotic battle between the four sides has ended. Now is the time for the real battle to begin. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. He looked at Yun Nuwashing and the others and said, "We don't know why they are showing 3 different forms." Yun Nuwashing rolled his eyes fiercely, because they are not the same thing at all. But at a special time, they will unite. It's like when they are fighting among themselves, it's just a mental problem. When they are awake, they will return to normal. And when they are about to wake up, some state that is not obvious will appear. The higher-ups will be able to notice it. When the situation changes, they will beat the war drums to remind everyone to restrain their power. Yun Nuwashing was dumbfounded. What's going on with all these circles? Can someone tell me what the F*CK is wrong with the power of chaos in this void? The middle-aged man was slightly startled when he saw Yun Nuwashing's dumbfounded and distorted expression. He thought that Yun Nuwashing had misunderstood. When they unite, the power that we have to face is not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1. At this moment, they can unleash the full power of chaos. The pressure on order will increase exponentially with the passage of time. Brace yourselves. We will not compromise with them, and we will not compromise. Behind us is the world that we have to guard. If we cower and retreat, the middle and lower planes will be the result. It will be the consequence of us not being able to guard it. Yun Nuwashing tilted his head and looked at the middle-aged man. His frown deepened. They still know about the middle and lower planes. That means that their knowledge about the two inhuman beings had long been, phew, forget it. Now is not the time to think about these things. After the war drums of order had been beating in the void for a while, the 3 powers of chaos that had gathered began to move strangely. The rolling clouds and mist spread across the void. They continued to expand in front of billions of beings of order. They spread out without limit, almost forming a hemispherical shape to envelop the power of order. They faced the expanding clouds and mist of chaos. The 3 powers of order had almost merged into one. Even the death mist in the abyss was wriggling and turning into a darker gray color. As time passed, the rolling clouds and mist began to move even more violently. It was as if there were billions of thunderbolts moving within the clouds and mist. The aura of chaos that overflowed from the clouds and mist had suppressed the sound of the war drums that was making the void restless. "It's coming!" As he and the other regional commanders shouted in a low voice, all the warriors of order held their breaths and focused their attention. They gripped the weapons in their hands tightly and pressed down on their power of order. They were ready to attack at any moment. It was also when the warriors of order were ready to attack. In the middle of the 3-in-1 chaos clouds and mist, some unknown objects that were dark and crimson in color suddenly appeared. They were still merged into one, with the chaos clouds and mist in the background. It was difficult for the naked eye and other senses to capture their shape. It was only until they walked a distance away that they could be clearly identified. It was still a group of chaos soldiers. However, their form had undergone a huge change. Walking at the front was a soldier who was wearing heavy armor and a cape. He was holding a huge spear in his hand. He looked like a general of an army that had appeared out of nowhere. His body was filled with 3 types of chaos power. Just by standing there, he was able to bring an oppressive pressure to all the beings of order. Chaos Soldier, the form of the primeval realm. This is at least a mid-tier soldier in the primeval realm. Huey's face twitched slightly. "I don't think that's a soldier. It should be called a chaos general, right? No, it's hard to say if it's not one of the more powerful cannon fodders of the chaos soldiers. After all, it's something created by the concept body of chaos. However, a 3-in-1 chaos power? What the hell is that? I think I know why this part of the void is so miserable. I also think I know why order can hold on for so long." Everyone smiled bitterly. They were so miserable because they suddenly woke up and threw out a mid-tier primeval realm general. The reason they could hold on for so long was because they did not wake up for too long. Therefore, after fighting for more than 10 eras, they had only retreated to the upper plane. However, retreating to the center of the upper plane would only require a dozen normal void jumps. It was not known whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. The chaos general suddenly stomped the spear in his hand into the void. A weak chaos impact caused the expressions of the billions of order life forms to turn sluggish. The order power that everyone had gathered was not afraid of such an impact. However, it was still a powerful deterrent. In the instant that the chaos general stomped his spear, the clouds behind him erupted with even more violent chaos energy, causing the void to become violent as well. In the rolling clouds, apart from the chaos soldiers, there was also a large group of hundreds of thousands of gigantic, distorted things emerging. They were the size of planets or stars, and the chaos presence they exuded was far more concentrated than the abyssal death mist constructs that Yun Nuoshing and the others knew. It was only at that moment that Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt that the place that belonged to the domain of chaos had truly emerged with laws related to chaos. Perhaps what they said is true. They have really awakened. Even the void environment has the laws of chaos, and it is coming into contact with the laws of order. However, it is not very strong. It will take a long time for them to completely destroy the laws of order. The words of the observer fell into their hearts, causing a thump in their hearts. They looked at each other in the soul communication and kept taking deep breaths. All right, there is no need to make a decision now. Good heavens, the 3-in-1 chaos energy can make their power soar to such an unreasonably high level. I'm F*King, good heavens. We pinched his face and felt a toothache. There are actually more than 20 mid-level primeval and general-level chaos soldiers. Moreover, there is a large group of real chaos soldiers following behind the generals. All of them are at the peak of the origin, and a few of them are at the primeval realm. Those chaos constructs are also things that suppress those at the primeval realm. How did the order beings here manage to hold on? If there is really another way, shouldn't it be taken out by now? He could not help but look around. The Chaos soldiers were all ready, but there was no more movement. Huey's face turned green. It can't be that there is really no other way. Yun Nuwashing was silent for a moment, then looked at the middle-aged man. How did you all manage to hold on in the past? We just held on like this. Hold on, and we got used to it. The middle-aged man said in a matter-of-fact tone. Why, newcomers, are you afraid? Yes, Yun Nuwashing let out a long sigh of relief and muttered in her heart, I'm afraid that when the fight starts later, all of you will be afraid. Everyone, let's make a ruckus. Come, release your power. Let's have a good time. With just these words, an equally vast power suddenly gushed out from the order.